Hey, welcome back to Crash Space. My name is Andre. Thanks so much for tuning in. It is Sunday, January 11th, 2026. Apologies, we started a bit late on this one. I'm trying to start around 10:15 in the morning if we're doing like Sunday morning streams, which we are going to be doing for a bit. I can't tell whether it makes more sense to do evenings or mornings. To me, it just depends on what makes sense in terms of my own personal timing, but I trust you're all well. We have a really good stream today. This is a deck that I had the pleasure of actually testing before, so I know it works and is a bit optimized to some extent, or definition of the word optimized, so that's always a nice place to be in. But I hope you all have been well. We've only been like 11 days this year. It feels like just 2 weeks ago, we celebrated our 1000th game of Marvel Champions. I've been checking my standings, my stats, because I'm tracking everything, and I'm already at like coming up on 1200. I think the holidays are really good for just getting games in, it turns out. But yeah, I think we're going to get some more games in today. Hopefully everyone's well. I don't know what else is going on. One real cool thing I saw the other day is that Web Warrior Fanatic put out a video in which, oh, I forget her name. But the nice person who does community stuff of FFG put out this like form that you can fill out to be part of the content creator program that FFG has, where they like deliver you scoops, like preview cards, and they might do some other stuff too. And I finally filled in my name for that, which is really quite nice. For those who want to ever get in contact with the Crash Space, you can find us at thecrashspacemc@gmail.com. I should double check that that's correct. Hold on before I say that. But yeah, that's just good to know. If you ever want to contact directly, you can also just send an email at metropolgrid@gmail.com. That also works. 1 second, please. Yeah, thecrashspacemc@gmail.com. Anyways, it'd be sick if something comes through from that. Because I don't know how the pipelines work to get hold of FFG and that sort of stuff. So, hey, FFG, hopefully you're well. All right, with that, I think we're just going to dive in and talk about what this deck is. This is a kind of a 2-card combo that's been around for a while. This came out alongside Silk, and it's something that I wanted to revisit. I didn't have the time to do it then because I feel like we got Silk maybe a bit late, but maybe that's not true. But it's a card that came in the Silk pre-con deck that I didn't play because I don't think it's really good unless you really build into it. And if there's any deck that can build into it, you can get nearly infinite damage from this card combo. So let's show what we're talking about. This is Gambit. 1 second. Gambit, I'll be saying a fair bit of the time. We have 1 thwart, 2 attack, 3 defense. We're going to be defending a lot of this deck. This is a perfect defense deck, and we can get our defense stat up to 5 naturally, which is a really cool thing with defensive conditioning. I think defensive conditioning is just such a sick card. I know we're going to be seeing one for all of the 3 major main activations. Whether we're going to see something for leadership, that's going to be a bit more interesting. But our ability, Charge the Card, says that as an action, we can place 1 charge counter here per turn. That is our once per turn ability. We're going to do our best to not forget it. I'm going to make it as a start of turn trigger just because there's no reason not to do it as a start of turn trigger. Our goal is to build as many of these counters as possible because these counters translate directly to damage. And now it's in 2 ways, as much as the second way is the only one that really matters here. Our second ability is we can throw the card, interrupt. When you play an attack event, you can remove up to 3 charge counters, and then that event deals +1 damage for each counter removed. Now, notably, the same way that any other damage increase card works, if your card does multiple instances of damage, for every charge counter, you basically increase every number on that card. So our card has we have a card in our kit, for instance, called Royal Flush. Oh, interesting. I don't know if my audio cut out. Hold on, I had the wrong window open, so it hit a transition instead. The Royal Flush, it says place 1 charge counter on here, deal 0, deal 0, deal 0. Obviously, those are pretty cursed numbers, but the big thing why this is doable is that when you spend 3 charge counters, this does now 3 for 9, split across multiple damage. It is worth keeping in mind that when it comes to this card specifically that says place one charge counter, that is slightly cursed because Gambit's text, I believe, is an interrupt. It says when you play an attack event. So it's not like a response. It has to happen before when the card is being played. So it's before the text fires. So the counter you get from Royal Flush cannot be used on Royal Flush itself, which is kind of weird, but that technically is the way that the timing works out on the card, the way it's printed. Okay, so we can get charge counters. We want to get a charge counter at least every turn. Sometimes we can get more. And the reason why is because our charge counter scales super linearly. This is the reason why it pays off. And this is Stop Hitting Yourself. This came in the Silk deck, and in the Silk Precon, I played this card 0% of the time when I drew it. It's a 2-cost event. It is an attack event as much as you play it as a response when defending. So it's something you play during the villain phase, usually. It says after you defend against an enemy attack and take no damage, deal damage to that enemy equal to your defense for that attack. Now, this card wasn't really stunning when it came out because the cool thing about this card, well, a lot of heroes have 3 defense. So when you block and take no damage, maybe you've increased your defense stat. You're generally blocking for somewhere between like 4 to 6 on heroes that want to do perfect block. Maybe you're doing 7. A 2 for 7 is actually quite good. That's for sure. A 2 for 4, not amazing. A 2 for 5, also not amazing. One of the big differences is that this happens during the villain phase. So if you're playing something like a Change of Fortune deck, that gets a bit better. But paying, 2 costs to do 5 damage isn't my favorite thing to be doing during the villain phase. And it's mostly to do with like a vibes timing of Marvel Champions. I love playing protection, and so this sort of card should like really speak to me. But there's something really like emotionally dissatisfying about spending your resources and your cards during the villain phase, specifically before you see the encounter card that comes up from the deck. Heaven forbid 2 encounter cards, because the encounter cards you need to deal with. If it's a side scheme, if it's a minion, you usually have to deal with that problem. And right now you're committing your resources, committing your damage output, committing your cards before you see the problems that come up ahead of you, which is a big reason why I don't love playing expensive cards during the villain phase unless it's in response to an encounter card, which there are very few cards that kind of make that Venn diagram make sense. So doing a 2 for 5 is like fine, it's on rate, but doing a 2 for 5 during the villain phase before you see your encounter card don't like it. But we're playing 3 of this because this card is absurd when it comes to cards like this. This is the only card in the game, if I'm not mistaken, that has infinite scaling when it comes to increasing your defense stat. We have 2 copies of the defense superpower. It costs nothing. It says when you defend against an attack, firstly place a charge counter on Gambit, and then for each charge counter on Gambit, you get +1 defense for that attack. You probably see where this is going. If we can get up to 12, 15, 20 charge counters, which is totally possible, and then we play natural agility, our defense goes up to 20, higher, because we get +3 on our base stat. Then when we play Stop Hitting Yourself, it technically still sees our boosted stat because all this defense boost lasts for the entirety of the attack, where Stop Hitting Yourself triggers, and then we retaliate or we functionally riposte for like 25 damage. This is sick, and it one-shots almost every villain in the game if you build around it. It sounds a bit boring, but it's a bit more exciting than I thought it'd been. I played a whole campaign of Expert Next Evolution. Today we're going to be starting actually on Morlock Siege and then getting to Juggernaut, who's a bit tougher. I do lose every once in a while to Juggernaut. Juggernaut's one of the tougher, I think, characters in the box. But the combo here is very easy. Natural Agility, boost your defense stat really heavily, and then Stop Hitting Yourself can one-shot the villain, which is really good fun. Now, we also can play other cards that do this. I've never played Expert Defense in a deck. I think this is one of the first protection cards that was printed outside of the core set. It's a 0 for +3 defense when you're defending. 0 cost cards that you play during the villain phase. I like those a lot better because you're not committing extra cards before, again, you see the problems that are coming up. And while this 0+3 is okay, it's not my favorite card to put in any deck, especially when there's a lot of cards in this game that have +2s that give you good abilities. Like I would much rather play 1 cost or pay 1 cost for a Desperate Defense that gives you +2 defense, which is usually what you need in a protection deck anyways. +3 seems like overkill, but that gives you some sort of kicker, whether it's stunning or doing damage back, removing threat. I just never played Expert Defense. But why is Expert's Defense in this deck? It's because it is technically 3 more damage on the Stop Hitting Yourself turn, and it's actually just quite playable on its own. Particularly in this deck where we have a lot of triggers for perfect defense, this is the easiest you can get towards quickly towards a perfect defense. We should have 3 of these. Oh yeah, there is. I pulled one out on accident. We have 3 Expert Defenses. All right, Not Today. This is the other card we're playing. This is the 1 for 2. Not Today got reprinted, I think, relatively recently in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. wave. This gives us +2 defense, and if we take no damage, which we should be taking no damage, our defense should probably be around 7 when we're playing this, 6 to 7. We remove 2 threat from a scheme. Cool thing about this is a scheme, not the main scheme, so you have a bit more flexibility. And the big thing about this deck is we have 1 thwart stat, so we appreciate having the extra reach when it comes to threat. But also, we're just trying to stay alive. We're just trying to keep the main scheme in check and then build up our counters and then go for that riposte, which blows up the villain in 1 shot. Now, you don't have to do that. It's probably a bad idea to do all your damage only with stop hitting yourself. So I do think you should probably still whittle the villain down. That's your best thing you can be doing. However, there are some games, specifically against Morlock Siege, where the villains have like 13 to 14 health. It's very possible that you actually defeat multiple villains in the same villain phase, which is really quite funny if you set it up right. So keep that in mind, that you can do all your damage in the whole deck through this sometimes, but you're still going to knock out minions, and you might as well just do some damage when you have some damage. We have 1 thwart strat. Our 2 attack stat is usually what we use, so we will chip away the villain. We don't have to one-shot. But that's the way that we buffer defense. It's really quite good. And Gambit naturally has some defense cards. I'm pretty sure the Gambit precon I struggled with, as much as I don't remember what was in it. But Gambit's precon really cares about blocking. So we have Gambit's Guild Armor, a 1-cost upgrade that says after Gambit defends from an attack and takes no damage, ready Gambit. That's incredible. That's basically you can defend twice per villain phase. When it comes to solo, that just gives you a bit more flexibility. When you're in multiplayer, you can just be a bit more of an altruistic player. But this is perfect. And a big reason why we like buffing our defense stat, because it makes defending entirely free. Then we're just playing all the other staples. Unflappable. If we defend and don't take damage, exhaust us to draw a card. We're playing 2 copies of Hard to Ignore, which I found out is just enough, especially with our Not Todays. After we defend and take no damage, we can remove a threat from the main scheme. And so that means we're removing at least 2 threat a turn, which, barring, scheming and side schemes, this makes us stay afloat when it comes to the main scheme by just blocking. And then this card, again, I think it's just so good. Firstly, it's not Armored Vest. Armored Vest is totally fine. All of the core set cards that boost your base stats, they all cost 2, besides defense. Defense is not valued that heavily in this game, and I kind of get it. It's a card that makes you not lose, as opposed to a card that inherently makes you win, the way that your attack stat and your thwart stat do. But +1 defense. And then we have defensive conditioning, which I've been so impressed by this card. This one's equally cheaper than all the other aggressions and justice versions of these, though that one's going to come out in the near future. But this gives us +3 hit points and +1 defense. So in theory, our base stat can go up to 5, and then we have other ways to boost it, technically near infinitely, and then we can return all that defense stat into direct damage, which is sick. Now, because we're a combo deck, we're actually very much a combo deck. A lot of our deck is built around making the combo as consistent as possible. So a lot of our choices when it comes to the allies and everything else is just about making that combo work. We're trying to stay afloat and then just pop off. And so we have all these cards that do that really well. Jogasta can grab a defense event from our discard pile. And very importantly, natural agility, of course, is a defense event, and we really want to do that. I guess it's worth shouting out that stop hitting yourself. While it's not a defense event, it's technically an attack. It is an attack. So even if you're blocking for 5, you can just use 3 counters on Gambit to make your attack stronger, and you can return fire for about 8 damage. Sometimes that's all you need in the last stretch, but notably it is an attack event, so you can't just make it do more damage, even on a turn where you haven't buffed your defense stat. So even without natural agility, if you do expert defense plus Gambit, you're generally doing about 11 damage for an attack event, which is pretty good, especially if it wins the game. We're playing Hope Summers, and we're going to have to take Hope Summers out of our deck at some point during this campaign, because you can't have both Hope Summers, because Hope Summers will show up naturally next evolution. A bit of a spoiler, but the plot really cares about her. When we play her, we can go grab a superpower card from our deck and discard pile and add it to your hand. It's only from your hand. From your deck, it's only from your deck, excuse me. When you play her from your hand, you can search your deck for a superpower and add it to your hand. So it's not from your discard pile, excuse me. That's really important because we only have 2 copies of our defense event, and our good defense event is a superpower. And then, of course, we have Brother Voodoo, which Brother Voodoo, when you play him, he thwarts for 4 before he leaves usually, which is really good. We don't really block with our allies because we're very good at blocking on our own. But then when you play Brother Voodoo, you search the top 5 cards of your deck for an event and add it to your hand. Voodoo was recently reprinted in the Civil War box. This card is around from the first wave. Brother Voodoo is very, very good. And we have some really strong events across Gambit, let alone the stuff that we need to do the massive amounts of damage. All right, some other staples. I honestly didn't have this in the deck for a bit. It's not the best in this deck, I'll be honest. Ready for a Fight is just the protection staple that came out last year. This means we can jump down to Alter Ego a bit more. It's not incredibly impactful, as much as we do have a good Alter Ego ability. I guess we haven't talked about it. But Remy LeBeau's ability says that we can exhaust Remy to do a thwart where we look at the top 2 cards in the counter deck. We can discard one of those cards, the other one goes back on top, and then we remove threat from a scheme equal to the number of boost icons on that card. This is really neat, as technically Remy is one of the characters that you could, in theory, envision a deck that you stay in alter ego all the time, because you have a way of thwarting an alter ego. Also, knowing the top of the deck is kind of important as well, because you can manage the boost that if you're an alter ego, that's what the villain will scheme against you with, which is a scary thing during solo. It also gives you information. If you start the turn on this side, I'll usually use Remy on turn 1 to see what the boost is, so I know if we can perfect block on turn 1 before our defense stat is buffed. Very, very flexible, very, very good. Again, with a 1 thwart stat on our hero side, this is usually about a 2 thwart stat. And it's one of those cool abilities that cares about encounter icons, or the boost icons, which scales better generally the higher difficulty you're playing to some small extent. But harder scenarios, let alone the expert encounter set, as much as there's only 3 cards, adds more cards with more boost icons. So it's a nice little scaling thing. Ready for a fight just allows us to jump down a bit more. It lets us recover. It's not super important. We're usually relatively healthy because we have good health and more health gain. And, well, we don't have good health. We have 9 health, but we have good health gain, a bit of health gain, but we have a good defense stat. All right, let's talk about the cards in our deck. Again, we have a pretty narrow idea of what we're trying to do here. 2 copies of Molecular Acceleration just generates 2 resources of 2 different types, which is fun. And when we spend this in hero mode, we can place a charge counter on Gambit. We have no cute way to replay this over and over again. We don't have Beast because we're not obviously playing leadership, but this card's really good because, again, we want to get as many charge counters as possible, and we are going to hoard them just a wee bit because we need them for a pop-off turn. Our unique is, of course, Mon Chéri is Rogue. So for Rogue, she's generally free. Her cost goes down for every charge counter we have. We generally do hoard our charge counters. So as long as we don't draw her in our opening hand, she usually comes down for 1, if not free, in the mid to late game. And she has toughness, which is honestly a bit awkward with this deck. It usually means we just get a thwart for 2 more and ignore the consequential, because we're not often blocking with allies when we're very good at blocking. Gambit Staff, a really cool card. The timing of this always throws me for a loop. It says when an enemy attacks, exhaust Gambit Staff. So that happens before any of the defense stuff or the attack actually goes through. And then you deal 1 damage to that enemy. This is really nice for knocking off toughness. It's really nice for getting minions low. And then when the villain attacks you, you can kind of like Gambit Staff into any other character. It doesn't have to be the thing that's attacking you. This does exhaust, which is a bummer. It'd be so much fun if it didn't exhaust and you can kind of retaliate against everything. But this card's really cool and you can build around it. Our deck doesn't really use it that well. All right, and these are the cards that they want you to spend your charge counters are, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to spend our charge counters unless we need to. I'll be honest, sometimes I've played this for 3 costs just to get a charge counter on certain board states. Super cursed. But yeah, this card does 3 to 3 to 3 if you use your charge counters. And like I said before, just watch out. The sentence on this that gets a charge counter, you're not allowed to use it for the Royal Flush itself because you have to spend the charge counters when you play the card. The timing is not probably what they intended it to be. Now, speaking of, this is my favorite one by a mile. Like, Royal Flush, I'm okay with. It's fine, I guess. But this is the one that's like incredibly good because it just solves any problem on just about any turn. The 2-cost event that does 4 damage to an enemy, which is okay. It's not amazing. But then for every charge counter we use, not only does it increase the damage, but it gives you these abilities. Ranged, which is fine against Retaliate. That's okay. 5 damage ranged. 6 damage ranged piercing. Absurdly good. Because this is not if you've used this many counters. If Gambit throw a card ability removed at least, so you actually do get all of them if you spend all of them. And then you can get Overkill, which is 7 damage piercing ranged Overkill for 2 is really, really, really quite good. Of course, the additional hidden cost is you use your charge counters and those are limited, but the way we play this deck, we're never struggling to use charge card when there's a 5 health toughness that shows up. So you just knock it out. This card is like my favorite card in terms of the attack events. Like Royal Flush, I Sleep, charged card, incredible. This is also a card that I like a lot. Creole Charmer. This is another reason why I don't think we actually need 2 copies for Ready for a Fight, maybe in the deck. But Creole Charmer, we can only play an alter ego. It's a thwart action. It removes 3 thwart from a scheme, and this is the only thwarting card we have in our entire deck, arguably besides the Thieves Guild and of course our alter ego. And it says if this removes the last threat from a scheme, confuse the villain. I love alter ego events. Well, no, I actually hate alter ego events, but I like alter ego events that allow us to jump down and do something that, especially do some confuse, because it means we can jump down and stay down. So any alter ego event that allows you the ability to flip back up or like get you outside of the scary part of being an alter ego when you shouldn't be an alter ego, this card's like way more playable than you think. Because especially when you play solo, it's very easy to find a side scheme, let alone get the main scheme down to 3 threat, and then just get the confuse for free. Hey, Jai, how's it going? Hey, Mr. Crash, just popping in before I head to sleep. Hopefully your weekend's been good. How's school? You're back in school now, right? Thanks for dropping in. This is the Thieves Guild. I don't care for it. It's okay. If you build into this alter ego thing, it's a bit better. This usually doesn't fire. We're not spending a lot of time in alter ego because we want to be blocking all the time. But this says after you use your Thief Extraordinary ability, so that's when we exhaust to look at the top two and discard a card to remove threat equal to its counters, or sorry, its boost icons on it. Then you can remove one more threat from a scheme. And then if that removes the last threat from that scheme, and it has to be the scheme that you remove the one threat on this from, which is actually kind of awkward. It doesn't work perfectly all the time. Then you can draw a card. Because if you remove something, if you full something that has too many counters and then or too many boost counters or boost icons, and the boost icons clear the scheme itself, and then you have to use the Thieves Guild on the side scheme and you don't clear the side scheme, you don't draw. This card is weird. As long as you're using your ability, or usually removes one threat and then sometimes it draws a card, but it's not incredibly consistent. Or hey, surprise, we're playing Nick Fury. We're also playing Professor X. Nick Fury is good, less good in this deck, honestly. I've been playing a whole bunch of decks where Nick Fury is not perfect on this channel recently, which actually makes me quite happy. Nick Fury is fine. We want to be drawing through our deck, and we do kind of have a bunch of these dead cards because we don't always want to play our events that do damage because we're doing something a bit more cheesy. But Nick draws through the deck, which is what you want because you are a bit of a combo deck. So you want to set up, you want to find all your upgrades, and then you want to increase your stats and then build those counters. So Nick is fine. Profx similarly allows us to jump down. Our deck doesn't have a lot of thwarting. And that's actually one of the best things about Nick and Profx is they thwart relatively heavily because we're bad at thwarting. We largely need all our allies to thwart because outside of our alter ego and Creole Charmer, which is also alter ego only, we don't actually have any thwarting in the kit. Then we're playing X-Jet, because it's the X-Jet, and we have no card that cares about any unique resource besides Ready for a Fight, but this generates a wild as long as you're in hero mode where you're an X-Men. And then we're playing Energy, Genius, and Strength. I do want to shout out these two cards, which were in the build for a while, and then unfortunately, and it really hurt me, I had to end up cutting these because they just didn't work out consistently enough. Change of Fortune seems like it would make a lot of sense in this deck, because not only do you have your like Gambit staff that's always like pinging someone for 1 damage, but you could probably play Riposte in the deck instead of Not Today, or maybe even Expert Defense, and then become like a true Change of Fortune deck. What I was also playing is Excelsior, and Excelsior says when you defend, spend a energy resource, which is why we also had the X-Jet around, to deal 2 damage to an enemy. And notably, the big thing about Excelsior is that it does not care that you're doing the damage to the thing that's attacking you. So when the villain attacks you, you can do technically 3 damage every turn with Excelsior on your staff to, say, a minion in play. And that should be super consistent to draw with Change of Fortune. What I found out, because this deck is like a bit of a combo deck that's like really focused on delivering the combo as quickly as it can, is that these cards didn't hit the table consistently enough. And then we were spending most of our resources setting up and blocking and doing all the other things that were kind of slowing us down. Like these were slowing us down from setting up. And the benefit you got from drawing 2 from Change of Fortune did not always catch up with the cost of playing and maintaining these cards. I think there are definitely some scenarios in this game, specifically scenarios with guard minions, because guard minions really goof up your whole thing because you can't do stop hitting yourself when there's guard minions, is that these are probably worth playing. I would give them a shot against something like Unis, who has a lot of like 3 health guard minions. There's like a lot of them in the deck. But these were just a bridge too far from my testing. I could not make these feel good. I think you could. I think what you do for this is make the deck less cheesy and take out like 2 copies of Expert Defense, maybe put in a Riposte instead of the 3rd Expert Defense, or a Powerful Punch, and build a deck that's a bit more well-rounded in terms of just being a defense deck that has a combo, as opposed to like specifically trying to combo off all the time. And that's the deck. And as I said before, I played this through an entire campaign of Next Evolution, and it was really quite fun. We managed to knock out, the best we had is we knocked out 2 of the Morlock villains, or not Morlock villains, I guess, the Marauder villains in the same villain phase, which is pretty wild. We'll talk about the setup in a second, but when you defeat one of them, the second one immediately activates against you, so you can like stop hitting yourself twice, which is good, as much as you're gonna have to rebuff your stats. But yeah, you can do some really wild stuff. I have done like 21, 22 damage in a single hit, knocking out a villain phase. It's really kind of neat, and it prioritizes setting up while also surviving, which is just interesting enough to not feel like you're just trying to like stay alive the whole time. I've enjoyed this more than I thought I would, for as cheesy as stop hitting yourself can be. Cool, we're gonna give this a shuffle. I feel like I've been out of breath and talking a bit too fast today, so I think we're gonna slow down a bit. Yeah, sorry, we started a bit late today. My partner had a lovely idea of actually like waking up a bit earlier and doing some groceries, like the big grocery run for the week. So we spent a lot of time like cleaning the kitchen and fixing stuff. So apologies, we started like half an hour later than we intended to. But it's okay. We got some good time this afternoon. It's not too busy of a weekend so far. I know some of the other weekends coming up will be a bit more busy. There's some Netrunner tournaments coming up, but I am doing my best, excuse me, to make sure that Sunday mornings will be available for the near future. On that note, too, if you want to watch some other card games this Thursday on the other channel I run called the Metropole Grid, my friend Pat is coming over, and on this table, we're going to be playing an old card game called Netrunner, but from 1996. It's a really interesting and aged card game with some really fun theme and art. So if you want to check out some old Cyberpunk from the 90s, do drop by on a Thursday night if you can. I'm really excited for that. I spent a lot of time this weekend, like getting all the art scanned in, like as this one is underneath my head, so that we can show everything. Because not only do I not know all the cards, but just about nobody who's watching will. All right, we are straight 40 cards. I do think for a deck like this, you want to be as consistent as possible and play the minimum, just because your card ordering does really matter. You need to get your cards in the right order. You want to find your guild armor as soon as possible. You want to get your defense stat up as soon as possible. And so anytime that really matters and your average card quality is lower than a specific card quality, you should play your 40s for sure. I do think on average, you see a lot of decks on Marvel Champions or on Marvel CDB where people do not play 40. And to those people, I say, hell yeah, I play 43 cards decks all the time. But yeah, there's certain decks where I think you feel it worse than others. And I imagine this is one of those. All right. We're doing Morlock Siege. This is the first scenario. It's not particularly difficult, I'll be honest, in this box, but it's a nice like warm up to show the combo in a pretty stress low environment. And then after this, we'll jump over the second scenario and go straight to the third scenario. As much as the second scenario here is actually like, I think really quite tough, and I could see us losing it somewhat, not inconsistently. So Knock Knock, this main scheme is not incredibly impactful. We're playing on expert mode, so we're using the B side of the Marauders, and we're using stock standard. So to show you everything we have here, Morlock Siege is a couple treacheries, a couple attachments and side schemes. Most of these cards will scale with the amount of enemies underneath routed. Military grade shows up only a couple times here, a bunch of attachments that kind of neuter the effect of our heroes. And then finally, Mutant Slayers, which has all the Marauders by name. They all show up as minions with 4 to 5 health, with generally they all have keywords like patrol, guard, retaliate. Those do matter. And they have all of these characters have text that say when they attack. You have to make a choice. And usually one of the options is not as bad as the other, but you have to always pick the right option, hopefully. Okay, so we're going to put a bunch of cards aside out of play. So it's 1 copy of Routed and 4 copies of the Morlocks. Again, we are now defending the Morlocks. They're being sieged. Knock Knock is the name here. And then for the final part of the scenario, we're going to be rescuing the Morlocks, and we have to keep them safe, which we're really good at doing as a defense deck. So all we have to do now is we have to shuffle the villains together. So this actually requires a pile. So we have to defeat 3 villains, and we're going to have a pile of cards here. We're not going to be able to look at them. And whenever we defeat the first villain, then the second villain reveals, and then the third villain. These villains, I don't know, on average, I think if you ask most people, I don't think they're all of the same difficulty. Some of them are a bit of a cakewalk. Some of them attack you for like 7 over and over and over again, which is kind of incredible. Some of them have next to no text, which is unfortunate, but we'll give this a shuffle. I need to kind of like not look at the camera because we shouldn't know the order. I'm just going to keep shuffling until I stop or I make a mess of things. So we're going to be doing Vertigo first. I think that's probably pretty good for us. So let me just set this up. Villain name, Vertigo. I don't know anything about these characters because I think this specifically comes from a comic line or a television line that missed me entirely. Villain named Vertigo, villain set health 12 on the B side. Again, that's not that hard to one shot. And then we'll do villain Vertigo B. All right. So Vertigo schemes for 3, attacks for 1 and a star. The star says that when she attacks you, either stun the character you control with the highest attack. If we stun ourselves, that means we can hit back for stop hitting yourself, so that's bad. Or she gets +2 attack. We're largely going to be attacked just by a 3 attack Vertigo over and over and over again. With 3 defense in the first couple turns, that might be bad. If we can keep an ally around and stun the ally, I think that should be fine for us. We usually use our allies for thwarting. We just need to get an ally on the table that at least has 2 attack, and we need to get the stun off every turn, in theory. Once we knock her off, we have to knock 2 more off, 2 more villains off, so we have some work to do. That's all this does, right? Cool. Knock knock. This one we just have to kind of survive. Once you understand that, it really changes how you interact with this main scheme. It comes in with 1 threat. It has 1 per turn, and 6 is not the biggest threshold, particularly for solo. However, if this completes, you don't lose the game. The question is how this completes. It completes either in the good way, which is you waiting, or the bad way, which is it advancing. And the difference is some tough counters on some characters that'll be coming in the near future. This is after resolving step 1, which is when you put 1 threat per player. You place a knock counter here. That's just a generic counter. It doesn't have any rules text. And if there are at least 3 knock counters, you immediately advance to stage 2A. That's really nice because we technically only have to keep this down for 2 rounds. Because on the 3rd round, as long as that's 4 or lower, it just goes to 5 and then immediately clears itself and advances. So we could, in theory, comfortably jump down to alter ego between turns 2 and 3 and not have to worry about that. So that's kind of cool. And that's mostly it. We just have routed, which is rules text largely. This environment just tells you what happens when you defeat a villain. Every time you defeat a villain, it gets tucked underneath here, and then all other villains get retaliate X, where X is the amount of villains underneath there. There's also a lot of encounter cards that care about how many villains, so the harder this gets, the later it gets, which is the scaling you'd expect. And after the villain is defeated, very importantly, you put it underneath here, the next villain shows up, and that villain activates against you, which means you'll get attacked twice in the same villain phase if you knock out one during the villain phase, and sometimes that's useful. You can also time it where like you defeat Vertigo, and then the next villain attacks you, and then you're set up to defeat that villain with a stop hitting yourself, and then the 3rd villain attacks you in the same turn, which is kind of wild. That's mostly it. I think we're ready to go. So let me just catch my breath, but I think we're in a good spot. We're gonna start in alter ego. Only 12 damage on Vertigo or 12 health. I think she's the lowest one. Let me just move my mouse. So I want to make sure everything is up and running. It is. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Let's just push this off to the side. Where can I put this that it's not gonna move? Okay, cool. Oh no, that's not good. Okay, let's do it. So we've already shuffled. I guess I should do this for the camera. I've already shuffled this deck. Our Nemesis, we're playing standard 1, not standard 3. I don't love standard 3 with Gambit because you have a pretty hard-hitting quick strike Nemesis. And if your Nemesis shows up because of a boost card during the villain activation, you just get attacked for 6. Like you get attacked twice out of nowhere. It's not particularly interesting. It's not particularly fun. So just about any villain Nemesis set, excuse me, that has quick strike, I try not to play standard 3. I just find it to be very frustrating. That's mostly it. It's like weird. I think one of the problems with Nemesis designs are a lot of the early Nemesises don't activate against you. They just die before they do anything because you generally draw them as an encounter card. And if that's the case, their text usually doesn't matter because a lot of them have text like when they attack, do this bad thing. But as long as you're able to clear the board every turn, which hopefully you are, particularly if you're playing on expert difficulty, they don't have text. But then once they show up with quick strike, then they interact with standard 3 way worse. So if you know, you know. If you've ever been hit like 17 by the copy of Nightcrawler's Nemesis, is a pain in the ass. Let's go. What are we mulliganing for? Our step 1 is to get up all our upgrades. We want to find our guild armor. We want to buff our defense stat by playing our 2 protection cards. And then from that point on, we just need to increase our counters, which again, we're going to try to remember to do it every turn. It's energy. Everyone loves energy. Oh, it's actually really hard to search energy up. Hold on, I have to do energy -X-Men. Yeah, okay, it's energies too. Not today. We don't keep defense cards because we're not going to keep it in our hands. So we never keep this. That's perfect, especially with the double. It's defensive conditioning. So we're going to be at 12 health, 4 defense already on turn 1. Nick Fury might complicate things. Playing Nick on turn 1 is also kind of fine. It's not the most important. It's more so to use cards from our hand that are not that great because Nick doesn't have that much threat to do. And we don't really have to do much that much damage to Vertigo. Brother Voodoo. I think I'd rather play Nick here, but Brother Voodoo is not bad. We have a charged card, which we're not going to play on turn 1, and that's 6 cards. So I think we're just going to mulligan this. Our deck has 4 more doubles, so it's very likely that we can find, or not very likely, it's somewhat likely we can find 2 more doubles, or 1 more double, excuse me, for Nick Fury to do the double. Like this one. So this one, we just need to make sure we're playing in hero mode, so that we start with 2 charge counters on turn 1. That's perfect. The not today we won't keep, so we'll send that off to Nick. And then we have the charge card, which also will be Nick fodder. Cool. All right. That's us. Our alter ego ability here, we probably use it, and it's just more so to manage the top of the villain's deck so we can make sure there's no bad boost icons coming up and we have an idea of how much Vertigo is going to attack us for, so that if we want to perfectly block, we could decide, or we have the information to perfectly block. The thing is, we have to do that here in alter ego. I'm pretty sure that we can use molecular for defensive in hero mode and just do 1, 2, 3, 4 for Nick and see what happens in alter ego before we exhaust ourselves. I think that's kind of fine. So we'll spend 4 for Nick. We'll do the thing we usually do with Nick, which is drawing 3 cards. We have Stop Hitting Yourself, which we want to track where these are because they're important, but we want to draw them late. We have the Gambit Staff, which is fine. We will play it. It's just not the most important card to get. And a Royal Flush, which is also kind of useful. Useless. Huge difference. So that's fine. And we have Nick on the table. I feel like I really need to slow down. I'm consistently saying the wrong words. I don't know why I'm nervous today. It's okay. We'll get through it. It's a Sunday. All right, we're going to use our alter ego ability, and we're going to exhaust to look at the top 2 of the deck. So we care about boost icons, not the star icons. So we see Riptide on the top, which is 1 boost icon, and we see an Assault, which is 0 icons. So like this is not incredible, but this is what like the midpoint of our Thief Extraordinary ability is. So we're going to discard Riptide, because I don't know if we want this, but it will be a boost card. Remove 1 threat here, and then Assault goes on top of the deck, which means that Vertigo is going to attack us with a 0 boost, which that's nice. That's good information, let alone now we know where an Assault is. We'll flip up. In hero mode, our start of turn ability, we need to remember this every turn. We're going to charge. We can do that once per turn. We might as well do it immediately. There's no punishment for having charge counters, I don't believe. So we're just going to try and hit that button. Anytime I forget to hit the charge button, please yell at me. It's super important we charge max. Speaking of charge maxed, molecular acceleration. So we'll create another charge counter and we'll play defensive conditioning. I'm just going to park it here behind our hero because it doesn't really do anything. And we're going to get 3 more health. So we're at 12 health. 3 cards here. We're going to slightly waste them. So I'm going to play Royal Flush for Gambit Staff. This just means that when the villain attacks, we can do 1 damage back. So we are committing to the idea of not one-shotting Vertigo at least. We will work her down. Stop hitting yourself. In theory, next turn, we know we can perfectly block. And stop hitting yourself is 2 for 3 damage. Or sorry, for 4 damage, because we have 4 defense. And this is what I mean. I don't love doing 2 for 4. That's below curve. Let alone doing it to the villain during the villain phase. Not my favorite. And I'm just not going to keep this. This is what you have to like watch out. I don't love this, especially because we don't know what's coming up. If we knew what our encounter card that we're drawing is, this might be a bit more palatable, but we're at the first cycle of our deck. We're spending most of our resources setting up, not doing 2 for 4 damage. Hey, Tony. Hey, love Gambit in comics. I've not seen him in Champions. He's really weird. Like, I only knew Gambit so much from what I've read from the minor amount of comics and the minor amount of like cartoons I saw as a kid. But the way he plays in this game is like protection heavy. Like his precon is protection. He has a lot of very good protection cards. And I don't think of Gambit as a protector in general when I think of him. So it's kind of weird. I also think maybe it's worth saying, I think there was a very obvious guess that Gambit would be able to like literally throw cards for damage, which he can't do. It's kind of weird. He like charges counters and then his cards do more damage, which is what he does. For my understanding is his ability is to not produce magical cards, but to make anything that he touches have a high amount of energy. And so he just chooses to throw cards. Regardless, the card throwing character does not literally throw cards, which is a bit silly. Hey, I exist and I'm now watching live for once. Omnicrom, how's it going? Your encounter card is going to be advance? Maybe. It's fine. It's honestly fine if it is. If it is, it's okay. She schemes for 3. It might be bad, but I think we'll be all right. We'll do Nick for 2. Villain's down to 10. We're exhausted. We'll pass. We'll ready. We'll drop. We need to remember this armor. This staff is like perfectly behind the microphone, so we'll see if we remember it every time. All right, ready for a fight. Not my favorite in the deck. It's okay. Hard to Ignore. That's a great setup card. We want to play Hard to Ignore. This is where we drew Expert Defense, and we know exactly we're going to be attacked for how much we're going to be attacked for, so we don't need to play this. But if you ever want to just like technically heal 3 for 0 if it matters, and it usually doesn't. Royal Flush, not great. And then Creole Charmer. So it looks like we're going to jump down to Alter Ego, and probably Creole Charmer will fix all our problems. And that means we can be drawing 6 cards. So that's okay. Knock Knock gets 1 threat and then gets 1 knock counter. I'm going to choose to use green because it is a green scheme. Once this hits 3, we advance. So in 2 turns, there's no other ways to get or lose knock counters. The villain gonna attack against us. So Vertigo's gonna be attacking for either 1 or 3. For us, it doesn't really matter. We technically can block with Nick Fury here. We have no card in our hand that cares about perfect blocking, so we won't. When she attacks, we have to decide. It's a force interrupt, so it happens before this interrupt. It says when Vertigo attacks, you and an ally choose to stun the character you control or give her +2 attack. I'm just gonna say she has 3 attack. We're gonna block with Nick. But this is where the Gambit Staff kicks in. Gambit Staff, and we're just gonna exhaust this to deal 1 damage to an enemy. Oh, it's that enemy. Wait, I was wrong about this. This is deal 1 damage to that enemy. So you can't redirect this. This is who is attacking you. So what I said earlier was totally wrong. Excelsior works like this, but this actually has to return fire on the thing that attacks you. I wonder if I've ever played that wrong. I probably have. So Vertigo attacks for 3. We do 1 damage to Vertigo. And then Nick Fury succumbs to 3 damage. In theory, actually, we can make it so Vertigo attacks for 1 and we just stun Nick Fury. I think that's strictly better in case there's something that cares about minions. So for instance, Vertigo says, Either stun the character you control the highest attack. So I guess we'll stun Nick, which means she actually only attacks Nick for 1. This just means if we have anything that we draw from the counter deck that does indirect damage, this is slightly better. Counter card, Vertigo. Now you can't have 2 Vertigos because of problems. So whenever you draw a character that matches, you just discard them and draw a different card. Bolstered by Wrath. Hey, Wrath. All right, so attached to the villain, +1/+1. Exhaust a character you control as a hero action and spend X resources, where X is the number of villains underrouted. Currently it's 0. A whole bunch of the cards care about the number of villains underrouted. We need to get 3 underneath there. As soon as we get 3, we win. However, every time we put a villain underneath there, the villain gets retaliate equal to that number. All right, Nick is now just discarded. Gambit's power is, and he can charge objects with kinetic energy, which usually causes them to explode. The reason he throws cards is style. Gambit being protection is, I think, less about him being a protector and more that he's just really agile and slippery and hard to pin down. I mean, that makes sense with the natural agility thing, but also like maybe they're honest about that because he only has 9 health, and 9 health for like a 3 defense character is, I don't think, incredibly common. So it's more about him getting out of the way than actually like tanking the hits. I think we've found out like Luke Cage is one of the upcoming heroes, and Luke Cage shows up usually as a defender card, protection card, and literally a defender. But I think we've been told that Luke Cage will be a leadership card because Luke Cage is also the mayor in the modern comic line. I am pretty sure that Luke Cage's shtick is going to be about giving toughness maybe to allies. I feel like it's been a minute since ally toughness has been looked at, but I have no doubt like Luke Cage will care about toughness in some way, and maybe ally toughness will be the way that like the mayor bolsters the folks. All right, start a turn. We have to remember to do that. So we're at 3 charge counters, so that's good. We can play 2 resources for Creole Charmer. That leaves us with just playing Heart Ignore. Heart Ignore is not amazing when we're jumping down because now we're losing value off of it. We can exhaust ourselves to get rid of Bolstered by Wrath. We might as well do it now, but it might also not matter because the villain's not going to last that much longer. I think that's what we do. So we're going to pay 1 for Heart Ignore. We have 2 of these. We're going to be blocking just about every turn in the near future, so we can remove threat from the main scheme, which is great. We will exhaust ourselves. So Bolstered by Wrath, we have to exhaust ourselves and spend 0 resources, so that's easy. We will now flip down. We're not going to use our alter ego ability because we're exhausted, but instead we're going to spend 2 on Creole Charmer, which just removes 3 threat from a scheme. And if it removes the last threat, we confuse the villain. So it's a bit overkill. Now, technically, we don't have to worry about threat at all because next turn, this will clear as long as it's sub 5, which it should be sub 5. And we'll just drop. We're still looking for our armor. Nice. We want to be in hero mode for that. X-Jet, that's a really good setup. We want to get that out of the way. It is expensive. It's our only resource generator in the whole deck. The deck is actually really low on resource generators. Oh, that's so good. I was not sure whether we should be playing X-Gene, but at the end of the day, like we almost never play our actual hero events. So I don't know if we need another resource generator in this deck. Like maybe you can just play Helicarrier and call it a day. But like we generally don't play a lot of charge cards or royal flushes. So X-Gene didn't seem amazing. This card's the best. Gambit's Guild Armor. Now, every turn, if we block and take no damage, which hopefully we do that, we ready ourselves. Jocasta, which can grab back. I think we have a natural agility in the bin yet. Oh, no, I don't think we've seen one. So we can just go grab a not today or even expert defense. Professor X, we're probably not going to play as much as we often play Professor X. There won't be a lot of threat to deal with. And we don't care about confuse too much. And stop hitting yourself. That's the second one. We can keep track of that. I'm not good at there's these cards that you can only play in alter ego that have 2 charges on them. And in alter ego, you can exhaust the card to shuffle an event of protection back into your deck. I think that's another card I tested in this deck to put the stop hitting yourselves back in the deck. I don't know if it's totally necessary, but I think if you're jumping out to alter ego enough, it might be worth something just to manage the bottom of your deck to set the combo up consistently. All right, this goes to 1. Knock, knock. This goes to 2. Vertigo does not scheme for 3, which is a big number, but instead, oh, guild business. That's a good time to draw that. This is our obligation. So give to Remy, exhaust Remy, and spend an energy resource to remove guild business from the game. Otherwise, we have a hazard icon. That seems kind of perfect. So next turn, we can just totally ignore this. In theory, we can stay down in alter ego because we don't really care about the villain scheming as much as no, she does scheme for 3. I'm a terrible deck builder, which is part of why I like your content so much. Thank you. On that note, I struggled fighting Thanos with Drax, so I made a leadership sacrifice Drac deck that was a blast. Oh, very cool. I don't think I've ever played Drax on anything besides protection, just because I like taunt so much. But let me tell you, playing against Thanos, like that is an uphill fight. Thanos, you need to close the game relatively quickly because the amount of tempo Thanos gets every second attack or 1.5 attacks because of the stones is kind of insurmountable. Over a long enough period of time, something bad will happen to you. You'll just be caught with the wrong stone at the wrong time. I think leadership is probably a bit better at closing the game quickly than protection. So I think that makes a lot of sense, especially because the sort of like throw your allies at them gives you big boost damage and boost healing. And I think that works out well for you. So like I struggle with Thanos all the time, I'll be honest. I'm excited about Luke Cage. Luke Cage has been a consistent team leader for a long time and his superpower is being super strong and tough. So I imagine he does do some tough stuff. Yeah, he has to do some tough stuff. Like I think so many cards he shows up has tough, like what's it called? Preservation. No, that's not a card. Preservation. What's the one that when you jump up, you get a toughness? It's like when you change forms, protection, pay 1, get a toughness. I think one of the art has him on it. The other art has what's it called on it? Has Wolverine on it. There's also that other Luke Cage card that's like when you block or take damage, remove threat equal to your thwart stat, which is just so hard for any card. Perseverance. Why can't I say this word now? Perseverance. That's why I can't do it. I probably spelt it wrong. I can't find it, so I must have spelt it wrong, which is no surprise because I say the word wrong all the time. There's the toughness one too, which is kind of nice. Okay. We want to exhaust ourselves to get rid of guild business. Like, might as well get rid of this. I haven't checked if we have an energy. We do. Unfortunately, it's the X-Jet. I kind of hate that, I'll be honest. We could get rid of molecular acceleration, but I honestly, then we're wasting 2 resources on an expensive hand. Unfortunately, we have to get rid of the X-Jet here. We have no way of drawing cards. So that's the only energy we can get rid of. So exhaust Remy Lebeau, and we'll remove this from the game. So that's out. Luke Cage just said tough. Yeah, OG Luke Cage just said tough. And basic card that makes you tough has Luke Cage on it. Yeah, the 3-cost one has Luke Cage on it. But I'm convinced there's another one. It's a 1-cost protection card that gives you tough when you change forms. Came around Ant-Man kind of era. All right, we'll flip up. We'll charge because we need to remember to charge. So I think here we just play an ally and then we play our guild armor, which is perfect. So we're going to do molecular, which generates 1. We're going to do stop hitting yourself for Jocasta. So Jocasta allows us to grab a defense event and attach it to Jocasta, and you can play it as if you're in your hand. I think this is another series of cards where we have one for protection. We have one for leadership. I don't think we have one for justice. Maybe we do. We don't have one for aggression. But having a card like this that searches your bin for an attack that attaches to it, we haven't seen yet. So in terms of defense cards we can add, we haven't seen any of our natural agilities, but we have a cheap expert defense, and we have a slightly more expensive not today. I honestly am going to go for the expert defense, and that's because threat is not going to be a problem for the next couple turns, and this is just a free card, so I'll just attach it to her. It's like it's in our hand. Then we'll play the prof, or pitch the prof for the Gambit's guild armor. This thing's so important, it means we'll be blocking for free, hopefully every turn. Jocasta won't do anything. We could probably attack for 1, but I don't think it's super important. We'll generally use our allies for thwarting, and we'll pass. Perseverance is Daredevil. I looked it up on Hall of Heroes. Hold on. I don't know the name of the card. I'm going to stand up to get my binder between the games, but there's definitely a card I'm thinking of. Maybe it is Daredevil. No, isn't Daredevil on the one that does 4 damage when you flip form? We'll draw it. Unflappable, fantastic. Not today. Unflappable, we really want to get down. That's our engine for perfect blocking. Hard to ignore, talk about our engine for perfect blocking. We have a ready for fight, which is fine again. Maybe this card just shouldn't be in the deck. It's hard not to play it. And a natural agility. So unfortunately, we don't have access to our, what's it called? To our stop hitting yourself. But this turn, if we drew a stop hitting ourselves, vertigo and attack, natural agility makes us block for 10. And then we can play stop hitting yourself and we would one-shot vertigo. Well, not so much one-shot because we did a bit of damage. But this hand, if we drew, it's perfect that you can do stop hitting yourself. It's also really funny the turns that you perfectly block and then with unflappable, draw stop hitting yourself, which you can still play in that window if I'm not mistaken. All right, this advances. So again, the first scheme, you just kind of have to wait out. So this goes to 2, but it doesn't really matter because this goes, oops, sorry, wrong thing. This goes to 3. And when this goes to 3, we advance. We will never see the knock counters again in the history of Marvel Champions. Long live the knock counters. Mutant Massacre. Okay, well, the tone shifted pretty heavily. Each player puts 1 set-aside Morlock ally into play. 2, if you're playing single player. Shuffle the High Treachery into the counter deck. And if this stage was advanced, or the previous stage, more accurately, was advanced by knock counters, each of those Morlock allies get a tough status card. So that's a big difference. You could advance on turn 1. It's not the worst. Hide, we'll shuffle that into the deck. and we get 2 of these Morlocks, which we have to keep alive. If they both die, we lose the game. So they are relatively hardy though, which is nice. Not only do they have 5 health, they do thwart an attack for 1, which is sometimes you use that. There is benefits for keeping them both alive when you play in the campaign mode, and I don't love the campaign mode for Next Evolution. It's okay. It's not my favorite. But when an enemy attacks us, it has to attack one of these Morlocks, which because they both have toughness, we just bought ourselves so many extra free activations that in theory this turn we don't have to do anything. We don't have to block, which we might not because all we're getting is hard to ignore to fire this turn. But like it's free. We might as well, particularly with Guild Armor if we don't think it's a big boost. We flip this over. This is the last scheme, Mutant Massacre. So if this one completes, we do lose the game. As an action, we can exhaust a Morlock to shuffle Hide from the counter deck back into the discard pile. This card has Surge, but when it shows up either as a boost card or as a counter card, it gives one of your Morlocks a Tough, so you can always exhaust them to get a Tough back in the conversation. If there are 3 villains interrouted, we win, which was the same text on the last side scheme, or sorry, main scheme. But if this is completed or there are no Morlocks in play, we lose the game. And 8 is okay. That's a reasonable threshold, as much as Vertigo does scheme for 3. All right, starts with nothing, 1 per turn. And now it's Vertigo's time to attack us. So either we have to stun ourselves or we give her 3 attack. She's going to get a boost card. No matter what, we're going to Gambit staff her, so she takes 1. The question is, how much do we block for? We have this many cards left. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there is 1 copy of Natural Agility in here, and there's 1 copy of Stop Hitting Yourself. She's on 8, which means like I think we can just kind of advance her naturally, and then when the next villain comes up, we can blow them up in a single hit. If that's the case, though, we want to draw the last Stop Hitting Yourself, and that's how we're going to combo off. We might keep the expert defense for that, but it gives us +3 defense, which is not super necessary considering we'll have like 8 charge counters by then. What's your favorite campaign? Hard question. It depends what you mean by favorite campaign. Favorite campaign in terms of campaign rules is probably Sinister Motives. The campaign structure of Sinister Motives is really cool, where you get downsides, you get benefits, and there's this XP structure that forces you or encourages you to do things that you might not normally do, like make sure there's no minions in play or side schemes or do the game quicker, stuff like that. I think that's my favorite campaign mode because it's interesting. My favorite campaign in terms of like a box, it's either okay. Like this means so many different things. I think Age of Apocalypse is the best 5 scenarios in a row, but it does have the worst campaign mechanics, where I would just play it as a campaign with no campaign rules. If you want to play 5 villains in a row, oh my god, Age of Apocalypse is maybe the best. I'm a huge fan of Rise of the Red Skull. Its campaign mechanics are just simple. They're very, very good. You just kind of linearly get stronger. I like that campaign a lot. And then, yeah, Sinister Motives also is a very good 5 scenarios in a row. So it's a mixture of those 3. Next Evolution, I'm warming up more on the more I play it. I played a lot of it. I haven't liked it compared to some of the other stuff. Sorry. It's like in my top 5, which like there's only so many boxes. But it's like never been the one I always reach for. I've been reaching for it more lately now. Mutant Genesis. Oh my god, I forgot about Mutant Genesis. Yeah, Mutant Genesis is also very, very good. Mutant Genesis's campaign mode is very, very good too. One of the problems I have with some of the later campaign modes, like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. also, I really do not like the campaign mode in it, is that the thing that you're doing that makes it campaign interesting is the same thing on every single scenario. The cool thing about like Sinister Motives to some extent, but very cool thing about Mutant Genesis, Matafra, how's it going by the way, is that the thing that you're doing every single scenario that's campaign specific is different, and it's causing ongoing effects and benefits to yourself as well. It's very, very, very good. The campaign rules to Mutant Genesis are probably the smoothest and most interesting. Yeah. It's a hard question to answer. It really is. Because every box does something a bit better than others. But there's certain ones where like I just do not touch the campaign. I don't touch the campaign on Next Evolution, like the campaign rules anymore. It's not the worst. Age of Apocalypse, definitely don't touch the campaign rules. And then Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., I also definitely don't touch the campaign rules. But I still play them as campaigns. Sorry, we were meant to be blocking here. So we were deciding whether we want to play this expert defense or not. We have 1 more natural agility in our deck, so I think we just play this natural agility to get counters. I think it's just that simple. It's a shame that Jocasta didn't grab this, but we're just going to defend here. So when you defend, place a charge counter. And now we're technically defending for a lot. We're defending for 10. So we shouldn't take damage here. She's attacking for 3. We'll give her +2 attack. Assault. Wow. So 3 damage. Our triggers, we have Gambit Skilled Armor. We defended and didn't take damage. So we ready? And then we'll hard to ignore, which we won't because it doesn't do anything. So we won't use that. Cool. Technically, she's attacking our Morlocks, but we are always allowed to block it for it. By any means. Okay, we have a bit of threat work to do this turn. It honestly might have been right to just take the damage to the Morlock, because as soon as the Morlock loses toughness, then we can start using them to thwart. Oh, that's really funny. Because otherwise they lose the toughness to thwart because of the consequential, which is not a good use of toughness. This just gets, there's a lot of cards like this that get +1 something based off of how many cards underrouted. There's currently none. So this is why we keep Jocasta around. Start a turn trigger. We're going to use our Tunic to get a counter here. So Gambit, we're now on 7 counters, which is where we want to be. Okay, this hand. I think we're just going to play hard to ignore, unflappable, not very sexy. It is what it is. And then we're going to thwart this down and we'll just keep building. So we'll play another hard to ignore. We'll play the X-Men version of unflappable. And now every turn, we're doing really quite well. We might be able to do the combo next turn if we get very lucky. But that's a good start. We'll thwart for 1. Jocasta will thwart for 2, taking 2 consequential, clearing this. And that's it. Sometimes our turns are just that simple and we'll pass. We can always take a turn off from blocking. Hard to ignore. We want a bit of threat on there. We'll always at least have 1. But Hayes Rogue, she's free. Expert defense. So Rogue is our ally. She is entirely free. Notably, these Morlocks don't count for our ally limit. Second expert defense. This card is whatever. We don't need it anymore, but it's 3 more damage on the stop hitting yourself turn. The Thieves Guild. We're just drawing all the cards we don't care about. Armored Vest. Okay, we'll take it. +1 more defense, 5 defense. These villains do hit kind of hard. And oh, sorry, we're not meant to draw a 6th card. We'll shuffle that. It was a Creole Charmer. My issue with the next evolution from my experience is by Strife putting in you in a Mega Man 5-style clock scenario timer. It throws a lot of people off in Sour's experience at the end of the box. It's scary when it happens, because when you fight against Strife, it's been a moment, but you have to just like do this main scheme. And there's this, you add extra like 6 threat on it or something. I forget. I feel like it was the same with Mr. Sinister, that it puts a side scheme in with Crisis that has a lot of threat on it. But like, I feel like every time I played Next Evolution, or at least once I played it a bunch, I was making the same decisions every turn. I also think some of the Marauder minions you add to the scenarios help you cheese some of these, but it depends on the order if they're in the deck before setup or not. I don't know. It's been a minute. It wasn't my favorite. Mutant Massacre. Just 1 threat. Villain is now attacking. We can either be attacked for 3. Here, Unflappable draws a card. This hand is totally fine. I don't think we have to do anything here. Blocking is free though. So like, I think we should block. I don't know what we could draw that will make us use an expert defense. So we're going to defend for 4. And then we're just going to play an expert defense to defend for 7. This is overkill, but we can't really use our hand in any way. Most of these cards are nearly free. So we are currently defending for 7. We will be drawing a card, so it should be fine. Vertigo will just make her attack for 3 and a card. So the worst she can do is 7 damage. She does 6 damage. Mind you, we have to do the staff first. Forgot to ready it. So Vertigo takes 1. Then we'll do all other things. Our armor readies us. Unflappable draws a card. We drew a stop hitting yourself. Oh, I'm so glad we played the defense card. And then hard to ignore will remove 1 threat. Now, if I'm not mistaken, we're still in this window that we can play stop hitting yourself, because it says after you defend against an attack, which is the same trigger as all these cards. So now we can do 1, 2 for stop hitting yourself. And our defense is 4. Plus this extra defense is still affecting this ability. So now we can defend for 7. So that's kind of perfect. This is our last expert defense though. So we're going to have to cycle our deck. But after you defend against an enemy and take no damage, deal damage to enemy equal to your defense stat, which is 7. So Vertigo, just take 7. And Vertigo gets blown up. So now we have to do a couple things, but that is a nice 1-shot. Again, you can play Change of Fortune if you want. She gets tucked underneath here. So we have 1 villain there. I'll mark that with this purple die. The other villains get retaliate, and then we reveal Riptide, and Riptide will activate against us right away. Villain name Riptide. 12 villain Riptide B. All right, so Riptide is going to activate against us immediately. I don't think her defense stat is still buffed for this. Like, I don't know what happens when an attack happens in the middle of an attack. Because in theory, we were still in the middle of resolving the attack. And by the middle, I mean the end. But we're in the end of resolving the attack. But now we resolve this villain. So I'm not sure if this game has like a nested structure where now this villain is attacking us and our defense stat is higher. My guess is I don't think so, on the basis that that it is a separate attack. So most of these cards say for this attack. But regardless, this is Riptide. 12 health. When Riptide attacks you or an ally you control, either place 3 threat on the main scheme and 1 on each side scheme. That's pretty bad. Or +2 attack gets ranged and piercing. Oh, piercing is a nightmare because I was going to block with the Morlocks. So I don't think we can block with the Morlocks anymore. But Riptide is actually a huge threat to Morlocks. I think he's the only character that has piercing. We could also just throw Jocasta in the way, which is fine. She's not doing anything. I think we will throw Jocasta in the way so we can at least be ready in case there's honestly, I don't know. We have Rogue coming up. Oh, we actually can't even play our Armored Vest this turn. We're out of resources. Bummer. Honestly, we might, because he has piercing, we might just play the Armored Vest and not play Rogue, which is really funny. We can defend for 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jocasta, if we jump down, we'll get out of the way. We don't have a confuse here. We're definitely going to give him 4 attack, ranged and piercing. If we don't take damage on the block, it's not the end of the world. Like, we don't have to perfect block anything. So I think we could just do it. Yeah, I think we'll just do it. We'll defend. We will play this extra defense. So we're defending for 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It says text. Seek the weak. It says if this is an attack against overkill. All right. So we take no damage. We have nothing to fire here. We can't ready ourselves. 1 encounter card. Oh. I think we're getting attacked again. The villain attacks you. If there's at least one character under routed, this gets overkill. So this is bad. So Riptide's attacking us again with overkill. So now we can decide to put 3 threat on the main scheme, which technically was only 2 threat if we did that. But we can't block with ourselves anymore. So we're probably going to block with Jocasta because this has ranged and piercing and overkill. So I think Jocasta just takes it. But if Jocasta takes it, we just heal 1 damage. That's useless. So I think we're going to put 3 threat on the main scheme now. And so Riptide's going to attack for 2 with overkill. We're just going to take it to the face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow. Great grow. Okay. So we're going to take 5. That's fine. Jocasta can clear this. And that should be good enough. Making things cost extra is a really unfun mechanic. And there's a reason why folks just ignore Strife, as he isn't hard, just annoying, especially when playing heroic mode. So I haven't messed with heroic a lot, but I actually really have been enjoying Strife more now than lately. And it's more about like hand management. But my last couple games have been against Strife have actually been kind of fire. Why does he have piercing if you add threat? Oh my god, yeah, you're right. If we add threat, he can just not have piercing. Yeah. Flip, how's it going? I forgot which parts were attached or which weren't. So if we add threat, he doesn't have piercing, so we might as well block with a Morlock. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, okay, let's undo that. You're right. That should have been very obvious. So we're not going to take 5 damage. But the 5 damage is going to go into this Morlock, middle Morlock, who no longer has piercing. Yeah, that was way better. And now we can use the Morlock to thwart as well. Yeah, I don't know what we were thinking. Good morning. How you doing? All right. And mind you, the Morlock doesn't have the exhaust to block because the Morlocks always get attacked. So we're defending to stop the Morlock. The natural course of things, the Morlock just gets hit. All right. So we're going to deck out this turn, I think. We have Rogue, who is free, which, like, I don't know. Armored Vest, on the other hand. Ooh, start a turn. We'll charge. We have, I think, 1 more charge counter card in our deck. I think we have a charge card in our deck. Maybe we don't. We'll use Jocasta to thwart too. We could hop down there and just say Riptide can thwart. Like we can bring this down to 0 and say Riptide thwart. We don't care. I'm a bit scared because we haven't seen any copies of Advance. I don't know if the Morlocks have, or sorry, the Marauders have cards that say they scheme. I think they only have cards that say they attack, but I might be wrong. So we could jump down and then see the boost card. That kind of helps. If there's 2 big boosts, we're in a bad spot. And then we can hold on to Armored Vest or Rogue. I think standing up is what we want to do. We draw 1 fewer card. This is what I mean. It's like jumping down seems bad because all of our value is by staying up. The only reason why jumping down is good is when you play ready for a fight, where jumping down is not actually jumping down because then you immediately get attacked again. And I think that's the one benefit of ready for a fight is that like we have good reasons or good ability to jump down, but jumping down actually shuts off most of our value engine. So I don't think we want to. I mean, I'll just play her. It's fine. She's free. So she has toughness. So we have to watch out with the piercing. So she might just take a damage. Actually, no. Yeah, with piercing, it's bad. I'm just going to use her to play Armored Vest. I don't care. It's Armored Vest. Just like the simplest card. We now have 5 defense, which really does matter. Let's be honest. We will go ahead and thwart for 1. The Morlocks will stay and we'll pass. So we're not going to deck out this round. So I do think we have 1 more natural agility. We could consider holding on to it. So genius. There's the charge card. The Creole Charmer means we can get some confused when we jump down, which is nice. Hope Summers. The thing about Creole Charmer we have to watch out for is that it has to remove the threat. So there are some board states in which you choose not to use Hard to Ignore, because if there's no threat on the main scheme, we can't get the confuse, which is kind of funny. And then we have a strength. So this hand is weird. It's weird. Oh, that's not the right strength, but sometimes that's the one you have. I think the last card in our deck is a natural agility. Yeah. Interesting. It won't hit the cycle. All right, this goes to 1. Riptide's going to attack us. We decide. First, we'll go ahead and use Gambit Staff. Notably, Gambit Staff is not an attack, so you don't do retaliate, so the villain will take 1. So either Riptide, we put 3 threat here, which means 2 Heart Ignores, but if we're not blocking, so I think we just let the villain attack us for 4, and then we block. We have no way to increase our block, and then we'll be exhausted if we don't perfect block. So unless it's low boost, actually kind of tricky. These things hit hard. They hit really hard. If we had the natural agility in our hand, if it wasn't the bottom card, this would be such an easy turn. Unfortunately, it's a bit harder. So we can block for 5 off of a 4. We can make this go to 3. I think we just make this go up. So we're going to place 3 threat here, because we're immediately going to clear 2 threat. So Riptide is now attacking for 2 and a card. We will defend for 5. 2. 3 is the boost. We took no damage, so we ready. We draw, which decks us out, which I'm okay decking out. These cards are not super important. So we draw this. So we deck out. Do we deck out to draw another encounter card here? Is the extra encounter card in our hand actually going to help? We can spend 1 for Creole Charmer, 2, 3. Yeah, it kind of helps. So let's play Hope. Not my favorite. Then we'll do 2 Heart Ignores to bring this down. Throwing his love away for another jacket for Shame Gambit, but it's such a good jacket. We're protecting her from Riptide, okay? It's a bit different. Yo, Andy, how's it going? Good morning. Gambit, been playing him a bunch lately, super fun. I was looking at my stats and was so surprised how bad my Gambit stats were. And I looked at it and it was almost all because I was trying to play the precon and just getting boxed. I don't remember the precon being particularly bad. But it was a sort of campaign where I think I had to jump from expert down to standard against Thanos after like losing 4 times in a row. But we're playing a stop hitting yourself deck to do massive damage. So far we've done 7, but as time goes on, that number only gets bigger. Like we should be able to, if we set things up right, double shot, 1 shot Riptide and then immediately 1 shot the next villain. Okay, that's that. Draw 2 encounter cards. Blockbuster, okay. These are annoying because they have guard, and with guard, you cannot stop hitting yourself. 5 health. Their text won't matter because we're just going to charge the card right through him, but technically when Blockbuster attacks, something happens. Bound by business. Bound by blood, bound by business. Discard cards from the top of the counter deck until a Marauder is put in play. Put that minion into play. They don't have 1 revealed text. Oh, we lost Hide. That's good to keep in mind. We haven't seen a lot of minions. I'm assuming we'd find one sooner than later. Sooner than later. Okay, we have Arclight. The art on this one, I like a lot, but it's like very different than all the other ones. Very anime-esque. So Retaliate 1, 5 health. And then Force Interrupt when Arclight attacks you. Either give her +2 attack or confuse a character. This Hide, we're going to shuffle back into the deck probably this round. So I'm just going to leave it on the top of the counter discard pile. In theory, it shouldn't be there. I played Standard against Thanos and went back to Expert after. Did you say it backwards? Because I definitely do the backwards version. I never played anyone's precon except Falcon. I bought everything disassembled and played heroes from scratch. This deck I'm playing is basically an optimized precon. Oh, neat. Yeah. I really enjoy playing the precons. I think it shows you a bit about like what Fantasy Flight Games thinks about the hero, as much as like the precons have to do a lot of weird things because the way precons work. Start a turn. Viandal's Spring Tunic. But yeah, I actually really enjoy exploring the precons. Just build a deck that was curious what this precon was. I was like 60% the same. Yeah, that tracks. I do think it was like perfect protection. Okay, so we have a couple things to deal with. Unfortunately, the only damage we have is Charged Card. Charged Card is very easy for it to do 5 damage. None of these have toughness, but 5 damage is good. I'm not going to use the counter to do 1 damage to Riptide by giving it overkill or whatever it needs. So I think that's what we do. If that's that, then we do 1, 2, 3 to Arclight. No, we probably do it to Blockbuster because he schemes for 0. So we're going to play Charge Card for 2. We're going to use 1 charge counter to make it do 5 damage, and it's going to knock out Arclight. It technically has range, but it doesn't matter because if you defeat it, she doesn't do retaliate anyways. Cool. We're we're going to play Creole Charmer. So we're wasting these resources like entirely. I wonder if it was correct to do first strength double for Hope. Hope grabs a thing. No, I don't think so. I think we're just going to have a bad hand. Okay. We'll attack for 2 because there's not much else we're going to do here. We'll have Morlock attack for 1. It takes 1 consequential. We will flip down. And in alter ego, we'll do the Genius for Creole Charmer. So good thing about Blockbuster is Blockbuster schemes for 0, so that's fine. So we'll remove 3 threat and remove the last threat so we can confuse Riptide. I think every advance is still in the deck though, which is only a bit scary. Not the worst. We'll hold on to Natural Agility because if we draw into our Stop Hitting Yourself, there's 3 in the deck. We're in a good spot. Hope Summers we don't really need. She is good, and eventually we have to take her out of the deck, I'm realizing in hindsight, because of the campaign, but that's fine, and I think we'll pass. I don't want to activate Morlock because the toughness is worth so much more than protecting 1 health. So this is what I mean, being an alter ego kind of stinks because we lose all of these cards that have good text. So we'll hold on to natural, and we'll drop. Molecular, okay, we have to be in hero mode. Ready for a fight. That's how you can jump down to alter ego. Royal Flush, maybe we'll clean the table up, especially if we have Royal Flush and then have, if we draw to Stop Hitting Yourself, we actually can do the full like OTK. Charge card, bummer. Almost at 1,000 subs. Yeah, we're getting there. We're at like 970 or something. If you're new to this channel, you want to sub, it does definitely help us out. It's really, really hype. Can't you exhaust him to shuffle hide back into the deck? Oh, I forgot to. Yeah, good call. I forgot we were meant to do that. I'm gonna exhaust this Morlock. The text is on Mutant Massacre. Yeah, we said we would do that and we forgot. But you can always exhaust a Morlock to shuffle hide back into the deck. The deck's not very big. Hide luckily fires on both the boost and the reveal. It's just a nice little thing as much as it surges. But it gives one of your people toughness. So yeah, good call. I forgot about that for sure. All right. Let's do this. So this goes to 1. Confuse. Blockbuster schemes, but not very bright. Schemes for 0. It's so funny, the idea is that they send you out to scheme and you do just nothing. Literally nothing. Bummer. Not the worst time to do this. This card is kind of bad because we have Guild's Armor and we're usually ready when we draw these cards, but we have to exhaust ourselves on Surge. All right, this one's not that bad to get rid of. Inhibitor Caller. So our printed text box is blank. That sucks because we want our charges as much as I think we have enough to win the game. So choose to either exhaust the character control or take 3 damage. That difference is so big. Exhaust the character, yeah, okay. Take 3 damage, I'm good. It's so wild the different costs on this card. But our text is now totally blank, so we need to get rid of that. So we're just going to go ahead and exhaust this Morlock and get rid of this because you can do this in... This seems like a card you could only do in alter ego, but yeah, I mean, you can rip the collar off. All right, we'll flip up. We'll do our Fiendel Spring Tunic. We're at 9 charge counters. We're going to hold on to Natural Agility. This turn, we are probably not going to be able to OTK. We could knock out Riptide if we draw well. I think we're going to do a small Royal Flush. We take a whole bunch of Retaliate, so I don't think we do. I think we do Molecular for charge card. Does anybody know, if you attack for 0 damage to the villain, do you take Retaliate? Or for Retaliate, do you actually have to do damage? I know toughness requires you to do damage, but if I attack for 0 to 0 to 0 into the villain with Royal Flush, do I take Retaliate 3? Or Retaliate 1 or Retaliate 0? Are you going to play the next Evolution campaign? No, after this, we're going to jump straight to Juggernaut, just to show off Juggernaut, which is an interesting matchup. So Molecular gives us 1. I don't think we've taken that. So deal 4 damage. For Overkill, we have to use 3 of our charges. It's not the worst because you use your charge for damage. It actually opens up more damage. So I think actually we should do that technically. Because this is 4. If we make it do 5, we make it do 6, we make it do 7. That means that we spend 3 charges to do 5 damage to the villain. That's actually pretty good. So we'll do that. We knock out Blockbuster. And we do 5 to the villain. So we're probably not going to one-shot this villain. We're going to try and one-shot the next villain. We will do Morlock for 1. What's the rest of our hand? I guess we'll play this charge card for Ready for Fight using the physical. And I'll throw out this and hold on to Natural Agility. Cool. I believe if you attack someone, if the character is still in play after the attack is resolved, you take Retaliate. Yeah, so it doesn't matter about damage, right? Because toughness, you have to actually do damage. Stop hitting yourself. Okay, so we have the combo. Unfortunately, 6 health means like it's not honestly that good. But maybe we draw another Natural Agility and another Stop Hitting Yourself. Now instead it's Professor Creole Charmer Ready for a Fight. Okay, so we might squirrel these cards away and just fire it on a different turn. We have every copy, one last copy of a natural agility left in the deck, and 2 more copies of Stop Hitting Yourself. Not perfect. We could just advance Riptide right now. We probably do, because that's the only defense event in our hand, and Riptide can attack for a lot. So I think we will just do it and knock out Riptide. Like, it's still doing 6 damage. It's not bad. Which means we won't use the staff here. Let's remember. So this goes to 1. Riptide is going to attack us for, we're going to make it 5 because we don't care. Sorry, 4 with piercing and ranged. We will exhaust and we'll play natural agility. So we get a counter, and now we're technically blocking for 13. So take that Riptide. We're not going to use our staff because it's useless or it's wasted. So Riptide's attacking for 4, 5, 6, 7 on Chimera. We block fully, so we have to do all our stuff here. Firstly, we ready ourselves because we defended and didn't take damage. We will draw a card with Unflappable. Not today, okay. Hard to Ignore will remove 1 threat unless we have a Creole Charmer. We do have a Creole Charmer, so maybe we don't remove the threat. No, I think we're just going to stay in villain mode. We'll remove a threat. Like, sorry, we have Ready for a Fight. We don't need to. And then here, we'll just do 1, 2. This is why I don't like emptying our hand. I guess that's what we're doing. For Stop Hitting Yourself. So it says, after you defend against an enemy attack and take no damage, we do 13 damage back. This is an attack, but in theory, we defeat Riptide, and that means we don't take Retaliate. The next villain will have Retaliate too, but we defeated him. So Riptide is defeated. We reveal Blockbuster. I think Blockbuster hits hard, or is Blockbuster the toughness one? I think Blockbuster is the toughness one. It's Blockbuster. Villain name Blockbuster. Villain Blockbuster B. So villain set 14. And now Blockbuster with Retaliate 2 is going to activate against us. So when Blockbuster attacks you, and as soon as you reveal the next villain, they immediately attack you. So when Blockbuster attacks, either give him a tough stats card or gets +2 attack and overkill. So we've already defended this turn. Unfortunately, there was no way to keep a physical for Ready for a Fight, so it's like kind of a weird turn. So we're just going to give Blockbuster 5 attack and overkill. However, this is a forced interrupt, so it goes first, and then we can do Gambit Staff. So I guess if that's the case, we should just give him toughness. So we're going to give, nah, because then we waste the damage. He's going to be attacking for 5 with overkill. We'll now use our staff on this. It's not an attack, so we don't take Retaliate. This is when an enemy attacks. Yeah, it doesn't care who it attacks, so that's cool. And then this Morlock will take it. So 5, there's the advance, loses the toughness. Okay, we just need to get 1 more underneath Routed, and we might be able to one-shot Blockbuster. We'll find out. Just got in. Hey, Timothy, gonna have to watch this again. Love playing Gambit Protection even before Stop Hitting Yourself. This card is bonkers. It is straight bonkers. We haven't had a clean one-shot. Maybe for Blockbuster we'll get there if we draw well. But yeah, it is something else for sure. Royal Flush is a single attack, so Retaliate 1, not 3, unless you attack 3 enemies that all have Retaliate. That is so unintuitive to me, and I should have known that. It's the same with Tooth and Claw, right? If it's 4 into 4, you only take 1 damage. That's so weird, but I guess it kind of makes sense. Hey Pat, how's it going? I played MC a few months ago with folks, and one player did play Protection Gambit that had 12 damage with twice a game. That's what we're doing. I hope we're doing everything correctly. That is exactly what we're doing. All right, encounter card. Hide, love it. So we shuffled this back in. We will shuffle it back in again. So give him more like ally tough stats card. Surge. We're going to give it to the weaker one for obvious reasons. Bound by Business. We're going to go discard until we find a Marauder. So if that Marauder has guard, we have to knock it out, because otherwise we cannot Stop Hitting Yourself because it is an attack. Hey deck. Ooh, Harpoon. I think Harpoon is the one that actually attacks the worst. Because Harpoon, at least the villain Harpoon, forces you to discard an attachment, or an upgrade or support, I think, and it does damage equal to the most expensive card you have if you don't discard it. Only 3 cards left in the deck. I think that was one of the downside with this deck, is because we don't play our attack events. You end up like kind of sitting, as much as we did a lot of damage with the deck with 2 Bound by Businesses. So guard, when Harpoon attacks you or an ally you control, either take 2 indirect, which is fine, or it gets +2 attack and piercing. So actually, maybe there is more than one way to do piercing. Harpoon and Greycrow, I believe, are the worst attacks. Greycrow is the one I think I'm thinking of, right? Greycrow is either discard each card you control with the highest cost. Each card with the highest cost is absurd. Otherwise, he gets +X attack, where X is like +4 when you have your Avengers Mansion. Yeah, Greycrow is the one I'm really scared of. Harpoon is the indirect one, I think. 3 indirect or an additional boost card. Yeah, I'll take the additional boost card all the time. But yeah, 3 with 2 boost is like a lot. They attack really hard for the first scenario. All right, it's back to us, I think. We don't have much to do here. We have to work on harpoons. Once per turn trigger, haven't missed it. We're going to exhaust this Morlock with the toughness to shuffle hide back in. The good thing is the deck is that thin. The hide will probably show up sooner than later. So this goes back in with 3 other cards. Harpoon also schemes for 0. We're happy jumping down. Blockbuster only schemes for 1. So in theory, we don't even have to do ready for a fight unless we draw like the combo. But the combo only matters if Harpoon dies. So we'll attack for 2. Morlock will attack for 1. Get him, little guy. We will jump down and genuinely throw out this hand and pass. I don't think we're doing anything with that hand. We'll pass. We'll draw up energy. We're looking for a stop hitting yourself. Expert defense. Again, the cool thing is when you have enough counters, the stop hitting yourself at a minimum is going to do 8 damage because we have 5 defense. This is technically 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we can spend 3 counters to make it 11. So you don't have to go for the natural agility when you're at that point in the game. Not today is another defense card. There's the natural agility. So if we draw stop hitting yourself, Harpoon's the actual issue here. Harpoon's the issue. So we're going to win next turn, I think. And then another stop hitting yourself. So weird. We might stop hitting yourself on Harpoon, which is kind of funny. This goes to 1. I'm just going to check the deck. How many advances are left? There's no advances left, so we have no risk here. This is totally fine. All right, so the villain Blockbuster will just scheme for 1 and a card, which is totally fine. So 1, 2. This goes to 3. We could decide to jump up. Did something fall in here? No, I don't think so. Harpoon will now scheme for 0. That's fine. We don't need to jump up here. That's fine. He schemes for 0. And counter card is an inhibitor collar. So this blanks our text. That doesn't really matter. It's very easy for us to get rid of this. It doesn't totally matter. But that's it. That's the entire round. That's good. Cool. So we're gonna just go ahead and exhaust this Morlock to get rid of this collar. We will flip up. Actually, we're gonna attack for 2. Yeah, we can't use our thief thing. So we'll flip up. We'll attack for 2 into Harpoon, knocking him out. So there's no guard in the way. We will just go ahead and Morlock for 1. And I'm genuinely going to pass with this whole hand. If anything, I should get rid of this stop hitting yourself. Because I can draw another card. Oh no, we don't even draw another card. Wait, I've never done this in Marvel Champions. If you have 6 cards in your hand and you end your turn, you have to discard down to hand size, right? I'm pretty sure you have to discard down to hand size. I've never had to discard down to hand size in 1,000+ games of Marvel Champions because obviously that shouldn't happen. But I'm pretty sure we discard down to hand size. That's wild. Okay, cool. Thank you. And we'll pass. Did we get a counter? It's in the rules. Okay. Did we get a counter this turn? I don't think it actually matters. But I don't want the last turn to be the one turn we didn't get a counter. I don't think we got a counter. We'll take 1. We'll pass. We draw 0 cards. This goes to 1. You did not get a counter. Discard into hand size. Okay, good. Okay, so Blockbuster is now attacking. We should be able to end the game here. Funny enough, we can give Blockbuster toughness because the staff doesn't matter. So we're going to give him +2 attack and overkill. We'll go ahead and do the staff to him first. So he's attacking. And now he's attacking for 5. So let's just dump our combo. I just want to make sure we have enough cards for this. So we'll play natural agility. So we get 1 more charge counter. And now we're blocking here. For what are we blocking for? 16. We're blocking for 16. We'll be blocking for 19. Unfortunately, we can't play the not today. We probably shouldn't have kept it, but we're blocking here for 19. Blockbuster attacks 1, 2, 3. It's hide. So we get a toughness and it surges. Or it gets another boost counter. Okay, Mastermind. So he attacks for 5. Turns out we don't take damage. So we ready ourselves. We draw a card with Unflappable. That's the issue. If this was a double, we could definitely play not today and to stop hitting yourself, but it's not a double, so I'm glad we didn't. We'll do 2 heart ignores. And while our defense stat is still 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, we'll go ahead and play stop hitting yourself. And we'll do 19 damage to the villain, which defeats the villain. In fact, defeats a lot of villains in this game, specifically Blockbuster. And that's the sort of combo that you're meant to be setting up. I honestly think we're like pretty safe. It's not the hardest scenario. We're very good at blocking and making sure the villain doesn't really care, or we don't care about the villain. Like we're still at perfect health as much as we did accidentally take damage that one turn we shouldn't have had to. But that's the idea of the deck. And the combo is more consistent. We only cycled through our deck, I think, once, right? Like the counter deck emptied, but I'm pretty sure this is our second cycle of the deck. We haven't even got through it. So we only did 1 shuffle. First set, is just set up. Second set is then all your defensive ends you draw consistently because all your upgrades are on the table and you pop off. Unless you have something you have an extra card you discard down. Yeah, it's so weird. I can't believe I've never had to worry about that. For whatever it's worth, if you play campaign mode, we have to reveal the villain underneath, and that is the villain during On the Run, which is the alternate way of playing the setup, which is much more difficult because the threat's a lot scarier. But yeah, Grey Crow he's bad. Scary guy. All right, I'm going to clean this up poorly because we're going to just jump straight ahead to Juggernaut and see if we can like one-shot Juggernaut, which I think we can, as much as Juggernaut will attack us back a fair bit more. Hey, Matthew, how's it going? I caught you live. Welcome. How's your Sunday? We are doing good. We are showing off Stop Hitting Yourself deck. So far, so good. But I think things are only going to get more difficult. How have you been? Thanks for dropping by. 1, 2, 1. I don't think we reuse any of these cards besides, of course, Standard and our Obligation. Okay, cool. Let me just clean this up. How's everyone doing? Get jugged. Jug is tricky. It's like really nice to have extra resources against Juggernaut because you need to spend 3 resources of the same kind to flip. But then like Molecular Acceleration is one of those weird resources that is of 2 different types, so it's not super useful. Anytime you have extra wilds or like extra resource cards, you're like, oh yeah, hell yeah, Juggernaut, not a problem. But Juggernaut does also attack massively big. He's one of the villains that can attack you for like, well, technically infinitely if things get out of hand. But yeah, we have to make sure that we're spending enough time keeping Juggernaut in check. Played a couple board games with friends last night. How are you? I'm doing good. It's spent a lot of time this weekend setting up. Pat and I are playing some original Netrunner on stream on the Metropole Grid this week, so that's been a bit of setup. But otherwise, we're good. It's like work is back. Where I'm working, we have some interns. I have a team of 2 interns now. I've never managed interns. It's been really good. They're really, really nice folks. They're very keen. So it's been exciting. What board games did you end up playing? Oh, we have to take Hope out of her deck. I forgot about this. And then this is our setup. So Hope Summers has to be in this scenario in play. This Hope Summers is okay. She mimics our stats. She takes no consequential, but if she dies, you lose the game. So you have to be very careful about Hope. That means on turn 1, you cannot defend because there's a card in the deck. Maybe there's 2 of them in Juggernaut's deck that just says they attack the character with the least health or the ally with the least health. And that will knock out Hope Summers 10 out of 10 times. So you just have to be careful on turn 1. You probably have to take the hit unless you have your guild armor and you're blocking well and all this sort of stuff. Now, I don't know what to do to replace Hope Summers. I was thinking of just playing Forge. This might not be the best idea. If someone has a better idea what to do with this actually Hope Summers hole in our deck, I don't think there's any card that we can play, especially an ally that can give us consistency. Hope Summers is expensive. Forge is a card I feel like I played in every single X-Men deck for the first like X-Men cycle. And then as time passed, I just stopped playing Forge altogether. I don't know why. Did the game power creep to a point where this is not necessary? Like Forge is good. Any 2-cost ally that draws a card, let alone draws an X-Men or X-Force support. The thing is like we only have 1 X-Men or X-Force support in our deck. Finding it consistently would be nice. So this is probably not good. Energy Shield is OP in this one? Wait, why? You think I have that many energy resources? Play Triage? Oh, I guess Triage could heal Hope. I'm not super stoked about Triage because we're usually really healthy, but yeah, Triage is not bad. Maybe we just play Beak, but I don't think we have that many allies. Like maybe we just want more thwarting. Which allies do you have? We have Joe Costa, we have Voodoo, we have Nick, we have Professor. We don't have a lot of allies, but we're playing Joe Costa and Brother Voodoo because of consistency for our combo. And Hope was meant to be another part because one of our combo cards is a superpower. Yeah, it's probably not Forge, I'll be honest. I would love to be able to play Gamora, but it requires a bit more work to get Gamora on the table. I think it's because X-Men decks expanded enough that you don't always need to build around the upgrade supports. Yeah, that's probably it. I feel like I was also playing like X-Gene more consistently. Yeah, why Forge became less prominent. I almost said play Gambit. Yo, no, I did too. It's like, you want to play a generalist card? Play Gambit. And I'm like, wait a second. I said Rogue Protection Ally. Okay, yeah, we're in the same camp. Like, Beak is some extra thwarting. Grant Ward is fine. We have no Iron Lad synergy. Yellow Jacket. No, not really. I don't think we have enough reasons to do that. Maybe we can play like Shadowcat. She's good. Shadowcat's actually pretty good. I would consider playing Shadowcat. It's been a minute since I played Shadowcat. White Queen's also not bad either. We have pseudo piercing with our staff, but White Queen is good. I would say White Queen or Shadowcat's my like quick jump to. I don't know if we're gonna need triage because we're pretty good at blocking, and I don't think she doesn't take a lot of incidental damage. Our friend here. Does anybody want to have a say between Shadowcat and White Queen? I guess I can show you what they do. White Queen, she comes in if you're X-Force or X-Men, and she removes a status card. It's not a force, so you don't have to remove yourself, but you can get rid of a toughness, which is fine. And Shadowcat, the turn she comes in, she ignores icons. So she ignores all the types of icons, which is nice. Legion. I don't think we can play Legion because we are a combo deck, and it's very important that we don't cycle cards off the top of our deck that we need for the combo. Right? Like, so much of the deck is tracking how many copies left of Stop Hitting Yourself is in the deck. And if we knock one off the top of the deck, it's really, really bad for us. They both need to be played in Hero. Yeah, they both care about being an X-Men, which I think is fine. Ironheart is cheap, draws, and takes a hit for hope. Yeah, Ironheart's probably like... I'm never excited playing Ironheart, but like, yeah, I guess for a combo deck, Ironheart is fine. She draws a card. It's okay. Yeah, it's like, the more we think about it, it's probably Ironheart, isn't it? Why not a card that lets you shuffle green event back in? I played it. I didn't love it. I don't think I jumped back to Alter Ego enough in this deck, and I think against Juggernaut it's slightly harder. We have three confused cards, I think. But shuffling a Stop Hitting Yourself into the deck wasn't like super consequential because it only matters if you shuffle in your superpower, and like the superpower doesn't always line up. I had it in one of my earlier iterations. I want to say also, I talked earlier in the stream metapher at the setup. This deck used to have Change of Fortune and Excelsior, and those also got cut. Emma can get rid of a Juggernaut tough or a stun from the Creeping Willows. Oh, the Creeping Willows stun is actually probably worth something. Yeah, F it. I'm gonna try her. It's been a while since I played her. There is a lot of stun in this set, which is why Energy Shield actually is probably pretty good. White Queen. I need to give her a new sleeve. So I have been upgrading my sleeves to the nicer Dragon Shields. And so anytime I use a card that I haven't used before, there's like this natural historic watermark about what sleeve it's in. That functionally means like, which cards have I played in 2026 or not? And White Queen, welcome to the gang. Night Nurse is rad against this box. Oh yeah, Night Nurse actually might be better. Yeah, I could see Night Nurse being very, very, very playable. That's okay. We'll try White Queen. I'm excited for White Queen for the thwarting, but there's not that much thwarting to do in Juggernaut. There's like very few side schemes. Why not Armor, or the other one starts with a P? I had Polaris in this deck originally, and I cut her. And the idea is that we don't need this text, right? We defend for 5, usually 8. So like giving us a tough doesn't really matter. It's cool they can give Hope Summers a tough, like Polaris. Armor only toughs herself. But like toughness is just something this deck does not need because we are very good at blocking. Our block stat is very, very, very good. And then having a toughness and defending anyways, technically you can preserve your toughness because your defense stat kicks in damage mitigation before the damage hits your toughness, which like that's a cool little wrinkle. But yeah, it's like just not super necessary from what I've found so far. All right, let's set to 9. I'll probably shuffle my deck a bit better. Juggernaut, the Unstoppable. So let's just do these things. Villain, name, Juggernaut. 1A. Yeah, that's good. Villain, Juggy 2. Okay, so the Unstoppable. You need a tough because Jugs can attack you in Alter Ego. He can, but it's usually a failure on our part if he does. Like, my goal is not to fail. That's a silly sentence, but like I think we're in a good enough spot where we can manage the minimal threat that we don't need that to happen. If we die in Alter Ego, like 100% you're right. And for what it's worth, I do think I more often than not when I lose a scenario, I do lose an Alter Ego. So maybe you are onto something. Lockjaw. I think we use our doubles like because we have so few research generators. I don't think our deck is rich enough to play Lockjaw. I have considered it. The artwork for Night Nurse does not depict the comic character known as Night Nurse. Who is the comic character known as the Night Nurse and who is depicted on the card? All right, we're playing stock standard, Juggernaut. So Juggernaut scenario set is worth knowing and playing around. If you don't play around it, it will win the game, especially that card. If Juggernaut exposes in play, sorry, both of those cards you saw there, Trample just destroys Hope. Speaking of Hope, Hope is nice. 2 attack stat is usually what happens, and her mental will actually matter. And then Black Tom Cassidy, 100% worth playing around. There are 5 minions, 1 Cassidy, and 4 Willows. The Willows quick strike and have guard, which is bad for our deck. And if they do damage to you, you get stunned, which is a problem. Okay. So setup, attach Juggernaut's helmet to Juggernaut, put Hope Summers into play under your control. Let's look at the villain. This card's text, I guess we should talk about it because we're here, because it doesn't really matter for setup. But this is a really neat idea. It's a scheme that can advance, and when it advances, a bad thing happens, but you don't necessarily lose the game. So when the scheme would be completed, firstly, you remove all threat. You get a little bullet point form here. If it's Juggernaut Exposed is in play, which is the other side of the helmet, you flip it. You place a momentum counter. Each momentum counter gives Juggernaut +1 attack, and then Juggernaut attacks you, even if you're in all trio, which means you cannot defend. You could defend with an ally, and often Juggernaut can have overkill if you're not managing his helmet, and because his helmet flips, he will have overkill, so it is pretty frightening. This is the villain. He has more than -7 health. In fact, he has 21. So Juggernaut gets +1 attack for each momentum counter here. He does start with a momentum counter. As he says, place 1 momentum counter. I'm just going to put it here. If Juggernaut Exposes in play, flip it. Otherwise, give Juggernaut a toughness status card. It's a really cool way to make it make sense for standard and for expert. And Juggernaut's helmet is something you need to respect. You need to go out of your way to get this off, I would say nearly as soon as possible. Specifically for our deck, which is a perfect block deck, Juggernaut is now starting with 4 attack. And I think there's a lot of boost icons in this deck. Because his attacks get overkill. He also has Stalwart, which sucks. If you spend 3 of the same type of resources as a hero mode, you remove all counters and you flip this card. And that's obviously very important because then Juggernaut only attacks for 3 and no longer has overkill. So the safety lies on the other side. Just so you see the other side, it's called, what is it called? It's called Exposed, Juggernaut Exposed. This side, his helmet is off. He takes an additional damage from every card with a printed mental. At a minimum, Hope Summers has a printed mental, which is incredibly important. But then after he ever schemes, he immediately gets a momentum counter and flips back. So that's why Confuse is also very good, because then you are allowed to jump down, because functionally anytime you jump down and he schemes, as much as he only schemes for 1, the helmet's coming back on, which sucks. I think it's meant to depict her the way she appears in the MCU. My wife doesn't have any interest in Marvel Champions. Any idea how I can sway her? She enjoys your content. Oh, hey, I would give it a shot. Like, the worst case scenario is it's not great and you learn something. But I don't know if your partner plays other card games. Like, I wasn't the biggest Marvel head. Growing up, I read like Spider-Man comics, and I know it's not Marvel. I read Batman comics, but that was mostly it. I was like not deep in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. It was something that was like the theme doesn't really bring me in. But then I played the game, and notably a lot of people play games that are similar to this. Like if somebody enjoys Slay the Spire, this is basically just Slay the Spire in a different wrapper. The same sort of like loop of this turn, draw your hand, solve the puzzle. Next turn, draw your hand, solve the puzzle. Like that is very, very Moorish and very compelling. And I think there's a lot of players out there who, if they understood this game was closer to Slay the Spire than like Legendary, might actually attract them to this game. That's what I'd say. But I also would say, like, what's the worst that's going to happen? If you try it, you don't like it. Well, good. You learned something in an hour and a half. My wife got into play like Transformers TCG, except you're on a team. Oh, yeah, cool. The cooperative nature of this game is also super, super compelling. My partner likes, like, we played PvP. We haven't played our second match of PvP, but she also likes it because we put on like the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack and just like have a good time kicking ass. Her name is Linda Carter. She's a general practitioner. Night Nurse. The card depicts Rio Morales. Wait, that's Miles' mom? But I thought Miles' mom was like a politician. Was she also a nurse? That's Miles' mom? I haven't read any Miles comics today. I'm familiar enough with Miles' mom, but I thought she was in politics. Does she also work as a nurse? I thought she was like a city councilor or something. That's really cool. Thank you for letting me know. This deck feels surprisingly small, but I think this is what it's meant to be. Let me just pile shuffle this. Sorry, we're off in a second. I'll be honest too, the first time I played this game, I played the core set with Pat, and I did not care for it. I thought it was very, very simple. And I do think the core set is also still really good. And now replaying it, I think the core set's relatively hype. But compared to like Arkham Horror, which I still play today, it seemed a lot simpler. But I think this game is trying to deliver something different, where it's, you know, it's something you can sit down, play around, and you're good, which Arkham Horror doesn't really do that. She's a councilwoman in the PSX Marvel Spider-Man games. Yeah, that's the ones I'm familiar with. I didn't realize that was that different from the main comic line. I played those on PC. All right, we're off, I think. Nothing else to set up. We need to remove the helmet. We could survive one turn, but again, there's a card that just says Juggernaut attacks the lowest health ally, and that's a problem on turn 1. Let's go. Charged card. We're not going to keep this. We don't need it. Rogue. I have played Rogue on turn 1 before, but it needs you to draw every molecular excitation, which we're not going to probably do. Creole Charmer, it's useless because we can only play this on Alter Ego, and currently Juggernaut is Stalwart until you go into Hero Mode to remove the helmet. So far, all these cards are trash. Not Today is trash. We don't hold on to defense cards. The X-Jet, that's the only card we'll keep so far. Trying to generate 3 of the same resources is a bit tricky, so a turn 1 X-Jet is like definitely an option. I'm just going to put this in the keep pile. And then is that 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the best we could ask for, as much as we're not going to be able to count on this on the first turns because Juggernaut hits really, really hard. So if we don't draw a double, we'll just play both of these cards and call it a day. If we draw a double, we might have a bit more that we can do. We don't play that. We don't play that. We probably don't play that. We don't play that. Rough, really rough start, but we'll be fine. In the comics and Into the Spider-Verse, she's a nurse. The Art of Night Nurse is small, but the comic panel is taken from, has her name written on her name tag. Oh, cool. I don't know if there's an online repository where people like attach where the card art comes from and the comic it comes from. So I spent a lot of time making thumbnails for this channel. And in this thumbnail, it's the art of our hero card and it's throwing the card. And I wanted the card to pop out, but the problem is that hero text is in the way. So the card kind of gets in the way too. So I had to hunt down the full art from this, which luckily was actually relatively easy because Fantasy Flight Games uploads the full art PDF of the insert that comes with Gambit, which had that art on the poster. So I actually could get it, superimpose it, and cut it out. A lot of time goes on behind the scenes that you don't know about. Hold on, this hood is like super imbalanced and it's getting me. That's better. Short of the long is, I've done that before where I have to search up card art, usually for hero cards, just so that I can get like the 3D effect to be a bit more compelling. And I really appreciate that, trying to figure out what the art is. So far to date, I think there's only like 2 cards where I've ever seen the art and I've been like, oh, I know where that's from. And it's also really nice when you stumble across a card art that you've seen before. Also, Marvel Snap, some of these card arts show up in the same place. All right, nothing special here. We could attack for 2 into the toughness, but I think that's what Hope's going to do. So I think we're just going to use our alter ego ability to look a bit into the future to see how big the boost is. Because if we can get a perfect block, which is unlikely, we're going to need an event. We can ready ourselves. So we'll look at the top 2. It's a 1 boost. So Juggernaut will attack for 5, or Juggernaut will attack for 6. I think 5 is better. So we'll throw out. That's our obligation, which is nice. I'll remove 1 threat from the main scheme. So our caught off guards on top of the deck. We'll flip up. We'll spend. Oh, wait. We have another resource. I forgot we can use the X-Jet. So that means we could hold on to Nick Fury. So maybe we do 3 into X-Jet. Nick Fury is okay to hold on to. It's a bit not great because Juggernaut will have overkill, but I think we're taking off the helmet. So we'll do 3 into X-Jet. And then we'll do the X-Jet to generate 1 for a guild armor, which again is not going to fire this turn unless we draw really well, because we know the villain's attacking for more than our defense stat. But we'll hold on. I think we will hold on to Nick because we're likely to draw into a double, let alone we have the X-Jet. So should be able to get some forward momentum off that. Hope. She has our numbers. She has our text. Hold on. So we'll just go ahead. Oh, not you. Sorry. We'll attack for 2, taking no consequential, taking off the toughness. And we'll pass. 1, 2. There is the double we're talking about. So we should be able to remove the helmet. No problem. It's a strength. We have a charge card. There's a bit of toughness in this scenario. We have to watch out for the vines. Charge card's okay. Royal Flesh is really good at cutting out the vines, as much as we're going to need some counters. Oh, I forgot the counter. We're not going to miss one. So every turn we can use our hero ability. Apologies, we were too deep in the sauce to get a charge counter. Super important. And then we have a Not Today. So we should be able to take no damage, which means we heal a fair bit. It's really important on turn 1, if you don't have other allies, to not end your turn exhausted after Juggernaut's attack, because you can lose the game on turn 1. It's kind of a weird, sharp angle this scenario can attack you on if you're not expecting it. This goes to 1. The villain's attacking us. We know it's for 3, 4, 5. So if we want to go ahead and play Not Today and block, the issue is that it'll leave us with this many cards, which we can barely play Nick Fury if we do like Nick Fury with our X-Jet. This doesn't do a lot. It keeps us ready, which is nice, and it removes 2 threat, or technically removes 1 threat. This is Not Today. So I like Gambit and Justice. He stays down on a turn like this. Yeah, I could see us even staying down on that turn. Like we didn't have to jump up. The problem is I wanted to use the X-Jet, which requires us to stay up. But then again, there's so many heroes where like I love to be able to stay in alter ego the whole time, especially with the Thief Synergy Justice cards. Do we do this? I think we do. It's not super likely we'll take the helmet off this turn because we have to draw to 3 the same resource with this hand. What does this do? This prevents 5 damage. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll play it. We'll play Not Today. So we're defending. We're defending for 5. Juggernaut attacks for 3, +1 for every charge counter, plus cut off guard, 5. We take no damage. Not today clears. Gambit's guild armor. We can ready ourselves, which is super important. And we draw 1 encounter card. Did it happen? No, this is fine. Choose to either take a damage equal to Juggernaut's attack, and it's not printed attack, so that's going to be 4 damage, or place a momentum counter on him. I'm going to place a momentum counter on him. Why? Because when you flip the helmet, you lose all the momentum counters, so that's functionally not a real encounter card. That means this turn, we have 2 options. We can either just get rid of the helmet, or we can play Nick Fury and hope to get rid of the helmet. It's our turn. Remember the charge. So I think it's up to us to decide which way to do. Now, if we remove the helmet, then jumping down to alter ego is nonsense. So this actually might be a turn where we go ahead and play Nick Fury, draw up, and if we don't get the 3 resources, we jump down to alter ego and say, you can thwart. Because Nick Fury's chump block is actually not that good. Well, Nick Fury's actually not that good this turn. I think we just hold Nick Fury for another turn, which is like kind of emotionally painful. So I'm going to do X-Jet, Strength, and then we'll flip the helmet. All right, so spend 3 resources of the same type. We spend physicals. We'll flip this card and remove the momentum counters. And now Juggernaut is exposed. So there's not a lot we have to do on the table, but now he takes extra damage. He loses Stalwart, but extra damage from every card with the printed mentals. For instance, Hope Summers here has a mental. So when she attacks for our stats +1. So Juggernaut actually takes 3 down to 18. We have nothing to do here, so we'll attack for 2. We don't have printed resources. And I'm going to throw this out and keep Nick Fury, who is now worth blocking. Let's see if we drew 3 cards, whether we would have got 3 of the same resources, which is incredibly unlikely. So we would have drawn Mental, 2 different kinds, and an Expert Defense. So barely not. But this is good. This is a good hand to draw. We have a Genius. This is a really good hand because we're going to play Nick Fury and still have a lot to work with. And we can Expert Defense or not today. I think we'll probably Expert Defense. Goes to 1. The villain is now attacking us for only 3 and a card. The worst this can be is 6 damage. We're going to exhaust and we're going to play Expert Defense, which, hey, I never loved this card, but it's felt better than I thought it would, especially if you want to do perfect block stuff. So we're defending for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This is Cytorax Exemplar, very scary card. And luckily we didn't take damage, so we can just go ahead and ready ourselves. 1 encounter card. Exhaustion. Okay, for whatever that was worth. So we're going to exhaust ourselves and Surge. We can lose the game here. This sucks. If we draw the card that says Juggernaut attacks our lowest cost ally, we just lose. Having an exhaustion is the worst time. Luckily we didn't draw it, but we drew a Sound Thrashing instead. Each copy of Creeping Willows attacks you. There's 4 in the deck. If you were not attacked this way, search and counter deck and discard pile for a copy of Creeping Willows, and you do reveal it. Revealing it doesn't actually matter that much because it doesn't have a reveal text, but Quick Strike will happen even when you put into play. So it looks like unless we block with Hope Summers, we're going to be stunned here. This is Creeping Willow. It only attacks for 1, but if it does damage to you, it stuns that character. Shoutouts to Juggernaut for being one of those characters who really hasn't been a villain in the comics for literal decades. Wait, really? What has he been? I can't imagine him as anything else besides a villain. The one thing I know about Juggernaut is that he's not a mutant. His powers are from magic, supposedly. Like there's the helmet is magical, like straight up Doctor Strange magic. Hero, anti-hero. Okay. All right, so we're getting attacked for 1 here. This thing has guard. We would love to be able to hit this with our staff, but we can't. So I think we're just taking the 1 and getting stunned. If we put Hope Summers in the way, Hope Summers is usually how we defeat the Creeping Willow. Hope, and we're going to play Nick here. So we'll just take 1. Unfortunately, that does stun us. There's 3 more in the deck, I think. He's been on the X-Men on and off for years. So I grew up, like my exposure to X-Men has been like the X series. So like he was in, I want to say X2, maybe X3. He's been on the X-Men team since Krakoa era, and the gem that gives him the power, Jugs, turned into a new leaf after he saved a kid, has been in and off since then. That's wild. Yeah, I think since X3, that's when I like really knew what he was. Not that that film's amazing, but all right, once per turn, we'll charge our counter, and then we're gonna do molecular plus genius. Molecular charges us, so we're already at 4 counters, and we'll play Nicholas Fury. Nick Fury draws 3 cards. That's what we're gonna do. Not that this card's playable. 1, not playable. 2, playable. 3, ooh, very playable. So Nick is on 3, and Nick can chump block this turn, which we don't have a lot of reasons to block. In theory, with Stop Hitting Yourself, we might be able to do up to like 7 damage if we get really lucky. 8 damage. Actually, no, we could do a lot of damage with Stop Hitting Yourself. We had to decide whether we want to keep an expert defense or not today. I think not today with the extra makes sense because there'll be 2 threat there. So I'll do expert defense for Gambit staff. I should have researched more into what Gambit sounds like. I just need to listen to Channing Tatum for a bit and then we can do the voice. Creole accent is sick. When an enemy attacks, exhaust Gambit staff to deal damage. And this is not an attack. Oh, we actually can't hold on to stop hitting yourself because we're exhausted. So this doesn't make sense. So we're just going to be wasting all these cards, unfortunately. I think we'll still hold on to not today because it will deal with our threat work before we draw our that one defense card I can never remember the name of that I love. So that's fine. But we'll throw this out for sure. Nick will attack for 2. Hope will attack for 2. The Willow's gone. That's it. We'll drop. Yeah, guard and stun off the Creeping Willows is really frustrating. I can't help but constantly quote the old internet video. Yeah, I did grow up with that too, unfortunately. Anytime I play this scenario. 1, 2, Royal Flush. We have expert defense, so we could do a lot, but we're stunned, so the stop hitting yourself doesn't work. Profx, Confuse is really good and make sure that the helmet stays off. And then we have a Brother Voodoo, which might get us into our natural agility, which we're at the point where we could nearly one-shot this Juggernaut. Goes to 2, Juggy attacks. If we want to block, we held on to the not today, but we had Nick Fury. I don't think we actually hold on to this. I'm sorry, we saw our hand, but I realized Nick Fury is going to be blocking for us, and we don't have a big benefit from blocking besides 2 threat, which like it's not super important. So I'm actually going to discard this. Apologies, and we'll draw a natural agility instead. Does that change anything? Technically, we want to play natural agility. We can also hope that Juggernaut just attacks again. There's a whole bunch of cards in the counter deck. So for now, while Juggernaut doesn't have overkill, we'll just put Nick Fury in the way, and he'll attack for 3 in a card. Assault. Okay, that's 1 attack out. Nick gets run through. Ground pound. This one is just damage to everything, right? The players of the group take indirect damage equal to Juggernaut's 3 attack. So you could assign 1 damage to Hope Summers. I'm just not going to risk it. We'll take 3. We're at the point where we can probably jump down. So we're down to 5 health. And that's it. We'll charge the card. Okay. So we wasted these. I don't want to hold on to natural agility for a whole card turn cycle. So we probably actually should have just played it. Because when you play this, yeah, it was probably right just to play this and not Nick. Because it didn't make a huge difference. And when you play this, you just get a charge counter, which is all we care about. So I don't like what we did there. It also means that we didn't use Gambit staff. It was a free ready. So yeah, what we did was like straight wrong. We'll attack, just get rid of the stun. Then we will do 1, 2, X-Jet for the Professor. I'm going to risk it a bit, and we'll jump down. So when we play Professor, we'll confuse Juggernaut. There are some encounter cards that just flip the helmet, I'm pretty sure. And then we'll use Professor X to thwart 3. Hope will attack. She does 3 damage because of the text on Juggernaut exposed. This is all our hand is, so like, I actually don't think we jump down. We could jump down to recover. We probably want to jump down to recover sooner than later. It would be this next turn. We lose Professor X for the block. We still have every Creole Charmer, which is not useful with the Confuse. So we probably have to use the Confuse. But this natural agility, we like straight wasted. That was totally wrong. We should have always blocked with this. So I think we just throw both of these out and jump down. Yeah, that's weird. I will pass. I don't like this. Giving Professor X a sidearm to defeat Juggernaut sounds hilarious. A personal goal of defeating Juggernaut stage 3 with an attacker of Professor X someday. Games like this need achievements. I do, every time I remember where like you defeat a scenario with the most unlikely thing. Like defeating the last scenario with a Morlock is really, really fun. I do think this game could use some achievements, but yeah, that's really good. Juggernaut's power is based on magical powers, isn't a mutant, and he's usually more with the X-Men than against him. Yeah, for a while now. Ready for a fight? Energy, nice. If the helmet goes the bad way, that's good to have. There's a defensive conditioning. We want to draw our defense boosters. Second, ready for a fight. Natural agility, the last copy in this deck, and an armored vest. So at least this is our double defense setup. We're probably going to recover. Shouldn't have put them all back in here. This goes to 1. Juggernaut's confused. And we draw 1 card. Gang up, get Surge. We're an alter ego. So we've seen 2 extra attack cards. Head of Steam. Okay, this is good to get now because it doesn't do that much. When revealed, attach Head of Steam to Juggernaut and place 1 momentum counter on him. We're actually really good at dealing with this card, but now technically he has a momentum counter. I'm just gonna put that there. He can get momentum counters without flipping the helmet, so this does mean he has 4 attack. He also gets Retaliate X, which X is the amount of momentum counters. And we have no way of removing the momentum counters because the only way to remove the momentum counters is by flipping the helmet off. It's kind of a weird interaction. Now, after Juggernaut attacks you, we can spend 1 resource for each damage dealt by that attack. So if we perfectly block, we spend 0 resources to get rid of Head of Steam, which is probably what's going to happen, let's be honest. Inspect us. Professor X walks away. And I think we're just going to hear recover 3. We always want to keep our health up so that we can take 1 unblocked attack, because that's usually how we'll lose. Maybe not super necessary, but I don't think we're doing anything else with our basic activation because we're going to be playing our additional health card. Investment conditioning, man, I love this card. I'm like surprised they printed this, but this is so good now. There's no character you can't give +2 to one of their basic stats. So we're going to go up 1 defense, really important for a deck, +3 health. Nice. We'll flip up. We'll charge the card. Cool. I don't think we're going to attack hoping to retaliate, so we're just going to thwart for our measly 1. And then we'll just set this up the best we can. So we can do physical for physical. So ready for fight. This is really nice too, because this card allows you to make sure that the helmet stays on. And then we're going to do X-Jet to generate our armored vest, which no surprise just gives us +1 defense. And then that's our setup. Some of these turns are really simple. All we're doing is putting cards on the table. We're not always interacting with the villain. If we draw our stop hitting yourself, we do knock him out. I think no, we'll need 1 more card because we'll block for 12. Oh, but the staff, yeah, we'll knock him out if we draw a stop hitting yourself. Here we go. Creel Charmer. Unflappable, another piece of the combo. Thieves Guild. Hard to ignore. Are there stop hitting yourselves left in the deck? Yeah, there's 1 more. Bummer. If we drew that, we would have been able to advance here, which is a good time. Unfortunately, not today. He's got a printed mental. Oh, yeah, you're right. He attacks for 1 into Juggernaut. Wait, that's hella cool. That's really cool. The X-Men training ads also makes the villain easier. As when playing 4-player, you can have each player playing an X-Men training upgrade on her, Voltron. Oh, onto Hope? I have never upgraded Hope. I don't know why. Hope seems like very, very powerful. But yeah, you probably can't just upgrade Hope. Not today is a different card? Wait, sorry? Sorry, Omni? This goes to 1. So Juggernaut is now attacking us. He's attacking for 4 in a card. I think we want to hold on to the natural agility. So there's a chance we'll take some damage here. The less damage we take, the easier it is to remove Head of Steam. I guess we'll first do Gambit Staff. Why not? It's not an attack, so we don't take retaliate. Oh, that's us. We don't want to take it. The villain takes it. So the best we can do here is block for 5 and hope that it's a small boost. There's a lot of big boosts, but we'll hope for it's a small boost. Actually, we can't legally do this. This is the issue. It's if we defend and don't take no damage, we will be exhausted, and then Hope Summers can just get totally rolled through. So we have to be ready here. So the most damage we could take is 7. But unless we play our natural agility, which I think we're waiting to hold on to, unfortunately, because our stop hitting yourself is like in the next hand guaranteed, we probably just take this. I think we just take this. Yeah, I don't think we can risk it. We haven't seen any of the cards that say attack the thing, so the lowest health ally. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We take 7. Ow. This is still in our hand. We could have avoided all that damage. We decided not to set up the combo, which like the combo deck sometimes forces you to do the wrong thing to do the combo. And yeah, that's bad. That means Head of Steam will stay because we're not going to spend 7 resources for obvious reasons. And then we reveal. I mean, this is probably bad. I think we're going to have to do the thing that we have to do. In expert mode, this card gains inside 1. I like text like that. If Juggernaut exposes in play, flip it. And place a momentum counter. So he's attacking for 5 now with overkill. Otherwise, place 1 threat on the main scheme equal to Juggernaut's attack. Another really good reason to keep the helmet off, but could be worse. Could be worse. We're fine. You can't attach the training cards. They are limited 1 training card per character, sadly. You can't stack them. Wait, really? You were talking about how you couldn't use one of your cards and said not today. Oh, I probably meant ready for fight. Maybe I'm not sure what I meant. I say the wrong name of things way too often to not feel super uncomfortable about it. All right. Start a turn, get a charge. Okay, so we're a bit injured. We need to take the helmet off. In terms of our hand, if we want to do that, it requires either 2 energies, which we said we weren't going to do. The issue is when Juggernaut advances, he flips the helmet. So this is like the worst time. Oh, you were ribbing me. Okay, never mind. This is the worst time to like advance him because then the helmet I think goes to 3 and then attacking for like 6 is unsustainable. So that's very bad. So the fact that we held onto this natural agility was probably a massive mistake and we could have healed 7 by playing this card, Andre, but we didn't and we're going to have to live with that. I think we're going to jump down and Creel Charmer. The problem is we have to get rid of the helmet. So I think we messed this up kind of bad. So if that's the case, I think we can play Unflappable here. It's very, very good. It's a card draw turn. Like, don't pretend it's not good. Because if we play Unflappable here and X-Jet, we can get rid of the helmet, which gets rid of the counters. It's like, it sucks, because if we advance, as soon as we advance, we flip it back. But I think we have to take a turn to recover and jump down. So I think I'm going to do that. I think playing Natural Agility was 100% right that last turn in like immediate hindsight. So I'll spend 1, 2, 3, and we'll flip the helmet. So no longer has Stalwart. Cool thing is it technically removes Retaliate. He has Retaliate 0, but now he can be confused and stunned and all that good stuff. That means we probably don't set up the OTK. We probably OTK the second side of Juggernaut, or sorry, Juggernaut 3 more accurately. Creole Charmer is going to deal with this. We're going to recover. So we'll just use Hope to attack for 3 now into the villain, taking Retaliate 0. And that's it. We'll flip. Down here, we'll play Creole Charmer. So we'll remove all the threat. And because we did, we get a confuse for our effort. And then we're just going to go ahead and recover for 3. We probably will recover for 1 more time next turn. But we're going to draw 2 encounter cards. Let's see how bad it is. Confuse. 0 threat on the main scheme. Can't be that bad, right? Hard to ignore. The White Queen we've added. Let's see how good she is. Stop hitting yourself and the molecular. That's at least a good combo. We've decked out, so we get an encounter card. And we'll shuffle and draw 2 more here. Hold on, things are a bit crooked. We're at 5 defense. I can't believe we took that hit to the face. We should have just given up on it and said, stop hitting yourself. It's not going to work. But yeah, I think one of the most important things you can possibly do is keep the helmet off. Because that card that you draw that adds threat to the main scheme equal to Juggernaut's attack snowballs so bad if the helmet is not off, because on the momentum counters are there, he probably has 5 attack. So then you get attacked for 5 attack. It's really, really bad. So just keeping the helmet off is like, if you just prioritize that over everything else, I think the scenario gets like way easier. Maybe that's a bit of a non-sentence and it's obvious, but I think you lose to not keeping the helmet off more than anything else. In theory, also, we could jump up here. So if we draw into another copy of, Natural Agility, we might be able to knock off Juggernaut right now, because we still have Ready for a Fight to interrupt the thwart. Which, oh no, this happens first, right? Can you Ready for a Fight to confuse? Because status cards happen before forced interrupts, right? Or interrupts. So I don't think you can. You can't stop a confuse, can you? Genius. Okay. Creole Charmer. Okay. I'm not convinced you can. Ready for a Fight says when they would. Yeah, he's confused, and confused replaces the activation. Because status cards go before interrupts, let alone responses. So the confuse would happen first, yeah. All right, this goes to 1. He's confused. And then we draw 2 encounter cards. Breakthrough. Anytime that you see a card that has Juggernaut on it from Juggernaut set, it's like the most terrifying thing. They all have kind of similar art, so I can't distinguish them. Either take damage equal to Juggernaut's attack, or discard the highest cost upgrade or support you control. So, do we take 3 damage or lose the X-Jet? I mean, the X-Jet's good. I'm going to take 3 damage. We're down to 4. Only a bit frightening. We'll recover 1 more time. Creeping Willow. Okay, glad that we're not up there. This thing has Quick Strike, which doesn't fire because we're an alter ego. But we have Guard on this, so we have to defeat this before anything else. All right, we could do another Creole Charmer here, I'll be honest, and just kind of keep doing our thing. We have a White Queen to knock out Creeping Willow. We want to jump up if we want to use our molecular, let alone our once per turn ability. So I think we'll go for the Panic Confuse, or like the Safety Confuse. We'll play White Queen, we'll play Hard to Ignore, and then we'll recover 3. We'll recover 3. We will simply jump up. We'll charge the card. We will use Molecular, which generates a charge. And this Stop Hitting Yourself, I think, to play the White Queen. So would it have been better to have Ironheart here? Honestly, yeah. Yeah, maybe it would have been. So her text doesn't matter. We're not going to use it. Oh, before we jump up, sorry, we're meant to do Creole Charmer. I forgot about that. So we're meant to remove the threat and confuse. But White Queen says that we can technically remove the confuse if we want to. We're not going to. So she just does a 2 thwart 1 attack. She will attack for 1, and Hope Summers will attack for 3, knocking out the Willow. We have the Hard to Ignore in our hand. We've lost 1 Stop Hitting Yourself. I think that will be for the second part of Juggernaut, and we'll just play this with the X-Jet. So whenever we block and don't take damage, we can remove threat, and we'll pass. So far, so good. So far, so good. We want to be in hero mode a lot. Expert defense, that's perfect. So we can definitely perfect block. Oh, we actually might be able to defeat Juggernaut because I think we're going to be able to block for 8. The cool thing with stop hitting yourself is that it's an attack. So you can just imbue this with extra damage with your charge counters. So we should be able to knock out Gambit here. Or sorry, Juggernaut. Charge card. If a minion comes into play, that's good. Not today, which there won't be enough threat that's worth playing. And we have an energy. So we should be able to knock him out. All right, this goes to 1. The timing here is going to be really weird because I'm not 100% sure how things interact when the villain changes and then how many counters you have to spend for Head of Steam. They all said after someone attacks you, so we'll see if we can do the ordering correctly. So the villain attacks us. Malik, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So attacking for 3 and a card, we will block. So we're defending for 5. The most you can do is 6, so we'll cover our bases by playing Expert Defense. So with Expert Defense, we are blocking for 8. That's a lot. We'll use our staff to go ahead and do 1 damage. So just takes 1. That technically matters. It saves us the charge counter. So the villain's down to 8. And so now is attacking for 3. 4. Deal 1 damage to an ally you control. I mean, I could do it to Hope. I'm going to do the White Queen out of safety. You could do it to Hope. I think Hope won't die, but like, whatever. That's fine. So we have taken no damage from this attack. So we have a couple things we can do. Firstly, Gambit's Guild Armor, we can ready ourselves. Hard to Ignore, we can remove a threat from a scheme. This card I can never remember the name of, but it's like one of my favorite protection cards because it solves one of the issues you have playing solo. And now here, we will spend a double for Stop Hitting Yourself. So remember, we have 8 defense. So after you defend against an attack, take no damage, deal damage to an enemy equal to your defense for that attack. Before we do that, let's just do Head of Steam, which says after Juggernaut attacks you, spend a resource. Each damage dealt by the attack discards that card. Actually, I don't think we do that yet because Head of Steam just gets reattached to Juggernaut when you advance. So I think we can just wait on this. This is a response. This is a response. They have the same timing after Juggernaut attacks you, after you defend. I think those are technically the same in the rulebook. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure vibes say those are the same. So we'll do the 8 damage first because I think it reattaches Head of Steam. So we just don't want to do that unless we'll see what it does. Then we'll do the better version of whatever it is. So we're going to do 8 damage to Juggernaut, which is sick because then Juggernaut gets defeated and we advance. So a couple things. Firstly, we flip Juggernaut here. So now we have the bigger Juggernaut, has 25 health. Cool. It says when revealed, search and counter deck and discard pile for Head of Steam and reveal it. So we're not going to do that because it's already there. If Juggernaut exposes and play, flip it. So he loses the Confuse, which is a bit annoying because he gains Stalwart. And he doesn't get a tough status card. Oh, cool. That's the best order because now he doesn't get a momentum counter. Search and counter deck and discard pile for Head of Steam and reveal it. We can't do that. If Juggernaut exposes and play, flip it. Doesn't add a counter. Otherwise, give Juggernaut tough status. Doesn't get tough status. Then we can do Head of Steam. So that's the perfect order, which I think has the same window. And so now we can spend 0 resources because we took 0 damage to discard this. It's each damage dealt. Wait, dealt? What does dealt mean? Dealt? This game has taken and dealt as 2 different terms for damage. Is dealt the one that actually happens to you? Or like, is dealt reduced by defense? I think dealt is reduced by defense. I don't think we were dealt any damage. So I think we spend 0 resources. Pretty sure that's how that works. Oh my God. Anyways, that was sick. That worked out really well for us. We still have to draw on a counter card. No longer has pseudo retaliate. Creeping Willow. Okay, that's fine. So this thing is going to attack us for 1. If it does damage, it stuns the character. We could, in theory, defend here to make sure we don't take the damage. It leaves us exhausted, but White Queen and Hope can knock it out. I think that's probably what we do. Unfortunately, our hand has 2 different kinds of resources, so it actually might have been prudent to keep the energy and pitch these 2 for Stop Hitting Yourself so that we can spend X Jet plus energy to clear the helmet again. That's a reasonable mistake, actually, a pretty sizable mistake. But I guess maybe it's not a mistake because this leaves us with the flexibility to play charge card in case we drew, like, I don't know, I guess Tom Cassidy. So we'll just sit in that. Creeping Willow will attack. We'll just block so we're not stunned. If we got stunned, we'd have to waste an attack anyways. This way we technically heal 1 at the same time. It's back to us. All right, so charge. I think we're just going to knock out the Willow. So we're going to do X-Jet. This doesn't have a mental on it. We'll do not today. 4 charged card. We could spend resources to do overkill, which we probably do because each of our resources is worth 1 damage in our combo. Here it's worth a bit more. So this does 4 damage. We can spend 3 counters to make it do 7 damage, which means we each counter made more than 1 damage. So technically this is correct. It puts us away from the cool thing where we one-shot him, but with these characters on the table, we're not going to one-shot him. So we'll do 7 damage. 3 goes into the Willow. 4 goes into the villain. Hope Summers will attack only for 2 here because the helmet is on. And then we'll pass. Again, this is the thing, is when you do most of your stuff in the villain phase, a lot of your turns can be really short. That's one of the problems sometimes with playing defense. He dealt 3 plus boost. But is it dealt or taken? Hold on. I think we have to pull up the rules here. Because obviously those are 2 different terms. I just forget which one we care about here. Give me 1 second. Because damage is... I think you're right. He dealt a lot of damage. But how do you ever get rid of that card? A hero can use their basic defense power to defend against an attack. A hero must exhaust to use his power. The amount of damage dealt by an attack is reduced by the hero's defense. Oh, good. Yeah, that makes sense. So, hold on. If we do a good old damage dealt, it's reduced by the hero's defense value. So he dealt 6, I think, if not 5, but we defended for more than that. So we reduced the damage dealt to 0. So defense reduces damage dealt, and then excess damage dealt is taken, if I'm not mistaken. I've been playing the wrong the entire time. Yeah. I think that's worth keeping in chat, in check, like looking in on that every once in a while. So how it works is damage is dealt, defense stat lowers the damage dealt, any remaining damage is then taken. Any card that says as a cost damage has to be taken, if you mitigate the damage, then you didn't take the damage. But this game has different rules for damage dealt into becomes eventually taken, but defense stat lowers it. So we technically dealt 0 damage, but thank you for the check. I do actually appreciate checking that every once in a while. I want to be honest. I still, every day that I play this game, have to check what patrol means versus crisis versus everything else. So that's fine. Okay. That's it. We're just drawing up, right? Unflappable, we would love to have that a year ago. We drew it on an ugly time that we couldn't. Brother Voodoo might set up combo. Currently, our combo does about 13 damage, so we're getting there. Expert Defense, which we'll probably play. Stop Hitting Yourself. We could just do a tempo Stop Hitting Yourself to do like 8 damage. Not today. We could just do a tempo, yeah, I think we're just going to do a tempo one. We're just going to do a little tempo Stop Hitting Yourself. In terms of our deck, we have every natural agility left, so it's up to... Chat, I'm going to ask you, we're in a fork in the road here. We either can play Stop Hitting Yourself this turn to do like 8 to 10 damage, which is pretty good. Or we could squirrel it away to one-shot Juggernaut in a couple turns. It's up to you to decide. You just let me know while I set up the rest of this villain phase. But you tell me what you think is necessary, because we can do either of them. That goes up to 1. Juggernaut is going to be attacking for 4 and a card. We will defend for sure for 5. No matter what, we will play Expert Defense. I will wait until we decide whether we're going to play Not Today or not, which is kind of useless, but it gives us plus more damage. 2 for 10 seems pretty good. Yeah, 2 for 10 seems pretty good, but hear me out. If we wait, we also can just make it 2 for 13 because you can just spend the charge counter. So we probably should do that, and then we can win in like a turn. It uses the for each text. If no damage was dealt, can you spend 0 resources? You have no damage to target for each. Oh wait, does it have a bad for each clause? Head of Steam. No, come on. Text, you spend 1 resource for each damage dealt by the attack. So that's the cost. So for each damage, you're saying that there's no each, so we can't get rid of this? I know they changed the for each ruling in the 1.7, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what it is. I'm going to assume no. I think we can spend 0. We'll have to double check after that. But yeah, there's a chance that for each actually interacts with this in a way that's like not super intuitive. Also, who's the guy in the background? I've never realized that there was a dude back there in a loincloth. All right, we're blocking here for 8, coming in for 4, 5, 6, breakthrough. Okay, so we take no damage. So let's do a couple triggers. First trigger, sorry, we missed it. Staff, we're meant to do 1 to the villain. We'll ready ourselves. We'll hard ignore. And then we'll do it. We'll do some damage. We'll pay 2 for Stop Hitting Yourself. So Stop Hitting Yourself. Sorry, I think I hit the wrong thing. Defend, after you defend against an enemy attack and take no damage, deal damage to the enemy equal to your defense for that attack. So we have 5, 6, 7, 8 defense. I'm just going to go ahead and use 3 counters here to make it 11. Because we can, it's an attack event using our hero text. So we'll do 11 to Juggernaut, which puts him into a charged card territory, let alone another Stop Hitting Yourself. So the villain will take 11 damage for 2, which is pretty good. It's pretty good. We draw a counter card. Siderax Exemplar. So this is bad. This is bad. So Insight 1. Juggernaut Exposed is in play. We haven't been like keeping it down, which we talked about that being important. Flip it, can't do that. Place momentum counter. Otherwise, place threat on the main scheme equal to Juggernaut's attack, which is currently 4. So this goes up to 5. Could have been worse. If this hits 7, he attacks us, which is not great. All right. Charge. Have you ever tried Nick versus Juggernaut? He can't kill you as long as you stay in stealth. Yeah, that came up in chat like I think a week ago or so. I don't know if you said it, MouseBR, but I haven't tried it. I haven't realized how weird that is, but you literally cannot be attacked. I don't know if you can lose the game, but it's very, very goofy. Recently ran into this issue with pool aspect, just a scratch and Shadowcat hero. Just a scratch. I can't find a card called Just a Scratch. That's really weird. That's a frost giant? I don't know. These guys kind of look in better shape. Oh, he can kill Hope. Yeah, you're right. He can't just flatten Hope. Not much to do here. We're going to X-Jet. Unflappable. I'm pretty sure we remembered her counter. So Unflappable says if we block and take no damage, that's great. We obviously have to deal with this. So White Queen for 2. She's defeated. We're going to lose to this more than we're going to lose to damage. So we'll thwart for 1, we'll thwart for 1. And then we'll pass. Again, we have it ready for a fight, so that's good. But he is attacking for 4. It's big. Not today. Nice. Molecular, nice. We just want to stop hitting yourself when we win. Creole Charmer. Charged card. Stop hitting yourself. No, hard to ignore. Okay. Charge card wins next turn, so we should be fine. Goes to 2. Juggernaut attacks for 4 on a card. We'll hit him with the staff. Bonk. So we defend for 5. We'll go ahead and make it 7. It's really important that we're always up to 7 because that's the most he can do on an attack, I'm pretty sure. Because if we don't perfectly block, we don't ready ourselves, and if we don't ready ourselves, Hope Summer is in danger, and that's a problem. So 4, 5, 6. One of the few side schemes. So he perfectly defended. So we're going to use Not Today. It says after you defend and take no damage, remove 2 threat. You also get +2. We're not going to use Hard to Ignore because that's better. We will ready ourselves. We will Unflappable, draw a card. And we have a Royal Flush. Nice. 1 encounter card. Under Fire. 2 encounter cards. So Surge draws 2. 2 encounter cards is rough, but we've seen the exhaustion, so that's okay. Making green, I don't think we're going to care about this. It comes in with Hinder 2, so it comes in with 4, and Creeping Willow gets Surge. Creeping Willow is the one card that can maybe get in the way here, but I think with our Royal Flush, we should be fine. And a Shadow of the Past. Okay. It's a bummer to draw this on the last turn because it requires a lot of shuffling, which might not matter. So I'm going to half-ass this slightly. It's Belladonna. So she comes into play first. She has Toughness and Quick Strike. She doesn't have Guard. And whenever she attacks and defeats a character, you place 2 threat on the main scheme, which is not that frightening here. So she's just going to attack for 3. We're just going to take it. I don't think it matters. We'll take 3. We could block here, but it doesn't matter. We get no benefit besides we could remove. No, this actually doesn't work. We'll take 3. It's fine. Okay, we reveal the Assassin's Guild. This says force response after an assassin minion attacks and defeats a character, place 2 threat here, and it has the acceleration. And we shuffle 3 cards into the deck, 2 of which have Quick Strike, and the deck is relatively small. Now I'm just going to put these on top and not shuffle them because this scenario should be over here. We get a charge with their hero text. That's all we're going to need. She doesn't have Guard, so we're just going to do Molecular Acceleration, and we're going to do a big old charged card. And we're just going to do 4, 5, 6, 7 damage with Overkill, Piercing, and everything else attached. That's it. Villain takes 7. Pretty good. We're very good at going toe-to-toe with Juggernaut because we can block 7 consistently. We just wanted to stop hitting yourself, but we could have won that round. I think we have 1 more in our deck. I'm pretty sure we do. Maybe we don't. Oh, I didn't track. We had none. They were all out. So maybe that 1 protection card that allows you to shuffle protection events in Alter Ego is maybe worth something. But not too bad at all. Barely a scratch. Oh, that's what it's called. Because also for us, barely a scratch. When you would take any amount of damage from an attack, prevent 1 of the damage for each. So this just doesn't work? Yeah, not too bad. Yeah. Oh, because you ignore them with Shadowcat? So you can't pick them for Shadowcat? Wait, that's really weird. Cool. Yeah, we comboed off. Some of our turns are like somewhat sleepy. Like I'm not gonna pretend that's not the case, where like we're just setting up, but we are just stalwart, right? Most of the damage we took was, I wouldn't say self-inflicted, but it was within our choice to do it. I think on this auspicious Sunday afternoon, we have a chance to do one more scenario. We have the time to do one more scenario. What scenario do you want to see? Because I think we can do pretty good. I think this deck will have issues when there's a lot of threat all at once. Like that can be a problem. We're not very good at big threat work. We're also not probably incredibly good at doing a lot of small minions. I think if that's the case, we probably have to put more minions in the deck or more allies in the deck and probably cut up some of the expert defense cards, like expert defense or not today. Not today is a really good card actually. A free ready and 2 threat is usually what it comes down to. Yeah, who's a good bruise? We want to just like toe-to-toe someone. Go Canada. Let's go Strife and see how you feel now. Yeah, I played Strife against this. It takes long. That's the issue. Is because you're a very like plotting deck and your damage comes in big bursts. You have to toe-to-toe Strife for a while. It's like not my favorite thing, but we could do Strife. It's just going to take a minute. It's not a bad option. I couldn't find anything in the rules that wouldn't let you discard Head of Steam for 0 if you perfect block. Did you check the new for each rules in the 1.7 flip? I guess we could check that really quickly too. But I think that's the one thing that might cause an issue, which let's just give it a good old read over so that we understand where we are. Because I know they updated it. Okay, hold on. So it's on this monitor behind me, so it's kind of hard to do this. Okay, for each. This is new. All right, this will be easier to read for me than you, I think. If an effect with a for each requires a target, that effect applies to a single target unless the for each includes the choose instruction. For example, an effect reads, for each treachery looked at this way, remove a threat from a scheme, removes the threat from a single scheme. Alternately, an effect, that's fine. For each effect with a choose instruction deals damage or removes threat, it is considered a single instance. Okay. If for each, hold on, let me just pull this card up too. So this says, after Juggernaut attacks you, spend 1 resource for each damage dealt. If for each effect has a choose, there's no choose here. The choice is considered a separate instance of that effect. I don't know. I don't know how this interacts. I don't think this has a huge impact on this, does it? I'm very bad at reading the rules on camera and feeling like I can make sense of them. If another ability modifies a for each, no. Yeah, what happens when a for each has 0 choices? It requires a target. So like the way I read this is the cost was to spend 0 resources. We've spent 0 resources. Well, the effect was to discard this. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Toy Wonder, who's your favorite brawling villain? Oh man, the worst part about this is that I'm so bad at thinking of all the villains when I'm asked to think about a specific villain. Do you know what we might do? Because you reminded me of it. MaGog. I haven't played against MaGog in a minute. And do you know who's a brawling villain? MaGog. MaGog is such a brawling villain. I think MaGog might actually be really fun. Matafra is saying Absorbing Man with Brute Strength from the Wreckers mod set seems quick and fun. Oh, that's cool too. I don't think I haven't really attached the Mr. Sinister stuff to other stuff. Been meaning to play Juggernaut with the Atlas modular. Oh, neat. Yeah. So Atlas is from the Thunderbolts. He's the one Thunderbolt that if you don't deal with him, you lose because he has a couple cards that just say like if the counters on this are too big. That seems okay though. Adding 18 extra health is like kind of a lot. MaGog with Fantasy, let's go. All right, we'll try MaGog because it's been a minute. We might have to do some quick resleeving. But I think that's actually a really good suggestion to do Brute Strength Absman. It'll make Absman much more interesting. I don't think there's a lot of people that are huge Absman fans. Maybe you are actually, Mataffer. All right, let's clean this up. This is why I didn't shuffle it in because it doesn't do anything. Ah. All right, let's do a quick cleanup. We're not going to need any of these scenario sets, so I will clean this up off camera. We'll just exfiltrate a couple of the cards we'll need. So give me one moment, please. Jug. This is fine. We just need standard. And expert. I'm not the biggest fan of the next evolution scenarios. Oh, Cody, it's gone. Sorry. From what I've read of your comment, which might be totally wrong. Next evolution, when it came out, I was like, okay, it's fine. It's easier than I think the box on either side of it, which I do like things that are more difficult than easy, as much as this game gives you a lot of levers to control that. But the more I play it, I think the more I like it. I think I've warmed up a fair bit to it. Mr. Sinister, it's okay. It's like, I think this box is the total embodiment of like totally just B plus Marvel Champions, which like, that's good. I like B plus Marvel Champions a lot of the time. It's totally fine. I don't know. Maybe I'm trying to encourage, you know, just good enough, but genuinely, a lot of the scenarios are like not my favorite scenarios, but none of them are bad. None of them are bad at all. Still unclear if it works, but it's nice to have Head of Steam cleared up. Absman isn't my favorite, but that setup sounds cool and very thematic. Yeah, that setup does actually sound a lot very cool. Let's try and grab MaGog. I think MaGog would be in the Mutant Genesis box. Give me one moment. Mutant Genesis. Mutant Genesis. Mutant Genesis. Okay, we are gonna have to do a bit of resleeving. I'm gonna need this hope. This hope is kind of useful. It's been a minute since I played MaGog, so I don't fully remember what he does besides the crowd cheers and boos for you. So let's see, we'll find out what he does together. Meant to say I'm not the biggest fan of the next evolution scenarios, but I think the Mr. Sinister mods are awesome, making either scenario like Ebony Maw a little bit harder. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people do that, like give brute strength to any of the bruisers you think are not that interesting, or super strength, excuse me. Like Rhino with brute strength. That sounds much cooler. Like building encounter sets with modularity in mind, the way that they can interact with other scenario sets. Like, I don't think I'm the biggest, I always get the name wrong. Infinity Gauntlet, I was going to call it the Power Glove. I'm not the biggest Power Glove fan, but the fact that Power Glove gives you that much ability to modify so many other scenarios is kind of sick. Wait, it's not in here? Oh, so it's probably in this box. It was a next evolution thing, right? Finisher Mode is his second best campaign. Rhino with City and Chaos is pretty fun. Where is MaGog? Is MaGog in Age of Apocalypse? I can't find the guy. This seems right. Yeah, this is right. This is right. Okay, cool. All right. Do you want to watch me resleeve an entire scenario set? Does that sound fun? Watching someone resleeve an entire scenario set? Toss Infinity Glove on Hood is a wild ride. That does sound like a wild ride. All right. We got MaGog. 2 capital letters. Not that it matters the way that we do things here. Villain named MaGog. He's in the Mojo Small campaign. Yeah, I just forgot where I stored that. Because I forgot when Mojo came, but apparently Mojo came closest to Age of Apocalypse, which that was news to me. Villain set. Oh, wait, 10 health? That can't be right. Okay, that's correct. So this is MaGog. We have the champion. We have the challengers. So us and them. It's a good mentality to have. We have this. I'm not going to resleeve these on stream. It's fine. Oh, no, we have to because we have to use expert. Okay, bummer. So we'll grab the MaGog cards. At least there's not a lot of them. And so we'll just do the setup. So this is Melee in the Mojo Seum. So MaGog, A, B for expert mode, MaGog and standard encounter set, 1 modular encounter set, 1 random modular encounter set for the Mojo scenario. So I think we have requested to play fantasy. If you don't know, all the Mojo encounter sets are very thematic on a different sort of channel on whatever sort of TV we're on here. So we're going to do a game of Mojos. So I have to resleeve these because otherwise the card backs are unfortunately different than the standard encounter set. So that will be something we can notice. Standard thing with expert makes them fun. Makes who fun? It came out during Mutant Genesis. So did I just put it in the wrong box? This does go in the counter deck. Give me 1 second. This deck is not very big. Like MaGog only has 8 cards. This surprise contender, if you're not familiar with it, we'll leave that surprise. It's a card that if you know about it, you can play around it a bit more intelligently. Unfortunately, I forget when it shows up. I remember it showing up in a bad spot, so that's not good. We're just gonna need a handful of sleeps. This might just be enough. Maybe we're gonna be 1 or 2 short. I haven't played Mojo in a long time. I really enjoyed it when it came out, and I was playing most of the precons against it. I think the last time I played this on stream, I was playing an Iceman deck, and it was like, I love Iceman. And I was so happy to show off how hype Iceman is, and then we just kept getting bodied by Mojo over and over again. And somehow that just like sullied everything for me. I don't know why, but I haven't played Mojo in like a year. So this is maybe a nice thing to check back up on. All right, we have more than enough sleeves. Good. 10 health, but immortal. They will cheer for us. It's only a matter of time. All right, so the counter deck is relatively small. All right, put the champion environment. This seems suspiciously small. Put the champion environment card and the challenger environment card into play, each with its booing side face up. So these get counters, and on a certain amount of counters, they'll flip to the side. This is how you win and lose unless you die. So the challengers is us. What fun art. If there's at least 5 rating counters here, flip this environment. When you flip it, I think a bad thing happens. I'm pretty sure a bad thing happens when you flip this. But we need to get this to 10 cheer counters to win, because otherwise you're stuck in the Coliseum forever. Now the champion is entirely symmetrical. I think when this advances, we get a bit of a comeback mechanic, but maybe I have it backwards. If there's 5 counters here, flip this environment without removing the counters. And it says, in this corner, we have your 99-time defending Mojoverse champion, the mighty MaGog. Cool. Only one scenario card, main scheme. It also, I think, is one of the ones that has like text when it advances, but you don't lose. I think it just gets ratings. So melee in the Mojoseum comes in with 2 threat a turn, is frightening for how much threat we can put out. The players cannot win the game unless they wow the crowd as the challengers, which we have to do a bit of work for that. And it says when this scheme would be completed, place 2 rating counters on the champion and remove all threat from here instead. So all threat is good. MaGog only schemes for 1, but it means you can trade 2 threat for like recovery if you really need to. We'll see how bad this is. And the crowd goes wild. Setting up, same scenario, but using protection Nightcrawler. Need to garden first, be right back. Hey, that sounds fun. Playing MaGog with protection or against protection is like just a lot of fun. From the small and insignificant place, planet Earth. I mean, Earth has been making a huge stink out there recently. Mojo's a great pack. I love all 3 of the scenarios. Just pack a lot of thwarting from Mojo. Yeah, I think with Mojo, you want a lot of confuse, because I think you're really incentivized to jump down a fair bit and stop him from doing his thing. But like jumping up and down's hard. I don't know. I have to revisit Mojo. Mojo soured me, but I think I was just in a bad mood that day. All right, we're looking at the villain. It's MaGog. Only 10 health. Whenever we defeat him, I think we get a bunch of ratings. If MaGog would be defeated, reset his hit points to 10. That's nice. We can do 10 damage with a single attack. Place 2 rating counters on the challengers and deal each player face down a counter card. I don't like that part. Also, if MaGog attacks and damages the character, you have to place 2 rating counters on the champion. That's bad. That means 10 attacks. We lose the game if we take damage. And he attacks for 3 and a boost. And I think the boosts are actually pretty bad here. Do we have a setup for this? We don't. Do we have a setup? Yeah, we do. So the MaGog deck, let's see what the average boost is. 1.2. Okay, not the worst. But we saw the surprise contender there with 3 boosts. Earth 616, the setting of everything in Marvel Comics. Never heard of it. MaGog is a massive jump in difficulty from standard to expert. Why? He says, getting frightened. What's the difference? Is it the one attack might matter? Place 3 ratings on, this one says place 3 rating counters on the challengers. This is place 2 rating counters. Seems in some ways it's getting easier. Why does this one place less rating counters? Oh, wait, that's the good one. It's when you defeat it. So we have to defeat him more. So 2 rating counters is when we do good. 3 rating counters when we do good on the other side. Yeah, that seems like a big jump. I mean, we're off. Let's go. Been a moment. It's good to be back in the Coliseum, where we belong. We really need to get all our defense stuff up fast, because again, MaGog attacking us, disaster. If MaGog never does damage to us, that's okay. And I think MaGog has cards and counter cards that just say like MaGog attacks. If you take no damage, they cheer for you. So like being prepared for that's good. I think the only villain who gave me a bad time in 2025 was Heroic Captain Marvel. Some fella at a meetup. They brought a chip damage Gamora aggression deck and just had a bad time. I was playing against Captain Marvel as War Machine, and yeah, that kind of sucked a bit, I'll be honest. 33% less reward for defeating him does seem like a big... It does matter. It matters if the breakpoint matters, because in theory, you go like 3, 6, 9. You have to do it anyways. So instead of doing it 4 times, you have to do it 5 times. That doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but you always get like 1 or 2 incidental cheering counters from doing good stuff anyways. So it probably will mean we have to defeat him 1.5, if not 2 times more. We're off. Jocasta, not super good on turn 1. And mind you, when he attacks and damages any character, so chump blocking is not super efficient against MaGog. Expert defense, I mean, I wouldn't keep it, but if we had this in our hand, that's kind of what we want, to not take damage from MaGog. Nick, yeah, bud. Less good in this scenario, because we don't want to block with him, but maybe an option. Hard to ignore. I think we have to set up our entire perfect block engine, because that's what we want to be doing, so I'll probably keep that. The best thing we could draw is our guild armor. Stop hitting yourself. We're not going to keep that. And lastly, natural agility, which the rules say we shouldn't keep that because it is just a block card. In theory, if we throw this out for Jocasta, Jocasta comes a bit better. So actually, maybe we throw Nick Fury. We play Jocasta and are hard to ignore, and maybe that's good. Because we have 3 more cards and 1 card. 3 cards play Jocasta, 1 plays hard to ignore. I think we could do this. If we draw a double, Jocasta gets a lot better. But now Jocasta actually has a really good protection card that is going to make us block like 5 and get the charge counters going. Ready for a fight? I don't think we're super scared of him scheming. Nope. I want to get rid of that card so it never shows up again in this thing. It's fine. Rogue, turn 1 Rogue, hate it. Gambit staff, fine. 10 damage means Gambit staff does a fair bit of damage, technically. And then we have an Unflappable, which is probably the most important card here to set up outside of everything else. So a bit awkward, because if we play 3 for Jocasta, then we can either play Unflappable or Hard to Ignore. I think Unflappable is going to be more important. We have another Hard to Ignore, and we need to be blocking every turn. Why not get a card draw every turn? That means we're not playing the staff. That's fine. Staff is fine. There's not a lot of minions in this deck, so the staff's damage is a bit less good. 2 counters per damaging him is the biggest difficulty spike. Got to be perfect with those blocks. That's our intention. That is our intention. I would love to see a hero design, and admittedly, you need a lot of levers for this, where if you perfectly block, you get a benefit. Not overblock, but literally perfectly block. Kind of sounds a bit daredevilish, but that'd be very fun to be able to like hard call it. I think when Spider-Man showed up in Unmatched, his ability was to always look at your opponent's card so you know exactly what's coming in. I think that's a really good way to do Spider Sense too in this game. I think that's what we're doing. I think we're going to exhaust here. We could do 2 damage, which is nice, but we can also control the boost card. So I think that's going to be a bit more important for the perfect block thing. Maybe we'll just let it rip, but we can look at 2. Oh, wait, there's minions. There's a troll or an advance. I think we're going to just discard this troll. I think that almost all of the things here, they give you some benefit when you defeat them. Schemes for 0, attacks for 2, takes extra damage from mental resources, kind of just like our friend Juggernaut. But the player who defeat this may put an ally from the discard pile into play. That's actually really good. But no matter what, it's going to be a boost card, so we'll get rid of that. And advance is waiting us for on the top of the deck, so he's going to attack us for 3. Nice. We actually don't even need to do Jocasta now. We don't need to do Jocasta now. Does that open up the turn? I think it does, because we know we're going to be perfect blocking. So I think we don't play Jocasta. Once per turn, Fyendal's Spring Tunic. And so we'll just set up everything. We'll play Gambit Staff. We'll play Hard to Ignore. We'll play Unflappable. Allies less good in this scenario than in anything else, but we're just going to play our protection setup. So that's a really good start, I think. So Unflappable says we'll draw cards when we don't take damage. It's our goal. Hard to Ignore says we'll remove threat when we don't take damage. That's our goal. And then Gambit Staff just does damage, which that's fine. We'll pass. Cool. Very good start. Yo, Joel, how's it going? How's your Sunday? Dirge from Transformers TCG gave a benefit when you perfect KO'd an opponent. Yeah, that's cool. I want some of that. That's like a really fun angle. Yeah, also when you do perfect damage. That is not an archetype we've seen in this game so far. Mojo collects all the residuals. Did MaGog ever retaliate? No, I don't think so. MaGog is twice the champion expert. Okay, good luck us. Voodoo's here. We haven't played him yet, but he's really good. Charge card. I don't think we're going to do that unless we find a big minion. And then we have a genius. So weird hand. This definitely plays Brother Voodoo here, but we have a physical also if we want to play ready for a fight. All right. So melee in the Mojoseum doesn't do anything. It just gets 1 per turn. And then when it advances, the crowd changes or cheers or whatever. Villain. Excuse me. We know Mojo's attacking us for 3. After MaGog attacks and damages a character, place 2 ratings. So we're going to perfect block. And that means we perfect block. MaGog attacks us for 3. We don't take damage. So a couple things happen. Firstly, Gambit staff happens before we reveal the boost. So we'll exhaust this to do 1 damage. Oh, we are exhausted now. That's actually kind of bad. I forgot we don't have a guild armor, but no matter what, we're still doing this. Oh, that's to us. Excuse me. Unflappable draws a card because we perfect blocked. We want our guild armor. We don't have it. We could stop hitting yourself for 3 damage. I don't think that's worth it. Hard to ignore. Hard to hit. We'll remove 1 threat here. Would reveal 1 encounter card. No! MaGog attacks you. If a hero defends against his attack and takes no damage, place 2 rating counters on the challengers. This is the worst time to draw this. That's so annoying. We have no way to ready ourselves. So unfortunately, we're going to be adding counters and not getting the counters we need. You need to perfectly block this. I think no matter what, we had to block the first attack, but forgetting that we're not ready is bad. I think there's a big chance in this deck, in this scenario, maybe we should just wait until we find our guild armor and not worry about it. But we could replace our not todays with desperate defenses just to ready ourselves. Funny enough, the one that stuns is not one we really want because we like being attacked. But yeah, this sucks. This really does suck. Feels bad. So defend the title. MaGog is attacking for 3 in a card. Not much we can do. Boost is Stage Fright. Hey, that's us. You were confused? Oh, yeah, okay. So we take 3 damage. And that means with MaGog's text fires, which says we have to put 2 counters on the champion. When this hits 5, it flips. When it hits 10, we lose. Bummer. Yeah, I think Desperate Defense would be a really good call. I'm off to play a 4-person game. Falcon, Winter Soldier, Spider-Woman, and Cable versus Captain Marvel. Good luck. I mean, I don't think Captain Marvel's surviving that, Ryan. Enjoy. I go to the New Hampshire Double G&K. Oh, you have the buy. Yo, how's it going? What are you playing today? I forgot that was today. I thought that was in a week or so, but I've been listening to the podcast. We'll charge. Okay. That sucks. Not great, but we're going to do the best that we're going to do here. So we might just do damage to MaGog because we have to. Like, I don't think we can like just wait, but we'll do 1, 2, 3 for the Brother Voodoo. So we can look at the top 5 cards of our deck. Again, I don't think allies are that good in this scenario because of the text, unless they have toughness, which maybe we should move that around, but we're just playing this deck as is. So we look at the top 5 for an event. So I would, our guild armor is the next card. Bummer. We're going to have to shuffle these, of course. So natural agility is not bad. It does +3 block, but I think we might as well just take an expert defense because it's the cheapest thing and we can hold it in our hand and then we'll have to shuffle these back. But expert defense is really important. Having a ready is the most important thing we could have had. I think we need to change, maybe move some cards around if we don't win this MaGog. Maybe self-defense. I don't know what makes something self-defense. And vegan epiphany. Oh, nice. I think most epiphanies are vegan. So I think you're playing something that people would probably expect. What makes it self-defense is if it's a tag me deck. So if you're playing Manuel Achishimura, you're considered self-defense. The deck that's running like 2 resources. All right, this is in our hand. Brother Voodoo doesn't have much to do. I think we just attack for 1. We are confused. We're exhausted. Not used to that. So I don't think we care about ready for a fight. I think we'll just do some charge card damage. I think we'll just do 4 damage to push the narrative forward. So we'll play charge card. So we'll just do 4. We can make it do more damage, but it doesn't really hit a breakpoint. That's obvious to me. So we'll do 4 to the villain. When we defeat the villain, we get an encounter card. Not my favorite. And Brother Voodoo attacks for 1. Or we can thwart twice for 2. This could be a jump down angle, honestly. But I think if we were going to do a jump down angle, we probably want to wait for... No, we have this. No, I think it's not a jump down angle. We'll pass. 1, 2, not today. Okay. 3, not today. Okay. 4, strength. 5, natural agility. That is definitely not a hand you want. We will be drawing 1 more card here, but this hand is like bad because all it does is defend and we can only defend once. MaGog is attacking us for 3 in a card. We'll ping him with the staff. Staff is fine. I think we just play natural agility here because it's the one that's the easiest to play and it pushes us forward because it gives us a counter. So we're defending here for 6. 3. Reveal this card. It's Surge of Aggression. It's a cool card name. After MaGog hit points are reset, place a rating counter on the challengers. That's good and discard this, but now he's attacking for 1 more every round. So that's a pretty noticeable breakpoint. We still haven't found our defense conditioning, a defensive conditioning or our vest. We take no damage, which is nice. So Unflappable draws a card. Oh, mind you, we are exhausted. Hold on. And Hard to Ignore removes the 1 threat. In theory, we'll do Unflappable always first because we draw Creole Charmer. Maybe we won't, but I guess we are confused. Stop hitting yourself. Hard to ignore removes 1. Do we stop hitting yourself? I think we do stop hitting ourselves because this hand is useless. So I think we will play stop hitting yourselves here. So we block for 6. So it says after you defend against an attack and take no damage, we now can do 6 damage to MaGog, which like it's a bit overkill, but it's kind of what we wanted. And it clears the surge of aggression perfectly. So the villain takes 6, which is what we need. So let's see what happens. I think we're going to draw a double encounter card. So when MaGog would be defeated, reset his hit points to 10. Place 2 rating counters on the challengers. Apologies to red, green, color blind, but the color is not super important here. And deal each player face down encounter card. And Surge of Aggression says when we reset his hit points, put 1 more on the challengers. So at least we'll advance the next time we defeat MaGog. And now we're drawing 2 encounter cards. Not bad. Should you not increase by 2 each round? Oh my God, Prim 2. Yeah, we should. Good catch. That means, let's just say that we're going to use Brother Voodoo to get rid of the 1 threat that should have been there last turn, or the 2 threat. But yeah, you're totally right. I forgot that this is a double. Very, very good catch. It's a weird thing for this to be a double, considering it doesn't seem like the most threatening thing. But yeah, it is really quite threatening. It should be 2 return. So we'll say Brother Voodoo fixed it last round, just so we're comfortable with that. All right. 2 encounter cards. Guild Business. So now we really want to go Alter Ego, because otherwise we're drawing a couple too many encounter cards. So Energy Resource. Gang Up. So the villain's attacking us for 3 and a card. We could block with Brother Voodoo. It saves us health. That's all it saves us, because we're still going to get champion counters. So we'll block with Brother Voodoo. 1, 2, 3. Advances out. Brother Voodoo is defeated. And when MaGog does damage, we have to put 2 counters here. This is not going super well, I'll be honest. When this hits 5, I think a good thing happens for us, but I could be wrong. Back to us we charge. Good afternoon. Hey, Joey, how's it going? I've finished playing some Magic Commander with a win and a 2nd place. Let's go. I love this Gambit deck. I've been meaning to play for a while. It's neat. It's really, really neat. It's a cool way to interact with the game in a very, very different way. I honestly don't know whether Stop Hitting Yourself is worth playing in anything else besides this deck. There are a couple other decks that can get big defense. Like I think Root can do it. I'm not sure who else can like do massive defense in a single turn. But like, look at this hand. We don't even have an energy resource. Like, what is this turn? This is awful. We might advance this, which puts 2 on this, which goes through. We're in a terrible spot. We're exhausted. Yeah, if we don't draw our guild armor, this is barely a deck. I think these not todays really need to be, or we have to have some amount of desperate defenses in this deck to not have this happen to us. I think being ready is really important. So if this fails, we'll change the deck, and I don't think it's going to go well for us. No energy resources. 3 mental. Really good if you're taking a helmet off someone. But I think we just have to flip down for safety. We could stay up again and just draw 2 encounter cards. Like we can hold on to a Not Today, which blocks MaGog, and just throw these out. That's probably more reasonable. I just hope that we don't get double attacked again, but the counter deck is really small, so it's very likely. So hold on to Expert Defense and we'll just pass. Actually, we'll hold on to a Not Today because this will be at 3. 1. Notably, Not Today is not a thwart card, so it doesn't like interact negatively with Confuse. Oh, man, being exhausted every round is really hurting us. 1, 2, that's nice. 3, X-Jet, okay. It's a bit expensive. We want to get that down. Hard to ignore, number 2. I thought we had a really good start, but not so far. And Hope Summers is going to be a bit expensive for us. She can go get us a superpower, like our cheap defense card, but that's the best she'll do. Goes to 3. MaGog is attacking for 3 and a card. I need to check her hand. Do we have energy icons? We do, but it's only the X-Jet. This is the 2nd time this has happened to get rid of Guild Business. And the problem with the X-Jet is Alter Ego. It doesn't generate a resource because the X-Jet only generates when you're an X-Men, which for us will be in hero mode. So he's attacking for 3. So what's the best we can do here? We can use X-Jet for Guild Business. It's not a good turn. I think we'll just have to play Not Today like this. So we'll use the staff to do 1 to the villain. So we're going to defend for 5. 3. Boost again? Jolt of Adrenaline? MaGog gets Retaliate 1 and Stalwart. Reveal this card. Okay. After MaGog's hit points are reset, again, get rid of this. This is really cool. I think when this advances, though, it's kind of bad for us. So MaGog is attacking for 3, has Retaliate and Stalwart. Confuse is something we would have pursued. But hey, we take no damage, so a bunch of things trigger. Firstly, Unflappable draws a card. We have a Creole Charmer. Unfortunately, he just got Stalwart this turn, and the only way to get rid of this is defeating him. We remove 3 threat, because hard to ignore. We would have left one threat for Creole Charmer, but I don't think we will because of the Stalwart. And luckily, Creole Charmer does have an energy on it, which is good for guild business. Speaking of guild business, we might just die here. If MaGog attacks us once bad, we're cooked. Exhaustion, hey, we played around that. We are already exhausted. Ah, okay. I mean, that's kind of the worst you could ask for. So now we have to draw 3 encounter cards while being exhausted on 6 health. Go, expert, go. It's a dragon. Now, only schemes for 1. Attacks for 3. Retaliate 1 and toughness. Double the amount of damage it takes from printed energy icon cards. I don't think any of our attacks have energy icons, which it seems like they would. But for some reason, charge card has a physical on it. Like, doesn't that seem like an energy card? I think all our attacks have physical. I'm not sure if we've seen a Royal Flush yet, but I think it has a physical on it. But when defeated, each player draws 4 cards. We've already seen Gang Up, I think. Ah, great. Yeah, we're cooked. MaGog attacks, you have a hero defense against this attack and takes no damage. We've drawn these always when we're exhausted. So MaGog hits us for 3 and a card. Oh, I drew 2 cards. It's an assault. So we take 3. We did almost hit a 3 boost there and lose the game. And now bad things happen. Because MaGog's text fires, and MaGog's text says, after MaGog attacks and damages a character, place 2 rating counters on the champion. So this hits 6, and then the champion's text flips. Flip. So now we're the underdog. That's kind of cool, right? I think this has a comeback mechanic. Oh, not that. Excuse me, don't read that. So it says, after the champion flips to this side, each player draws a card. I mean, we'll take what we can get. We drew a charged card. You can give it piercing, actually. We might be able to knock out the dragon. Actually, I don't think we are. So we're at 6 of 10. Master plan? Will this actually do anything? Are there side schemes in the deck? Place 4 threat on each side scheme. If not, discard cards until the top until you reveal a side scheme. Break a leg, surprise contender. That's coming up. Goblin, Shadow. Oh, yeah, this one's fine. This one's actually good. You reveal it, though, so it's Surge will trigger. This is Fetch Quest. This one's fun because it has no impact on the game, but it's something you can get rid of if you want to. Comes in with 6 threat, and when defeated, each player may search their deck for a card and play that card for free. So we could get Nick Fury. So 6 threat's a lot when we're confused. And our last card is Mana Drain. Oh boy, choose a non-wild resource type, then each player draws 2 cards. Each player must discard each card from their hand with the chosen resource type. Mental. Gonna choose mental. Definitely gonna pick mental here. Gonna pick mental. Still picking mental. I locked in mental. Okay. Thanks. Each player must discard each card from the hand with the chosen resource type. Oh. It was genuinely good for us. Did I do that right? Oh yeah, it's harder in multiplayer because you won't agree on it. Yeah, mental seemed good. All right, it's back to us. Yay, we'll charge. I mean, we got problems, but like not insurmountable. Bad, but not impossible. Would you really decide now is the time to press the dragon button? I mean, like if you have a dragon button, you might as well press it. All right, we're going to do half to the dragon. Luckily, this is at 0, so we can jump down and hope for the best. The dragon only schemes for 1. So we're going to do Did I do this button yet? Did I just do this button or no? I don't think I did this button. I'm going to hit the button. Cool. Then we're going to go molecular for the button for a charged card. So we need to do 4 damage, 5 damage with ranged, 6 damage with piercing really matters. So this is doing 6 with piercing. That will put the dragon at 4 health. We could put it down at 3 health, which is not an active breakpoint. I think we'll do it. We're in a bad spot. So we'll do 7 damage to the dragon. It has range, so we don't take retaliate. Oh, I forgot to put dice on the dragon, but luckily now the dragon's down at 3. You did a charge after the mana drain? Okay, thank you. Then we did. Then we'll do molecular for the charge. Unflappable for the X-Jet. We're going to waste the X-Jet here. So there wasn't a better way to do this, I don't think, because we need to keep this for guild business. Because we can't use this on guild business because guild business requires us to do an alter ego, and the X-Jet only generates for an X-Men, which we're not an X-Men when we're in our mutant mode. We'll flip down. We'll X-Jet. Sorry, I'm kidding. We'll Creole Charmer for guild business. Get that out of the game. Okay, we might be okay. We genuinely might be fine. We need to draw our guild armor 7 turns ago. That's the only thing that's been really bad for us is being exhausted after we defend. That's the only thing. 1. Thieves Guild, don't love it. Energy, please get us some armor. Please get us some armor. That's good though. 3 health is good. Not today, fine. Get us some armor. Get us some armor. And some armor. Nailed it. Okay, cool. We might be fine. Now this goes to 2, which I'll remember. MaGog schemes for 1 in the card. 1, 2. Not bad. This goes to 4. Dragon brings it to 5 of 6. Technically okay. We're allowed to do this. Caught off guard. Fine. Fine. Generally fine. We have to discard an upgrade or support. I think it's the staff. It's not super important. Okay, take a breath, Andre. It's you, the dragon, MaGog. We're at 5 threat. Seems like you got a lot of issues, but when we defeat dragon, we draw 4 cards. That seems good. Are we able to defeat the dragon with his hand? Literally, hand has no damage, so maybe we need the staff. No, do we need the staff? I think we need the staff. I think we need to keep the staff. Because then we can do 2 damage to the dragon, which does retaliate. Don't worry about that. But then when the dragon hits us, we can knock it out with the staff. We have to keep the staff. Do we get rid of the X-Jet? That's absurd. I think we get rid of the X-Jet. I genuinely think we get rid of X-Jet. Use your magic missiles card. I think we have to get rid of the X-Jet. Threat is too valuable. Like 1 threat per turn is way too good to let go of. I think it has to be the X-Jet. The shame is we can't use it. Ugh. Am I wrong? Please, someone convince me I'm wrong, because I hate the path that we're going down. Okay. We're always going to do energy for defensive conditioning. If I buy Inflappable, I think Inflappable is as good as X-Jet, because it generates a card a turn, right? We recover 3, we go to 4. That matters. Okay. Right? Unfortunately, our alter ego ability is a thwart, so it beats Confuse. Orbital Day Bomb Barrage. I have never played that aerial attack with the card that makes all your cards do plus damage equal to their cost. You know the one. If we recover for 3, we can't knock out the dragon. That dragon gives you 4, about to deck pass. We're about to deck pass anyways. We just can't defeat the dragon this turn. We have to defeat the dragon during the villain phase. So there's nothing we can do about the dragon. But the problem is this goes through. Yeah, we have to like pick our fight here. Fudge. Maybe it is the X-Jet, because with the X-Jet we can play the Guild Armor we're 100% playing. No, it doesn't really change our hand. Because the problem is we can't stop 2 on this, because we need to defeat the dragon. And if we defeat the dragon, we draw 4 cards, but it's during the villain phase, which is like not perfect. X-Jet is more flexible and expensive than Flappable. I mean, you're right, but for what it's worth, extra resources are not always as good as extra cards. And in this deck, because we have a lot of cards that are useless, drawing more cards is sometimes better than drawing more resources, because sometimes we have hands that are useless. I think you're like obviously right that more resources, like it's more expensive. But I think with the way that this deck works is that card velocity is more important than resources. Yeah, cards are generally better, especially when you have cards like this that don't do anything during the villain phase, or sorry, hero phase. So I'm going to eat the X-Jet, I think. But it's weird how that's the right choice. And it might be a hard to ignore, honestly. Hard to ignore is actually not doing a lot because this will advance. And then we have to take it off of that. But I think we legally have to defend. Sorry, I have to attack this. You make a great point. Thank you. We'll flip up. Charge. Attack for 2, taking retaliate 1. Dragon, I got your number. You're going to get the staff in the face. We will... Will we hold not today? I think we will hold not today because it's useful here. Look, it said chat. The streamer's out of line, buddy. But he's right. Okay. Not today will remove 2 threat from this. Heart Ignore is useless. You know what? I'm going to actually get rid of Heart Ignore because it's useless next turn. Nah, we need to keep it. We need to keep it. I think Expert Defense is the easiest thing to play. Not today removes 2 threat off of this, which is not super important. So I'm going to keep Expert Defense. We'll do not today for the Guild Armor. We needed that on turn 1, but we had a good turn 1. We still might die. And then I don't think the Thieves Guild is worth playing because we've already seen Caught Off Guard as much as we're going to deck out. And I think this Expert Defense, what's our bottom? Like we know we're going to draw all these cards, so we can just check it. There's no defense cards on this bottom. It's actually a really weird bottom part of their deck. So I'm going to hold on to the Expert Defense and throw this out. And a bunch of bad things will happen. That's for sure. Okay. Good luck us. 1, 2, 3. Oh, we could decide not to deck out by holding the Thieves Guild. Is that worth it? Technically, we'd have to decide before we draw. But if we draw 3 cards here, we don't deck out. This might be a good time not to deck out. We're going to have a big turn because we're going to draw 4 cards. But yeah, we might not want to deck out here. I think we don't deck out here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cool. Yeah, that was a better idea. All right, main scheme goes through. So we put 2 here. So we put 2 counters here. If we take 1 damage from MaGog, we die. The game's over. The crowd hates us. We're at 8. Good. MaGog attacks for 3 and a card. We will defend. We won't use our staff. We're going to defend for 7. 3, 4, 5, 6. Huge boost. We take no damage, so we got to do all our triggers. So first, we're going to deck out anyways because we're going to draw the card with unflappable. F it. I'm not holding on this. We're going to deck out anyways. So in theory, we would get another boost card. They're all random, but we're going to deck out here. This goes into discard pile. Yeah, we'll also deck out when we kill the dragon. Yeah, you're totally right. I was trying to be too clever. Mind you, MaGog is attacking. Okay, good things is we can ready ourselves. That's good to get on your last hand of the deck. Unflappable draws a card. Ready, hard to ignore does nothing because it can only remove threat from the main scheme. But we are ready, which is good. And we owe ourselves an unflappable card here. Which is... Oh, that's a good rogue, actually. Toughness is good. Okay, now the dragon attacks, which seems bad. But we'll use the staff first, which using a staff to knock out a dragon is kind of incredible. When an enemy attacks, exhaust is to deal 1 damage. It's not an attack, let alone the thing is defeated, so we don't do retaliate. This thing doesn't have victory, which is so weird to me. We're going to defeat this. Each player draws 4 cards, so let's go. 1, nice. 2, okay. 3, 4, extra yet. I mean, maybe this hand will do something, but like we're the deck is empty when we dealt this, which means that's frightening. But that technically means the dragon doesn't hit the discard pile. Because as soon as this is empty, this goes through. So we have cycled the deck. Weird. I think that technically means the boost card we just revealed shouldn't have been put back in the discard pile. Because I think it was on the table by the time we did the thing. Yeah, so that's also slightly wrong, but it's not a big deal. All right, 2 encounter cards. This is a problem. Adding 3 threat a turn. And if this hits 6, we lose the game. We're fine. MaGog is attacking for 3 and a card. We prepared for this. If we get attacked another time, we lose the game. So we're going to do what we can do here. MaGog has retaliate. I can't believe we didn't draw the one that does damage to them. So I think we'll just do a royal flush. No, royal flush can knock out MaGog. Let's not do that. Yeah, we'll do 1 royal flush into not today. So we're defending now for 6. We're exposed. 1, 2, 3. Advance. So we took no damage. So not today, you can remove 2 threat from any scheme. This is exhausted. Hard to ignore. Doesn't do anything. If this is an attack, we lose. Okay. Fine. Not you, but you. Fine. Oh, with a lot of cards in hand, this is a lot worse. Oh god, this is a lot worse. So same thing, we have to choose a type. Our hand has... I think we're just picking physical here for obvious reasons. Because our hand has no physical icons. So choose a non-wild resource. Each player must draw 2 cards. It's a physical. It's a physical. Great. Impact. And we're alive. We'll charge. Yeah, MaGog is literally no chill here. We are exhausted. We are confused. We can knock out MaGog though, which knocks this out, which puts us at 5. The biggest issue is when you defeat the challengers, you get the surprise contender. I'm sorry to spoil this, but this will show up out of nowhere. After it attacks and damages a character, you place a rating counter. That won't lose us the game. But when defeated, that's kind of good. The thing is, when this shows up, it has 7 health, and I forgot about that, and I threw out our second royal flush. Is that on me? Yeah, kind of. But this thing comes in with 7 health. So if we want to get rid of the stalwart, we need a jolt of adrenaline in him. No matter what, I think Rogue gets played, because with toughness, she doesn't take damage. She comes in for free. And that's a nice little panic block against MaGog. This is the scenario where we definitely should have changed our deck. This feels a bit more like Lord of the Rings LCG, where like having toughness is really good, having a ready is really good. So we should definitely crafted our deck around this scenario. I do think this whole pack feels a bit more like that, where building around this scenario is incredibly important. Professor X can thwart 3, which means we fetch quest is like kind of accessible, not super accessible. Yeah, she's really good in Rogue. In this deck where we're blocking, the toughness is a bit more awkward when our value engine is based off of blocking. But yeah, obviously Rogue is sick. She's one of the few cards where toughness is not the first line. And I think I've missed it the first couple of times I played Rogue. Because usually toughness is a headline, but the cost reducer has to go before toughness so that you see it when you play it, which like makes sense. I think we do Royal Flush here and we do 9 to MaGog. But then the contender comes out. The contender, the most we can do is 2 damage to it. But then when the contender attacks us, we have to exhaust against a contender. I don't think we can knock out MaGog this turn. Yeah, I don't think we're allowed to knock out MaGog. Bummer. So I think we just do value setup. So Prof, Royal Flush, Thieves Guild, the X-Jet's back, X-Jet for Armored Vest, which means we can keep 1 card in our hand that we want for next turn. I think it's the Royal Flush. So we'll do that, pay 3 for this, keep this for next turn, because next turn we probably have to do a bunch of damage. I missed it when I first started playing him. Yeah, it's the only card where it's, I think, maybe not the only card, but it's one of the only cards where it's not the top line. Cool. And I have no doubt at FFG they had discussions on why that is. I think they chose the right answer. Let's pass. 1, 2, 3. This having 3 a turn is terrifying. 4. Oh! Wait, we have combo. We have combo, gang. Gang, we're comboing. We're going to knock out MaGog this round. Wait, that's sick. But then the expert challenger engages us. I think that's acceptable. I think this is acceptable. We might do the wrong thing here. Again, our margins are so narrow. But if we can sneak through this, it's going to be one of the best games of Marvel Champions we played this year. This gets 3 threat a turn. I'm not worried. MaGog is attacking for 3 and a card. We will play Natural Agility. We are blocking here for 12. It's a bit overkill, but it's the best defense event we have in our hand. So we're blocking for 12. We are exhausted. We're not going to use Gambit staff because we're going to be attacked by the other guy and this damage doesn't matter. We know we're going to be attacked by the other guy. So we're defending 12, attacks for 3, 4, 5, troll again. So we take no damage. So let's do a couple triggers. Firstly, we ready ourselves with the guild armor. Unflappable draws a card. Let's hope. Nice. Hard to ignore. We might as well. And then we'll do molecular acceleration for stop hitting yourself. So we get a counter and stop hitting yourself goes through. It does 13 damage because I think the molecular acceleration counts still towards the natural agility. I'm pretty sure. Blocking for 13 with the resource. We don't need the 13 now. We'll play the 13 on this, if that's what you mean. But we'll do 13 damage to MaGog. So we knock out MaGog, which means Jolt Adrenaline goes away, which puts 1 rating counter here. I think the order we do this is not super important. So he loses Retaliate Stalwart. Then we defeat MaGog because MaGog takes 13. So when MaGog resets his hit points to 10 instead, place 2 rating counters on the challenger. So this goes to 6. Deal each player face down encounter card. Hopefully this is the challenger so that we whiff, because this text now fires on the cheering challengers, which says, after the challengers flips to the side, search the counter deck and discard pile for a surprise contender and put it into play, engage with the first player. If it is already in play, give it a tough status card. And because this is during the villain activation, it will activate against us because now we check for minions. If there's 10 here, we win. So we're hoping that this is not the challenge, that this is the challenger, because then we beat this. The odds are not great. That doesn't get the crowd on your side. I mean, reposting for 13. The crowd should love us. So we're looking for the challenger. Well, never mind. The contender, it's here. So the cool thing didn't happen. So this is in play. This is another way to get counters. However, if this hits us, we get some rating counters. It's attacking for 2 with Villainous, so it is a bit big. We can block ourselves, but I think we might just block here with a Rogue. That's good enough. It doesn't have toughness, which I thought it did, but I think it does if you keep it in play and do the sort of cheese strat. Okay. We're going to draw 2 more encounter cards after this, so I think we have to be ready. We could still lose, because if we draw 1 too many attack cards, because we can block this with Rogue, we can block us with Gambit. We can't take this to the face, because if it's a 3 boost, we lose. So that's not good. So surprise contender now attacks us. We're going to go do the Gambit staff to do 1 damage. And it's going to be attacking for 2 and a card. I think we just block with Rogue here. I don't think we block ourselves. We have no more block in our hand. We have the ability to knock it out, which, oh, mind you, MaGog's at 10. We're close to winning. If we knock this out and MaGog one more time, we get to 10. It's Shatterstar? Wait, what is? I think we have to block for Rogue and get lucky. 1-2. No boost on Goblin. Bummer. Rogue loses the tough. And now we have to survive these two encounter cards. One of them can be attacked, but not both of them. First card. Caught off guard. That's good. Watch me discard the X-Jet one more time. I don't think we're allowed to discard the X-Jet anymore because we needed to play the Royal Flush. So I'm going to discard the staff, I'm pretty sure. Everything else seems much more valuable. So then under fire, no, I was like, we're going to draw one encounter card and we'll be fine, but we have to draw two. Exhaustion, advance. Oh, we lose. We so lose. The villain schemes. We can't stop it in any way. So MaGog schemes for 1 and a card. If this hits 6, we lose the game. 1. Boost, reveal this card. Surprise aggression. So MaGog only schemes for 2. Okay. Sorry, surge of aggression. It's squeaky here. So after MaGog's hit points, this will put 3 on 6. So we defeat MaGog and surprise contender. We're okay. We have to clear a lot of threat from this though. Assault. Yeah, you wouldn't see it any other way. That's dicey because we have no threat removal. We're going to lose to the main scheme. Our hand has no threat removal. We can't play Hope Summers. I think we're cooked. Yeah, we're straight cooked. Maybe we couldn't legally block with Rogue because this is going to go too high. Yeah, I think we lose the game. MaGog is attacking for 4 and a card. We'll block for 5. We have no defense events here. So even if this is a boost, we lose. Yeah, this is not good. 3-4. 5-6. We take 1 damage. The crowd cheers to 10. I think we were cooked no matter what. But even with this deck that wasn't like perfectly set up, that was really close. All we had to do is like obviously not draw the thing that draws 3 encounter cards or whatever it is. But if this stays down, we need to keep it low because this is going to go up to 4. And all we had to do this turn is like Royal Flush, play Royal Flush with X-Jet. This can do 3-3-3-3. So what we do is we do 3-6 a surprise contender. That puts 2 on the ratings. We do 3 to MaGog. MaGog is on 7. And then all we have to draw is a stop hitting yourself. If we draw stop hitting yourself, we win. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We didn't, so we have to survive 1 more round. But that actually was closer than we thought. That was just a really bad encounter phase with all the extra encounter cards. Was Hope Summers in your deck when you fought Juggernaut? No, we took her out and replaced her with the White Queen, who wasn't particularly useful, but we remembered to take her out. That was so exciting. Loved it. Yeah, that was actually really, really exciting. I think we're going to give this another shot, and we're going to make some card changes really quickly because I think we have a chance here. Man, MaGog is kind of cool. MaGog is really, really exciting. I was like a really well-timed dragon. I wonder what we could have done better. But yeah, we were caught in a bad spot. This Confuse actually really did suck. And the card that we always drew when we were exhausted in the first couple rounds gave us the counters we would need to get out of this. So that wasn't great. But I think we can do this. Give us 1 more shot. I think blocking with Rogue against a contender was incorrect because contender only adds 1 rating where MaGog adds 2. I think you might have been right there because we're allowed to add 1 rating. And then anything that adds ratings adds enough ratings. The issue is that we couldn't block with ourselves. Like we had to defend, and if we had to, like, I think you're right. I think it didn't end up mattering because MaGog attacked us 1 more time anyways. But I think if we wanted to be brave, okay, I think the way that we could have played to our outs is take the attack from the contender and just hope it's not a 3 boost. Because I think the only chance that we survive is by us being ready and Rogue being ready. So the contender could attack for 2 and a card. If it's not a 3 boost, that's fine. And then this would have been on 9. And then Rogue could have done this. And then if we draw an attack, we block with MaGog. And I think that's the best chance we have. I think we probably had to push our luck. I think we might have needed to realize that we had to push our luck there and then just take the contender to the face and then just say, hope it's not a 3 boost. It's like super anticlimactic when you lose that way on camera, where it's like, you could have not done this. But I think you were right. But maybe it was only really bad because we drew under fire. But yeah, the Rogue difference is like kind of important because we can always block with her. But I think, yeah, obviously we didn't know we were going to draw a thing that adds 2 threat here. Or add a 3 threat there. That really mattered. My favorite story for emergent storytelling, what you just experienced was a really good example why I love them so much. A+3 theme. Yeah, these scenarios have really good themes. And again, this is what I mean when I talk about Civil War. It's like, oh man, the theme in the set, the cards are so well put together. He needs you to be brave and push your luck. That's true. Yeah, I think there we had to push our luck. I think we were behind. I don't think we were allowed to play safely there, which is good. That's a good thing to learn. All right, let's try again. Recover 5, I guess. and let's give this another shot. So what have we learned? We have to not be exhausted, because the most average encounter card is get attacked again. And every attack, like we take 5 attacks, we lose the game. That's a bad thing. So we're going to have to change some cards in our deck. The threat is really scary. Like the deck is small. We're adding 2 threat a turn. That's not good. So cards that we probably have to get rid of. Hard to ignore is expert defenses. They're a bit expensive, but like, I think we need to have the cards that ready yourself. I think we have to cut a stop hitting yourself. I think the card is good, but I think the problems that the scenario puts on is like, we probably should only have 2 stop hitting yourself, which is probably correct, and then have more slots for defense tech. Let me know if you think I'm wrong, but I think I would probably do that. And if we're playing more 1-cost events, we might want to put another resource generator. I think Hope Summers is too expensive for the deck. So I think we should put Polaris, and I think we should put Armor. So let's cut Stop Hitting Yourself. We'll cut Hope Summers for, I think, Armor, because she's just cheaper. So that's an easy fix. Let me get my green binder 1 second. Marvel Champions is fun and exciting. Arkham makes you struggle. It feels the ethereal pull of the Elder Gods. Man, when Arkham pops off... Okay, so... I play Arkham every Monday usually. And last Monday, we were having a scenario. We're playing Return to Dunwich, which if you're not familiar with Dunwich, there's going to be a bit of a spoilers, as much as the product came out in 2017, so I don't feel terrible about it. But there's this really cool scenario where you're on a train. And you start at the back of the train, and you have to get to the front of the train to interact with the engine. And every couple turns, a bad thing happens. And you lose some cars off the back of the train. And that's really bad, because if a character is in the car of the train that gets removed, well, they die. It's not something you have to do, that you want to do. And in Return to, one of the cards that they changed in the counter set is that there's this card that everyone hates called Ancient Evil. And Ancient Evil just says place 1 threat on the main scheme. Or not 1 threat, 1 doom. It's kind of the threat of the game. And doom is the clock. Because when doom hits a certain threshold, that's when the cars fall off the back of the train. And so that was going to happen. There were 3 cards left. I was in the front car of the engine where I was doing the thing that we have to do. My 3 other teammates are in the second car and the third car. And there's a whole bunch of enemies because we had a really, really bad round. And my teammate draws their weakness, which is technically a cultist enemy that spawns engage with them. I'm like, okay, that's fine. We can deal with this. We're very close to the ending. We're not exactly there, but we're close. Where are my sleeves at? Here. So he draws a cultist. The first encounter card is from the base set. It says put 2 doom on the nearest cultist. So we're like, oh, that's sick. We don't have to spawn a cultist. We can put 2 doom on the person who's in play here. Second scenario card, counter card says place 2 doom on the nearest cultist. Totally fine. Mind you, this ability doesn't cause the act to advance, so it doesn't really matter that much. And then it comes around to me. The third encounter card was something that's not important. I'm drawing the 4th encounter card. And the 4th encounter card is this card that replaces Ancient Evils that says Peril. And Peril is a keyword that also exists in this game, I'm pretty sure. And it just means that your partners cannot affect you, but they also can't talk to you. So you're left on your own to make the decision. And the choice is either draw 2 extra encounter cards from the deck, which is bad. I was in a bad spot. We're all in a bad spot. Or add 1 doom to the act. However, that ability will cause it to advance if it hits enough. Normally, it only advances at the start of the phase. And so I'm sitting there. The table's entirely quiet. I'm thinking about it. We had drawn some encounter cards that say we have less actions on our turn, so losing a turn didn't feel that bad. So I sit and I think for a bit, and I decide to add the doom. Immediately the table erupts because I totally forgot just 10 seconds ago or whatever. We put a whole bunch of doom on this one cultist that was in my my player to the left into their threat area. So I couldn't see it. Like I wasn't thinking about it. I wasn't visually in my line of sight, but obviously I should have thought of it. And now because there was 4 doom here and then 1 doom I added, we immediately advanced. When we advanced, the last 2 train cars disappeared that had my entire team in it. All of the humans that we were rescuing get defeated. So I take a whole bunch of horror and we lost that scenario. The reason why I bring this up is I've played Arkham Horror almost at least once a week since 2016. I have never once made a single decision that has defeated 3 investigators at the same time. It was incredible. It was the worst thing. The team, like, it was so bad. It was funny. Like, I was so embarrassed. I was in a sour mood after it. I'm like, I'm so sorry, guys. Everyone thought it was really funny, but I have never in a game, in a cooperative game, made one single hand decision that in a single action has defeated every single teammate at once without like realizing it. After that, because we felt so bad and the game night ended a bit early, we decided to go off to do one of the standalones called the Curse of the Rougarou, which is the second standalone they put out. And the early standalones they put out, some of them are my favorite. They're just so good. Where you go down to the bayou, you go down to, I think it's Louisiana. If not, it should be Louisiana. And there's a Rougarou, which is, funny enough, we go down to Remy LeBeau's area. A Rougarou is basically like the Cajun version of a werewolf that runs around the bog. It's someone who transforms into a wolf and does bad wolf things. And that scenario kicks your ass. It's a really hard scenario where there's this Rougarou that's really hard to fight, and it can attack like 3 different locations at the same time for up to 10 damage. It's like really messed up. And every time we go down there, we think it's going to be good. And the last 3 times we've done it, we've always died. And so everyone's like, let's go down to the bayou. I'm playing a character that if that character specifically gets transformed into the Rougarou, which is something you can do, my character gets stronger. I'm playing Duke. Ashcan Pete with Duke, so I'm a guy with a dog, and then I can become a dog myself now as a werewolf. And we did it, and it was so hype. It was so close. We had this perfect thing. We're playing decks we drafted, so the decks are of lower power value, power level, which is something we intend to do because Arkham Horror with a full like playset kind of gets too easy. Anyways, it went from like the worst Arkham Horror experience of me like killing all my teammates in a single action to like barely getting out of the Rougarou with the perfect ending. It was like a really good Monday. It started awful. And we were like, F it, we have to do this. Otherwise, this is unsalvageable. That's so unfortunate. It was really, really funny. I mean, I'm so glad that like my teammates were like genuinely thought it was funny and not be upset. But like, why are you playing with people if they'd be upset with you? They went to a hellscape. They're probably still alive. And when the train crashes, it's not only bad because everyone gets trauma and like you don't get the best ending, but you lose all the unique cards you gathered from the first couple scenarios. Like you wake up and everyone's gone and your Necronomicon is gone. It's like, it's bad for a bunch of reasons. But yeah, shout out to my friends. They were okay with it. This is unbooing. Wrecking 3 people is a legendary achievement. I mean, like, I'm talking about Arkham Horror PvP and we figured it out. All right, so Hope Summers is armor. One stop hitting yourself is definitely going to be Desperate Defense. For those who don't know, this is an earlier card. They have a full art of this. I don't know how you're meant to get alt arts of this game. But Desperate Defense says you get +2, and if you don't take damage, you ready yourself. That seems important. There's upgrades that do something like this. I don't like the upgrades so much, but these are fine. So that's 2 out, 2 in. We could still play Polaris. I think Prof X is worth something here. I think the Hard to Ignores are good. I think the Ready for Fights are just coming out. I think we're not playing the Ready for Fights enough. It allows us to jump down and recover. Maybe that's worth something. Maybe we'll play 1. Yeah, maybe 1. We'll do this. Is this good enough? I think we need another Desperate Defense. I'll get rid of an Expert Defense for a Desperate Defense. We'll trade Expert for Desperate. And we'll do something like this. Wait, that's not right. We took this out for that. So this is fine. We can just leave these in the deck. Yeah, that's good. That's what we want. I think playing Polaris would also be pretty reasonable. But like, I don't think we want too much toughness because we do want to block. Because our things trigger not when we get attacked and take no damage, but when we defend and take no damage. Technically, toughness does that, but it becomes a bit redundant. It does mean that MaGog's text won't fire, because I think MaGog's text cares about doing damage. After MaGog's attacks and damages a character. That's really weird, because normally it would say deal damage or take damage, because I'm pretty sure toughness makes it so you don't take damage, but technically damage was done. So I think toughness beats MaGog, but the way that's worded, I don't think it's incredibly intuitive. Oh, we were considering keeping 1 ready for a fight. That's what we were considering. So we'll keep 1 ready for a fight and take out an Expert Defense. Because we're adding more defense cards overall. I think we want to make sure we don't have too many defense cards because then they don't do anything. All right, so these 3 come out. Wait, what are we doing? 3 out. Hold on. Hold on, this is bad. This is in our deck. So we take 3 out, we add 3 in. And we take this out, this in. Good. So this is what's coming out. Took me a minute. All right, MaGog round 2 this time with Feeling. You actually need to take damage from him? It doesn't say take. I agree with you. I think that's how it works, but it doesn't say take. I think normally these cards say take. I don't know if damages just inherently means takes damage, but it doesn't say take on it. And for what it's worth, that does matter. Like the Power Stone, I think, is goofy. Is it just called Power Stone? Maybe it is. Like Power Stone has the bad wording on it. Power Stone says after a hero or villain deals 3 or more damage. That means dealing is not the same as taking. So if you have toughness, I think you were dealt 3 damage. You just didn't take the damage. If you defend, it does reduce the amount of damage you're dealt, though, I think. The wording's not super consistent. All right, let's give this a shot. I'm feeling good. Feeling good. All right. I think we had a pretty good opening, but check this opening. It's going to be a lot better. Desperate defense. I mean, we're not going to keep that. We don't keep defense cards. Maybe you do keep this card because it's that important. I'll put this in the maybe category, but like I hate keeping cards on turn 1. Professor. We don't want to chump block with Professor. So Professor and Nick are actually a bit worse in this deck than in some, or in this scenario because of the not taking damage ability. This we definitely don't keep. We definitely don't keep charge card. X-Jet. I mean, it's good to have, especially because we had more 1-cost cards we had into the deck. I'll put this in the maybe camp. Genius. Definitely. Desperate defense. Bummer. To start with both of those. So I think Genius plays X-Jet really well. We could hedge by keeping a desperate defense, using it as a resource if we need to. If not, we'll hold it, and then we'll throw these out. I think that's fine. Ideally, we don't draw this and draw it later. Our deck still has like 7 defense events, so I actually don't think we keep this. But this is the defense event that keeps us ready. The chance of us drawing into our armor is not really worth mulliganing in a way, I think. Inconsistent wording is my 1 mark against Marvel Champions. The game is so fun and creative and expressive. Just wish things were more clear. But at the end of the day, vibes it. Like golden rule, just play it the way you think it makes sense. At the end of the day, you might have a different conversation where you think, oh, it's really not that hard because you're playing the rules slightly differently. But like, this is not a competitive game. I totally hear you. I wish things were more consistent. They've been getting better at it, but it's like very hard. All right, energy. I guess we are keeping this. Unflappable, great. Creole Charmer. I mean, that's not bad. We actually can play that down here. If we do Creole Charmer, though, we can't use Remy, which means we'll attack for 2, which like maybe that's even better for doing what the game wants us to do. So let's just count this out. If we do energy for Creole, then we could do these for X-Jet, play Unflappable. Perfect. So we're going to play Creole Charmer. Remove all the threat, which confuses MaGog. Not super valuable, but it means we can jump down to recover if we need to. We will flip up. We will charge the card. We will attack for 2. We will play the X-Jet. We will use the X-Jet to generate 1 for Unflappable. We are only defending for 3, and we do not know what the boost is, but we're going to draw a defense card here. Why is this on 5? It's on 1. We're good. For everyone in chat that just came in to recap the last MaGog round to shreds, you say, wait, what? I'm not sure I know what that is. Stop hitting yourself, not what we want. Desperate defense, that's what we want. We drew all 3 in the first hand and a half. Hard to ignore, charge card, and strength. So this is fine. We should be able to do Unflappable and be ready. There's a small chance she attacks us for 6. If that happens, like it's up to us that we went for the confuse, not the look at the top card of the deck thing, which that's our problem. MaGog attacks for 3 in a card. We will defend. We will use the X-Jet, I think, to go ahead and play Desperate Defense. So we're waiting. We're hoping. Okay, I'll be honest. So much of the scenario right now matters that we don't get a 3 boost here. It's like incredibly impactful. Maybe we are not meant to use this right now, and we're meant to use it when MaGog attacks us again, but I think we just use it. If MaGog attacks us again, we're blocking for 3 and hoping. The thing is, like, when MaGog attacks you again, that's the one that usually cares about counters more. So 3, 2 boost, perfect. 5, we take no damage, we ready ourselves. Unflappable draws a card. Incredibly high variance. This will draw a defensive event. It doesn't. All right, 1 encounter card. Advance. Okay. I mean, that's a pretty low tempo start. He's confused. That was not a very impactful encounter stage. Feeling good about this. Fayendal Spring Tunic. Futurama reference. It's all good. I've seen a lot of Futurama. That one slipped past me, unfortunately. All right, I think there's not much to do here. Charge card could do 6 damage. We actually could knock out MaGog here just to get counters. I think we like it's important to rush MaGog, but I also do think we want to keep MaGog on low because we haven't seen an encounter yet, or sorry, an attachment yet. And if an attachment attaches to MaGog, we'd rather MaGog be at 2 health than at 10 health, let alone another encounter card we want to avoid. Like we want to set up usually early. So it's nice to rush, but to some extent, I think we just play out the hand. We play, oh wait, this energy doesn't do anything. The strength doesn't do anything. So we'll play Stop Hitting Yourself for Hard to Ignore. So again, when we defend and don't take damage, we might actually thwart here, I'll be honest. Then I think we just do Charged card for Armored Vest, which gives us +1 defense, Corset. I think this got reprinted somewhat recently, right? It's weird to reprint Corset cards, but I think they do it just to make the precons make sense. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I think we will thwart for 1. We could attack for 2, which is maybe a bit more impactful. We haven't drawn any the not todays yet, and that will clearly easily defeat this. The strength, I don't know if we honestly hold on to it. I think it's so important our deck draws a defense event this round, let alone draws into our guild armor, so I don't think we hold on to this double. We'll pass. Shouldn't main scheme be a 3? It was down to 0, so it went up to 2. I don't think I messed it up. How's it going? Sorry, Matt. I've said hi already. I think it was at 0, so now it's up at 2. I think we cleared it down. We draw armor. Nice. That's new. Molecular. Okay, that's a cheap armor. Expert defense. We probably just play that. That means there's no way we'll take damage on the attack. The problem is we'll be exhausted, which is again the worst problem with this deck, with this matchup. And we have a Royal Flush with a Jocasta. Okay, this goes to 3 now. And now MaGog attacks us for 3 in a card. So we have to hope that we don't get the encounter card that says get attacked because we're going to be exhausted. Gambit. We are defending for 7. Enjoying the stream. Hey, let's go. 3. Boost stage fright. You are confused. Okay, this happened last game. So we didn't take any damage. So we have a couple triggers here. Firstly, hard to ignore. Actually, we should do this first in case we get Creole Charmer. Unflappable draws a card. We have the staff, not the one we want. And I guess we will hard to ignore. And we're going to get attacked here for sure. Oh, never mind. Feel a bit good about that interaction. All right, this is what I mean. So actually pretty good so far. So this attaches to MaGog. We actually can do enough damage to clear it immediately, which might be worth doing. It makes him attack for 4 on a card, which like that's a bigger jump point because he can hit 7. With all our defense events, actually some of them only get us to 6. So we have to get a bit lucky here, but hey, we'll charge. I think you should probably cut Energy Genius Strength, replace them with defensive energy because of molecular acceleration mostly. Why? So I don't replace them with defensive energy. What's defensive energy do? Oh, draw a card. Oh, I thought you mean power protection. So the doubles are really good. I think this deck's econ is a bit too low to not play more resources. I don't like defensive energy that much. You're right that it's good when you played 1-cost defense events, which we added more to the deck because it replaces itself. So it's kind of like a double. But I do think like a lot of the time the setup is expensive. Like Jocasta requires a double, right? Royal Flush kind of does. Charge card requires a double. I think you do need more doubles. I think if we're going to do that, we probably want to add like a Helicarrier or an X-Gene or something more to rebalance it. In this scenario, it doesn't seem like we need doubles also for like removing attachments or doing Juggernaut stuff. So maybe it's worth it. Do you have enough 2-cost cards? I think we have more than you think. It's just we don't play a lot of them all the time. We do have a lot of 1-cost cards, that's for sure, but a lot of the 1-cost cards aren't defense events. Like our deck only has 5 things that trigger defense energy, right? Like we have, sorry, maybe we have 6. I think that's probably not worth the inconsistency. It's worth trying. Like a lot of these things, like you have your idea and then you have to test them. My guess is it's probably not worth it. Our doubles are actually really good. Any hand that we have a double has been useful. Obviously that last one was weird, but it'll only get better, I hope. Okay, we already charged. We could defeat MaGog. It would require us to spend a lot of our charge counters, which now that we're slightly less of a stop hitting yourself deck, it's a bit better. I think we molecular for armor. We're an X-Men. Armor now means that we can get attacked and not take damage. I'm not 100% sure if... Did I spell her Canadian? No, I didn't. So she comes in with toughness and 2. I'm not 100% sure what the text on that 1 encounter card that says if you're attacked, add cheers. I think it's only add cheers if you don't take damage. I think you would lower your cost curve if you use that resource card. Yeah, I can see a deck that has a really low cost curve, but we actually do have a lot of cards that cost 3 or 2. Specifically, yeah, I think we do. I think we have enough. Okay. So the staff is mid. We could play Royal Flush here and knock out MaGog. It gets us another encounter card. I think we're set up for another encounter card. I think we do it. This is not clearing. This will go to 4 next turn. We haven't drawn any of our not todays, which we probably will. So I think I'm going to do this. So notably with Royal Flush. Oh, actually, do we play Jocasta? Just chill? Because Jocasta can get a desperate defense. That's not super important. I think maybe we just do Jocasta instead. Yeah, I think we need the thwarting. So I'm going to do X-Jet, Royal Flush for Jocasta. And no joke with Jocasta, now that we have the armor with the toughness, I think we're going to go for expert defense here because it's just super cheap. But it ensures that we draw a card and removes the threat. So we can go grab a defense event. We would grab the one that gets a charge, the natural agility if we had it. So we can either go for desperate defense, which readies us, which, yeah, we probably can afford that. We block for 6 with this. MaGog could attack us for 7. If we want to be safe, we could do expert defense. I think that's okay. That we don't have our guild armor, like maybe we do desperate defense, but with armor, I think we're okay here. We'll try this. Brenda must be off. Good luck. Have fun. You got this. Make way for the King of Thieves. Thank you. I think we have it this time around. I'm feeling a lot better. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for dropping in, Donovan. We'll thwart for 2. Yes. We won't use armor because of the toughness. And we'll draw 5. All right. Molecular, nice. Guild armor, perfect. Okay. This round might be a bit dodgy, but from that point on, we should be good. There's the natural agility and the hard to ignore. I think we're going to still use the expert defense because we might thwart for 2 with Jocasta because chump blocking with allies is not really sustainable in this scenario. This goes to 2. MaGog attacks us for 4 and a card. Excuse me. We will defend. This is backwards. We'll defend for 4. 7 should be good. 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm glad that we went for the 3 boost. We could have played natural agility. I think we usually play natural agility whenever it's in our hand. Maybe that was a mistake. But I think we're going to use Jocasta next turn. Take no damage, unflappable, draws a card. Natural agility, ugly. Hopefully we draw Stop Hitting Yourself. Hard to ignore, removes a threat. 1 encounter card. Oh boy. Oh boy. I wish we had any damage in our hand. It's a dragon. Retaliate, toughness, 10 health. When you defeat this, you draw 4 cards. Also, what anime have you been watching? I don't really watch any anime. I think like the only anime I've ever been exposed to is like Ghibli stuff, and like Ghibli stuff is sick. But I don't watch like anime series. I don't actually watch a lot of TV for what it's worth. Okay. That's a dragon. It's back to us. We'll charge. We are exhausted. Jocasta could attack for 1, taking off the toughness, but our hand has literally no damage. We'll do the tunic, which I don't think we have. I don't know if there's something you could recommend to watch. This is like what feels bad is we have all these 1-cost cards with the molecular acceleration. That doesn't feel good. But we definitely play as much of this as possible, which is just playing a bunch of this. So we'll molecular acceleration, which charges 1. I would love to knock out dragon with Stop Hitting Yourself. So molecular acceleration will play our guild armor. So now we're ready when we defend. If we don't take damage, we will use X-Jet for hard to ignore. So we'll stack them. So now we can remove 2 threat a turn. That's all we need. It keeps us afloat. We don't take damage when we defend. Keeping 2 natural agilities is slightly silly. So I'll do 1 natural agility for the Thieves Guild. This is the card that we just discard when we draw the card that forces us to discard a thing. That's all that's there for. And because there's a small chance that we can draw into a thing that knocks out dragon if we block really heavily, as much as we'll have to block against the dragon, I'm going to attack for 1 into the dragon, knocking out Jocasta to retaliate. Yeah, both nat agility is not a good spread, especially also with Jocasta on the table. But we'll hold on to that one for sure. We'll pass. We'll draw up. If we draw Stop Hitting Yourself, we'll keep this for the dragon, assuming we can do enough damage. Not today. That's good. Nick. Okay. Expert defense. Also nice and cheap. I've actually enjoyed every time we draw expert defense. That's really weird. It's not my favorite card. But unfortunately, we have no damage for the dragon this time around. No Stop Hitting Yourself. Nothing. This goes to 3. MaGog is attacking us for 4 and a card, and then the dragon will attack us for 3. In theory, the dragon's damage is just that damage. So it's not the worst. We could block with armor here because armor is just sitting on the table. But yeah, maybe we actually do block with armor. Because dragon, we're guaranteed because there's no boost card. We just do guild's armor and then we got unflappable hard to ignore. They don't care who is attacking you. If that's the case though, like I guess we can use the extra resources in this hand for Nick Fury. The problem is natural agility. We're wasting it again, but I think we just hold it for next turn. And then hopefully Nick Fury draws into something that defeats the dragon. I think we still have a couple more attack cards in our deck. We're looking for Royal Flushes. There's 2. It has an energy icon. Oh my God, Royal Flush eats dragon. But I think we've seen both of them. Oh no, we haven't. But we've seen 2 of the 3 charge cards. So drawing a Royal Flush should be sick. So if that's the case, MaGog will just block with armor. Attacking for 4. 5, there's the cutoff guard we were talking about. So armor takes no damage. Now the dragon attacks us for 3. We'll defend. So we took no damage. It was that simple. So we're going to do a couple things. Guild armor, we're ready. Unflappable, we'll draw. Brother Voodoo, hard to ignore is remove 2 threat here. 1 encounter card. Fetch quest has Surge. Okay, coming alongside the dragon's perfect. So this has 6 threat. When we defeat it, we can go play a card for free. So we'll usually play Nick as my guess. It's the most expensive card. Actually, maybe no. We cut out Hope Summers. Nice. We're ready for it. Okay, it's finally lined up in a way that makes sense. When revealed, MaGog attacks you. If a hero defends against this attack, so glad that we blocked the armor as much as we would be ready no matter what. But you actually have to block with your hero. That's sick. So if a hero defends and takes no damage, place 2 rating counters on the challengers. We wanted this to line up forever, so we're going to block for 4. This allows us to play natural agility, so we get a charge counter here, and we're blocking here for 12. Seems good. So attacking for 4. Boost. Oh, okay. We really need to knock out MaGog, huh? So Jolt of Aggression? Sorry, Adrenaline. So Retaliate and Stalwart. Okay, we can deal with that. But hey, we took no damage, so that's good. So we only have 1 real trigger here, which is defend the title. So it says, if we take no damage, place 2 ratings on the challengers. We definitely want that for us. This is going a lot better so far. I think there's nothing else that triggers here. It's back to us. We'll charge. He did the thing. We did the thing. We planned so much around the thing, and the thing happened. And damn, I'm good. All this sort of feelings come in all at once. That's great. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure got my partner to anime. They said it was easy to follow. Just ignore anyone who said part 1 is slow. It's literally 9 episodes. I'll be honest. Like, I know the designer behind JoJo's is like very, very good. Like, their graphic design is good. I visually don't like JoJo's art. I don't know. It's not my aesthetic. It's like I think Dragon Ball Z is hard to look at. Like, I just don't like the aesthetic at all. I think there's some anime where I like the aesthetic, but like there's some shows the aesthetic is very, very much not what I want. I don't know how to get over that. Am I an ass? Okay. We just dump hand. Hand gets dumped. Dragon might die. So we'll do X-Jet. We won't do Voodoo. MaGog is Stalwart, so we won't do Creole Charmer. And then I think it's either we hold on to Not Today or Expert Defense. I like Not Today because doing the fetch quest is like a nice little side goal. So we'll pay 4 for Nick Fury. We in theory could just do like 4 damage to the dragon. I think drawing cards is better because we might draw into Stop Hitting Yourself, let alone we could draw into the what's it called? The Full House thing. You know the one. Oh, free rogue. Sick. She has toughness too. That's really good in this scenario. Not today. There, Stop Hitting Yourself is really good. So we might be able to knock out the dragon during the villain phase. We'll play a free rogue because that's what she does. Also has toughness, really good for the scenario. Man, some minor changes I think really shows how if you can tune yourself into MaGog, it's good. Now this hand is a bit cooked. Not particularly good. This is in check. Nick will attack for 2, either into the dragon. We're going to be blocking for 6, so we won't knock out the dragon unless we do a bunch of damage to it. So we'll put the dragon at 8. We need to knock out MaGog. I think there's a chance that we can knock out MaGog. If we knock out MaGog, we get another encounter card, but MaGog, and then dragon can attack Nick Fury. That's probably better, because knocking out MaGog knocks both of these out, which is good, because a Stalwart is worth something. Because against against MaGog, we'll be blocking for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's enough to knock him out. So I think we'll just hold on to this hand. It's a bit weird. I don't want to use the rogue, so I think we just pass. I think we can afford this hand. If we draw a double, we'd be in a good spot. A lot of moving parts. I gotta head out. I'll watch the VOD. Have a great day and hope you win. Thank you, you too. Thanks for dropping by, let alone hanging out in chat. It's super appreciated. Oh, that's the card we needed. Okay, so we'll decide what to do here. It might matter because Royal Flush is quite expensive. This goes to 3. All right, MaGog is attacking for 4 on a card. Still, no one's cheering for the champion. Why would it start now? We can block here. If we block here, we can block with Rogue. That's one option. If we want to block with a Not Today, we're blocking for 6. We still could take some damage, which would be a disaster. Because then none of our value triggers. Because he can attack for 7 in theory. If we do double Not Today, then we can't really play Stop Hitting Yourself. So I think we don't. I think we just block with Rogue. Especially because we want Rogue to kind of hit the bin, but it's impossible for Rogue to hit the bin here. Bummer. So attacking for 4. 5, 6. So we would have blocked. Rogue lose toughness. Now the dragon is attacking us. So this is at least free. We don't have to play a Not Today. Every Not Today we play is basically just 1 for 2 threat, which is like not incredibly good. But for what it's worth, this deck doesn't have a lot of thwarting. We could block with Nick Fury. In theory, we could block with Nick Fury here against the dragon. But if we block with Nick Fury, we're losing out on all this value engine. So I think we just block with our face. So we'll block here for 4, which means we take no damage. The question is whether we play a Not Today or not. This hand is not very good, so I think we do a Not Today. Yeah. Just work slightly towards the fetch quest. So we block for 6, we take no damage. So a couple things happen. Firstly, we ready ourselves. We draw a card. Nice. We do 2 hard ignores. Off of this, we take 2 threat off of the fetch quest. We draw 1 encounter card. Under fire, never mind, we draw 2 encounter cards. Every time I say 1 encounter card, I guess we say it more often than not. Break a leg. I don't know if we've drawn this one yet. When revealed, you are stunned. Okay. Take 2 damage. 4 damage if there are more rating counters on the challengers than on the champion. There are. No. Take 4 damage? Are you kidding me? Take 4 damage? That's the text? I'm sorry, we're winning? You may place any number of rating counter on the champion to reduce the damage by 1. Okay, that makes sense. We're just going to take 4. Ow. Defend the title. Sick. Hella cool. We're ready for this. Attacking for 4 on a card if we take no damage, 2 rating counters. This is going to force us. No, we played our defense event into this. Why did we pitch a Not Today to a Not Today? Why did we do that? Who let us do this? I think we tank this with Nick Fury, I'll be honest. I think we just put 2 counters on the champion. I think we made a mistake. I think we actually probably block with armor. So armor hits the discard pile because she's not that good here. I think we block with armor. It sucks, but it's true. I think we want to get armor into the discard pile. This does it. I think 2 counters. Like, it's a 4 counter swing technically, but we're only blocking for 4 here. It's not likely. If I kept the Not Today, like, not a fool, that would have been good. Like, we definitely could have thrown out the stop hitting yourself. I don't know why I pitched a Not Today. I'm not going to fix it. I'm blocking with armor. 4, 5, 6, 7 on the surprise contender. So even that block wouldn't have been perfect. Armor gets knocked out. And then, you know, of course, the bad thing happens where they start cheering for our friend. So if we got that in the other order, that would have been okay. Nick Fury is discarded. We feel a lot lonelier out here. We charged the card. All right, we are stunned. We can do enough damage to knock out a dragon. I think that is what we do this turn. So we will attack to get rid of the stun. Just punching the air. And then I think we do... This is going to draw 4 cards. So I think we keep the X-Jet. Doesn't matter. What are the last cards of our deck? We're drawing into Not Today and Defensive Conditioning. Okay, that's super playable. No need to shuffle, actually. So we'll just do 1, 2, 3 for Royal Flush. So again, the timing of this, you don't get the counter first. I'm just going to add the counter because it won't matter for our use case. But you have to use the counters before the text of the card. So we're at 11 counters. So we need to spend 3. So we went from 11 to 8. That's correct. Is Not Today a thwart event? No, it's not. It's a defense event. Really weird how that is. But some of the defense events that thwart or do damage are not technically thwart events or attack events. That is worth keeping in check. Crunk, that's a good call though. If we were confused, it would matter. But yeah, Not Today is not a thwart event. I'm not sure which ones are that remove threat that are thwart events, but it is definitely worth keeping in check. Usually the hero cards are templated like more like that, it seems. Dragon takes double from energy. Good catch. Oh my god, yeah, huge catch. That's why we were excited for this. So can we do everything? So in theory, double damage. Double damage. So it's taking 6 into 6 into 6. That is too much. Only spend 2 counters, but I think we can spend some damage on MaGog. If we spend 2 counters, it's 4 into 4 into 2. Yeah, you're right. We'll do that. Yeah, double damage. So the first instance does 4. We don't take Retaliate yet. Then it does 4. It defeats the Dargon. We have 2 damage pending. Dargon says we draw cards. So technically these resources are in the bin. This doesn't go into the bin yet because it's still resolving. So we draw 4, 1, 2, and encounter card. 2 more. And then we have to do 2 more damage to MaGog, which means we take Retaliate 1. Not a choice. So we're owed 2 more cards. We're going to recover 3 by playing the defensive conditioning. Honestly, kind of scary right now. I think they're going good until suddenly they're not, but that's usually how it goes, huh? This is the only card in the discard pile. We still haven't seen the trolls yet. There's a troll and a goblin. I think we've only got them as boost cards. 3, 4. Hey, that's a perfect hand. Oh my god, that's perfect. Sick. It's funny how because we cut another stop hitting yourself, we slowly became not a stop hitting yourself deck. Molecular acceleration, armor's back. That's why we did the thing that we did. It came at a cost. I think it was correct. So we'll just play protection armor. She's tough, so we have a backup plan. And then we can do X-Jet, not today, for defensive conditioning. We were getting a bit low. This gives us 5 block, which is a huge breakpoint when he's attacking for 4. And then we recover 3 functionally. And we will pass. Would you also not take Retaliate from the Dragon, the first instance of Royal Flush? Are they separate instances? Alex, so from my understanding is that if you target it once, you only take 1 damage. Retaliate is the last thing that happens after the attack resolves. It's the final thing. So if the attack destroys the dragon, you don't take Retaliate. But from my understanding, the attack resolves after, Retaliate resolves after the full attack resolves, which means you have to do every instance all at once. That's the best I got from it. Someone in chat might know a bit better, but that's how it was explained to me. So I don't think you take the damage. Because anything that does multiple instances, if you attack the same character, you only take it when the whole thing is done. Hey, Coke, just got invited to a surprise Netrunner game. Haven't touched in months. Any fun net decks you suggest? Yeah, right now, search. There's a Tag Me Zaya deck that got played just last weekend at the event. It's probably published. Search like Self-Defense Zaya. That's probably really good. If you want to play something really powerful, find any AUCO deck. If you like doing damage, if you like doing Chiteki stuff, I think you'll enjoy it. Welcome back, Coke. All right, that's everything. Are we still ready? The fuck? We're ready. Retaliate only once for a Royal Flush. Yeah, and it'll be after the event finishes because it's after the attack finishes. If it was formatted where it was like attack, a small thing, a second attack, a small thing, which technically the way is the Dance of Knives or whatever it's called was reformatted to, then you would take Retaliate on every instance. Yeah, Black Widow's Dance of Death. The problem is like for Dance of Death, I don't have the new formatting of it, but Dance of Death, technically there's now an attack in quotes in front of every single bullet point. So those would be 3 separate attacks, which would be 3 separate retaliates. But this is technically 1 attack. Yeah. Retaliate has been messed up over the years. I'm just going to throw it for 1. I'm pretty confused why we're ready, but I guess that makes sense. Were we not stunned? Yeah, we were stunned. We shouldn't be ready, right? I'm just not going to do that. I think we were just cleaning up and then got sidetracked. I might be wrong. Were we ready? I don't think we were ready. If not, I'll take 1 thread off of this. Natural agility, sick. This would be a really good stop hitting yourself. Nick is back. I feel like we just saw him. Brother Voodoo, staff, it's worth playing. Ready for a fight. Okay. You can still hope to draw stop hitting yourself off of Unflappable. It's like not consistent, but you could. MaGog is attacking for 4 in a card. We have an encounter card waiting for us. We are confused. The only boost we have is natural agility, so we will play it. So we will exhaust. We're defending here for 21, 5, 10, no, 16, excuse me. That's still pretty good. Defend for 16, 3, 4, guild business 5, 6. So all our triggers. We didn't take damage, so we ready. Unflappable draws a card. Well, we did it. We genuinely did it. Hard to ignore, removes 2. Okay. I mean, when in Rome, I don't think we can play Nick with this hand. We're going to have too few resources. So we're going to do X-Jet. Nick. I can't believe we did it. Stop hitting yourself. We're going to fight back for 16 damage. So MaGog takes 16. Villain set 16. It's a bummer to hit the attachments before we deck out, but whatever. Oh, I hit set 16. That wasn't right. Anyways, he gets hurt. He gets pretty hurt. The villain's at 0. So that's good. So when MaGog takes damage, oh no, we're spawning the contender. We might not have wanted to do that, but I think we're going to buckle in for this adventure. So MaGog would be defeated. Reset his hit points to 10. Place 2 counters here. Deal yourself a face down encounter card. I forgot that we're going to actually advance because when you get rid of both of these attachments, Jolt of Adrenaline and Surge, whenever you clear them, you put 1 counter here. So we fly up to 6, which is nice, but the bad thing happens. These are gone. So the challengers. The crowd cheers for us once we hit 5 counters. When we hit 10, we win. This is going to be a bad encounter round, that's for sure. This says if there are at least 5 counters on here, flip this environment. That's what we did. So now they're cheering. So you have to go find the surprise contender and put it into play. And because MaGog activated against us, now this activates against us. So yeah, these are gone though. Put into play, engage with you. Yeah, yeah, cool. That is it. Surprise contender is now going to activate against us. If it does damage to us, it only places 1 rating counter. It is villainous though, which is unfortunate. So it has 7 health. Crowd goes wild. I mean, the crowd goes wild, but like things are going to swing pretty badly in one direction here. Did we use the X-Jet? Yeah, I guess we did. All right. So after surprise contender attacks and damages, the character place 1 rating counter. I think we could tank this with Rogue. Rogue is doing 2 threat a turn. That's something, but like not that much else. And this is only 1 rating counter. This is a really bad encounter deck because we're going to be drawing 3 encounters. So like, I think we just need to keep our toughness and our self ready. We only block for 5, which is not perfect, but as much as MaGog now only attacks for 3. So I think we do just tank this with Rogue. I think that's what we learned from the last game. So we're going to tank this with Rogue. So surprise contender attacks for 2 in a card. Boost card, mana drain, discard a card from your hand. No, you were my friend. Why are you bad now? Oh, it's not random. I guess we're getting rid of Brother Voodoo. That sucked. So Rogue takes 2 damage. Oh, she survives. That's sick. A surprise contender, though. Now it says after it deals damage, place 1 rating counter. Okay, this is fine. When this hits 5, we draw a card. It's not the worst. I was treating it like a dance of death. Yeah, I have done that before. I think I only know this because people have corrected me on YouTube. So shout out to being part of the format. No. But why? Shadow of the past. She has quick strike. We're not good at this. Belladonna. We have 2 more encounter cards. Quick strike toughness. Our hand has no damage. In fact, we don't have a hand. I think the worst thing we could have done is the thing we did, where we did 12 damage to it or whatever. So she's going to attack us. After Belladonna attacks and defeats a character, place 2 threat on the main scheme. Obviously, we don't want that to happen. We could free block here. Then we're kind of at the whims of MaGog. The curse of playing with standard 1. Yo, Lucy, how's it going? It's honestly worse playing quick strike with standard 3. It's so much worse. Do we just take 3? I think we just take 3. Yeah, I think we just take 3. We'll take the damage. She does not attack and defeat. The encounter deck might get a bit easier because we're going to shuffle some like kind of meaningless guys into there. They're all assassins, which this does care about. So Assassin's Guild comes in with 4 threat. When an assassin attacks and defeats a character, place 2 threat here. And so now we're going to shuffle 3 cards. 2 of them are little assassins. I don't know what the last card is. What makes it worse? Let me show you. So Belladonna has quick strike, which means whenever she engages you, she attacks you. Cool. Now, the thing that standard 3 does is it adds a card or it adds boost icons that add counters to Pursued by the Past. Am I going to think of the name of one of them? No. I can't remember any of the standard 3 cards by name. That's not good. Sinister Strike, maybe? No, this one doesn't have it. Dark Designs? So say that the villain is activating against and you draw Dark Designs. This plays 1 pursuit counter on Pursued by the Past. If it hits 4, then suddenly your nemesis engages you. And because your nemesis has quick strike, it attacks you. Now the villain stops activating, and now you check all the minions engage with you, and then the minions activate against you. Which means Belladonna, if you draw it in the wrong place, which happens more often than you think it does, Belladonna will quick strike you twice in a row before anything happens, and then you draw on counter cards. Quick strike is awful. It's really, really bad with Sinister because it just with standard 3. Because yeah, you just basically can more often than not get double hit, and just taking 6 damage out of nowhere, especially also because she has text, is like really suck. It is really suck. Just because it can activate on the villain attack, not on counter cards, yeah. And so Quick Strike can double activate. I just wish that it said that Quick Strike doesn't work. Then it would be what you'd expect it to be. That's honestly, like, against non-Quick Strike, I like Sinister or Standard 3 a bit better, because one of the problems with Nemesis is a lot of Nemesi have text that say when they attack you or activate, do something bad, but you almost always nuke your Nemesis before it can have relevant text. And so the fact that it can come in on the villain activation makes it have relevant text. The problem is Quick Strike now has twice as much relevant text, which kind of sucks. The hand will have the Assassin's Keyword when they come out. Oh, cool. I don't know exactly what the hand is, but I'm imagining they're a guild of ninja assassins, right? Oh, I forgot about this thing. A game of mojos. Each player gets +1 hand size. That's good, but there's an amplify. That's bad. When revealed, discard each setting environment. Okay, so at least that's not a super relevant encounter card on this turn. This is Goblin. Surge. Only 1 health. This minion can only take damage from physical printed resources on cards. Armor could technically knock this out. It attacks for 1, schemes for 2. Little Goblin scheme's pretty good. Fun. Surge, though. If we draw Ganga, oh my god, we lose from orbit. Oh, Assassin, Quick Strike. Okay. And again, after an Assassin, a minion attacks and defeats a character, place 2 threat here. This is a Guild Assassin. We've shuffled 1 more into the deck. After Guild Assassin attacks and defeats a character, place 1 threat on the main scheme. 2 health. I'm out of red die. That shouldn't be a surprise, should it be? So I'm going to just go ahead and change the champion. So we're being attacked for 2. I think we just take it. Oh my god, I removed it from the champion. Does everyone remember what it was? Can someone rewind? I like removed it without thinking. I think it was 3. Because I think it was 2 from MaGog, 1 from Surprise Contender. I'm pretty sure it was at 3. Please keep me honest. Like Lion Weight not being able to stop Quick Strike is Donkey Brain bad. Yeah, and also like the Widow's Gauntlets things. The one that says when a minion activates gets stunned. Like none of that stuff works because it happens on engage, not reveal. It's weird. 3 on champion. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Andy. They're undead ninjas that bother Daredevil. Bother is a good verb to use. Let's put this at 12 and then figure out what the hell we're meant to do here. What are we meant to do here? I think we've jumped down and just not care. We have huge issues. Again, I would like to show you our hand. Our hand is not very good. Our hand is bad, in fact. Armor could trade her toughness for the goblin. We're ready. That's like kind of cool. We could attack for 2. Defeat 1 guild assassin. Belladonna schemes for 2. This goes up to 4. MaGog schemes for at least 2. So this will go up. We draw a card. I think we have to just jump down. Game of Mojo surges? I don't think it does. Discard each other setting environment. This card was revealed from the counter card. Oh, no, it does. It does. Sorry. It has surge in the text box. Excuse me. Good catch. Each assassin minion attacks you. There are no assassin minions in play. Search and counter deck and discard over assassin minion. These are both assassin minions. I think we didn't take the 2 damage from the guild assassin. So I think we're missing 2 damage, but then we have to take 5 more damage. Oh my god, we were so cocky and then we did the thing where we was really bad suddenly. Why did we do the bad thing? This is because of us. We did this. So we have to take 2 from this, but now both of the assassins are attacking us. It's each assassin minion. Jesus. Jeez. I mean, I was feeling good about MaGog for a moment, and then what happened? What the heck happened here? And this is why like playing protection and dumping expensive cards from your hand sucks, because you don't know what's going to happen, and then you start your turn like this. And it does not emotionally feel good. So Belladonna has to attack for 3. Guild Assassin has to attack for 2. We can block one of them. It has no value besides not taking damage. So I think we block Belladonna and just take 2. Yeah. If it isn't the consequences of our actions, what's the chance of that? Drawing 4 minions in a single turn is like a special kind of cursed. We could like maybe Thieves Guild. Thieves Guild is not the worst if we just want to take the damage. Because Thieves Guild could draw a card. The problem is like drawing a card doesn't really open this hand up. But the Thieves Guild could like work on this, work on that. That could put Nick into play. Nick could solve things. If we hit a 3 boost, we can actually clear Fetch Quest. Yeah, I think that's what we do. I think we're going to let Belladonna attack armor. He loses the toughness. And then we're going to take 2 from the Guild Assassin. I mean, we got to do something ridiculously creative here. I think I've already charged. Not that it's going to be super impactful. Oh, we're confused though. No. We're confused. We can't do this because it is a thwart event on an alter ego. It's not an action. It's a thwart action. So never mind. That was probably not it. Bummer. Oh, Goblin has text. Goblin has removed 2 threat from a scheme. I mean, like that's something. That's definitely something. Okay, so we'll do this differently. Armor will not take the attack. We will defend against Belladonna. Guild Assassin just hits us for 2. That's what we've done. But armor will remain toughness, so armor can knock out a goblin. So armor will now attack a goblin. So goblin's defeated because she has the physical required. Goblin Glider. I'll remove 2 threat from a scheme. Okay. So I think the only way... This is going to clear no matter what. There's no way to stop it. So I think we're going to go 2 for on Fetch Quest. Maybe we have to do this, but I think Fetch Quest is the thing that puts us back in the game. Remember when you said I feel good about this? Yeah. I remember being there. Cool. Things are good. This confuse is really annoying. We'll flip down. And then I think we're just going to go ahead and play Gambit Staff. Ready for a Fight is... I wouldn't say a death sentence. Actually, maybe we play Ready for a Fight. Oh, we don't have the physical. Never mind. So we'll play our Gambit Staff. It just does 1 damage. It doesn't have resource knock to knock out the goblin. That's fine. And I guess we're just going to see what happens here. When this advances, we draw a card, so it's not the worst. But we have to remember that there's one of these. I'm going to forget about it. So I'm just going to get a token and put it on the main scheme because I'm definitely going to forget about it. %100. Okay. We'll drop for 6. Oh, she loses her toughness, of course. All right. Energy. Cool. Extra defense. Not today. Charge card. Extra defense. That's for defense. The charge card is good. It'll knock out Belladonna. That's like a nice interaction. Draw 7. You're right. Game Emojis. +1 hand size. Royal Flush. What a good draw. Wait. I'm back in as soon as you thought we're out. Yeah, Game Emoji gets you +1 hand size. Yeah. Sick. I think if Amplifies, a villain gets +1/+1. Yeah, however, it does also deal with multiple boosts poorly, and it deals with villainous, like the Surprise Contender. So Surprise Contender also gets +1/+1. So we actually, this could be bad. This goes up to 4, because 1, 2, 3. Okay, and now MaGog is going to activate for 1 and an Amplify in a card. So we're cooked. 1, 2, just 2. That's frustrating. Melee and the Mojozeum goes off. Okay, so we remove all threat here. This goes to 2. So it goes to 5. And oh, sorry, it's still on 5. But when this flips, we draw a card, I'm pretty sure. So they're cheering now for that asshole. So we draw a card. Fine, whatever. Okay, this might go on again. Guild Assassin schemes for 1. I guess we should do this in the right order. Yeah, we should do the Surprise Contender last, because we want it to burst with the most amount at once. So Guild Assassin goes to 1. Belladonna goes for 2. And now Surprise Contender goes for 1 and amplifying a card. So 1, 2, 3. So it hits 6 again. It clears. This goes to 7, which is encroaching on our nice blue die. Not the worst. Like, honestly, we could be more upset about this. And counter card is Assault. That surges. Because we're in Alter Ego. That was a good time to do that, I guess. Why is MaGog on 16 health? Hold on. MaGog's on 10 health. Guild Assassin. And we get around Quick Strike. We are going to mop the damn floor with these Guild Assassins. We can deal with everything this turn. Honestly think, I'm not going to say this, we're probably in a pretty good spot here. I think we're actually kind of in a good spot. So let's plan this out. Main scheme, easy. If we remove 2 threat from this with Rogue, we draw 3 cards functionally. So I think Rogue just knocks out Fetch Quest, and then we go put Nick Fury into play. When Nick Fury's in play, we draw 3 cards. Don't say it. I'm saying it. I believe in myself. That was the problem with last round. We didn't believe in ourselves. We could recover for 3. Kind of makes sense. Attacking for 2 doesn't seem like it makes sense. But things are kind of looking our way. Okay. I'm going to start by using Rogue on Fetch Quest. I'm pretty sure that's how this round starts, because then we get the most cards in our hand and we can decide what to do. So Rogue will scheme for 2. When defeated, in player order, I'll go first. Each player may search their deck and card for a card and play it for free. Okay. Our boy, the savior, Nick Fury, is coming into play. He says after he enters play, so he doesn't really care how he got here. We can draw 3 cards. 1, nice. 2, nice. Honestly, we'll play it. 3, nice. Nice. Things are nice. Things are super, super nice. So, search deck only? Shut up. I didn't read the card. Is it actually? May search their deck. Hold on. We have to unnice this. That makes more sense, I guess. Let me search what's in the deck first. We could get Jocasta. We could get Professor. Okay, I'm going to commit to the line. Good catch. We'll play Professor instead. We, in theory, could do this in a different order, because we could use Professor X to ready ourselves. I don't think the Confuse is that important, so we actually might use Professor to ready ourselves. Or Fetch Quester for Professor X, I mean, fine. Sorry, buddy. No, it's cool. It's cool. I'd rather do that. Yeah, you can only get from the deck. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm still confident. Still super confident about this whole thing. It's not a big deal. I'm going to go for a walk. This is fine. So we lost 3 cards that we had for a moment. It's still fine, still fine, still fine. Okay, Professor X. When Professor X enters play, we can stun a minion. That's actually pretty interesting. I think stunning a minion's better. We're going to knock out Belladonna. We're going to do 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage. Professor X is going to work on the guild. Armor can clear the guild. Things are kind of coming our way. So I think we will stun the surprise contender. We just need to check if we have the math to do enough damage to the surprise contender. Because charge card knocks out Belladonna, no problem. And then we're going to do this with X-Jet to do Royal Flush. That can do 3, 3, 3, putting him on 4. Wheel attack for nothing. This hand is, I wouldn't say trash, but it's bad. We could recover for 3 twice, or we could like try and work on this. No, but Nick is working on that. Yeah, unfortunately, half our hand doesn't do anything, but like, can't play Lockjaw in every deck, right? I think that's what we'll do. We'll stun surprise contender. We will recover for 3 because it's like a nice little safe thing we can do here. We'll flip up. We'll charge. Okay, we will do 1, 2, 3 for charge card. Now he's angry. You shouldn't have done that. Charge card. We'll deal 4 damage to Belladonna. We'll make it 5 damage. 6 damage with piercing, knocking out Belladonna. I don't think we use a counter to do 1 damage to MaGog. Good. Save the doubles, spend the events. I think we're going to save the events because we want some events in our hand. Like the doubles are not worth holding on to at this point in our deck because most of our deck is relatively cheap. When we set up, we have a couple more expensive cards like the X-Jet, I guess, this. Like, honestly, that's probably not a defensible take. But I don't love holding doubles because I think just drawing through a deck is more important. At this point in the game, at least. We'll do 1, 2. Not today won't be super useful with 2 hard to ignore. So we'll do 1, 2, 3. Royal Flush. I'm going to go do the way that you're not meant to do it, but it won't matter. So we'll just do the most amount of damage to work on the contender because I think we have enough of these counters. So we'll spend from 12 to 9. So we're going to do 3 damage, 3 damage, 3 damage. Guild Assassin, Guild Assassin. Surprise contender. Look how easily we cleaned the board up. Oh man, look at the little guys go. Not even a problem. That leaves us with this hand. Professor X will thwart for 3. Armor will thwart, clearing the Assassin's Guild. So all we have is the Amplify. Looking good. Looking cute, feeling cute. Desperate Defense is not necessary. Expert Defense is necessary because MaGog attacks now for 4 on a card. We're 1 MaGog kill away from winning. So if we draw Stop Hitting Yourself, which I know I did that before and it was bad. We have 1 more Stop Hitting Yourself. Maybe it's worth something. So I'll throw out the Desperate Defense. No, I'm just going to throw out one of these. We have +1 hand size. I think that's good enough. Like maybe we want to hedge our bets. This is nice in a panic. This is just +3, which makes us unkillable. So we'll pass. Nicely done. Thank you. We really need to draw the AoE clear. Like without it, we're cooked. And remember, we have 6 hand size here. 1, 2, molecular 3, desperate defense. Okay, feel bad about what we've done. Stop hitting yourself. Interesting. Last card, Creole Charmer. We are still confused. This goes to 2. MaGog attacks us for functionally. Nope. Functionally 4 on a card because of the Amplify. We will definitely defend for 5. This will make us do 8 damage, which doesn't knock out MaGog. So again, we can spend our whole hand. Man, surprise contender. If we didn't stun him, we would be able to knock him out. That's maybe a bit of an unfortunate thing. Oh, wait, if we Gambit Staff, we do 1 to MaGog. This puts us at 8. Oh, no, we can still do it. We can still do it. So we'll Gambit Staff to do 1 damage to MaGog. Cool. And now we're blocking for 8, which is enough because MaGog attacks for 4. Assault. Oh. Deck is empty. So Assault doesn't go back. This game is thrilling. This has been really exciting. MaGog is sick. Man, I should play more MaGog. I think if you don't play against, like, what do you do when you play against MaGog and you're not playing Protection? Like, do you just lose? Like when you play Leadership and then you have all your like, oh, I'm going to block every turn with Squirrel Girl. Like, what do you do? Man, I want to play more Squirrel Girl. What a cool character. All right, so we get attacked here. We don't take damage, so we got to do all our triggers. So firstly, we're going to go ahead and ready ourselves. Nice. We're going to go draw a card with Unflappable. The charge card, that's nice. We can now knock out the contender. We'll remove 2 threat with hard to ignore. And then here, we will go play Molecular to generate 1. And we are going to play Stop Hitting Yourself. Now, this only in theory does 8 damage. But because it's an attack, we can just spend one of these counters to make it do 9 damage. This knocks out MaGog. Nice. Villain takes 9. When we defeat MaGog, we know how this happens. So the hit points reset. This goes up to 8. So one more defeat and we're out. So we're at 8. However, we draw an encounter card. So we're hoping for the best here. Surprise contender is stunned. We also could get attacked one more time, and then if we have a desperate defense, then we can just knock out surprise contender. That's another way to win. If we draw the thing. I just got rid of you. Come on. Why are you here? Quick strike, 3 attack, toughness. If she defeats something, she puts 2 on the main scheme. I mean, we could just block with Professor X here, I'll be honest. I don't think we care about 2 on the main scheme. So I'm just going to block with Professor X so he does something. So she attacks for 3, knocks out Professor X, 2 on the main scheme. I think we really want the card that says, if you block and take no damage. Okay, maybe I'll shuffle the deck a bit better. I'm going to shuffle the deck a bit better right now. Guild Assassin is going to take us for 2. If defeats, place 1 main on the main scheme. If we draw the card that says all the assassins attack, like, oh, it's quite bad. Oh, wait, if we just defeat surprise contender, we win. We'll take 2. When you defeat surprise contender, you put 2 on challengers. 2. Not 1. 2. I'll just put that one on top. It's us. We will charge the card. We will just simply spend 1, 2 for a charged card. Out of principle, we'll spend 3 charges to make this do 7 damage to surprise contender. Surprise contender takes 4. We do 3 to MaGog. But the thing about place 2 counters. The crowd goes totally buck wild, just absurdly wild. We win. All we have to do is get this to 10. The challengers, I think that's all the text. I don't think we have to do anything, right? The crowd goes wild. If there's at least 10 counters here, you win. The players win the game and the crowd. You wow the crowd. Oh, that's sick. Man, that's a good scenario. That's really fun. I think we have a very good deck for that. I think the changes we made were very obvious. Drawing this early is really, really important. The fact that we can block for like 16 on every other turn is amazing. Is Belladonna just a worse crossbones? Maybe. I think she hits a bit harder, but they're very similar designs. I do think we've seen a couple characters that basically have the Nemesis text of crossbones. That's hype. That's really, really fun. It's a cool scenario. I'm really glad that we did fantasy. That's fun. Having to deal with it. I guess we didn't see the troll, but we saw the goblin. Having to deal with the dragon and the fetch quest. I like those little side things that give you another place to put your forward momentum and hopefully get a reward for it, as much as it doesn't obviously deal with encounter set. You can find this deck. It is posted below. I always put my links below. I don't publish decks on Marvel CDB. I probably should be doing a better job for that. It does take a fair bit of time, but I do think people interact with decks relatively well in Marvel CDB, and that might be a nice way that people find some cool things to play. Yeah, we definitely bought the crowd. Thank you. Happy to hear you enjoyed it. Yeah, that was really good. That was a great recommendation. Cool. I think that's mostly it. What's going on this week? I'm trying to record some stuff to be up on the channel. It's been a bit busier here, so I want to get some video content. Like we'll do 1 stream, 1 video. Maybe that's the good like midpoint that we can get done. There's a couple decks I wanted to record. I think we might do a leadership Captain Marvel deck, which I net decked, which I had a good fun with. But otherwise, I did play a whole campaign with this deck against Next Evolution on Expert and had a great time. I don't know if there's anything else we need to shout out at this point. Thanks for the Sunday evening entertainment. Hey, Joey, thanks so much for dropping in. Glad you liked it. I think that's mostly it. I feel like I'm forgetting something. Oh yeah, I guess there's a call to action. Web Warrior Fanatic put out this link that was shared in a Discord. I'm not sure what the Discord is, but the folks at FFG are collecting, if you are a content creator, if you want to join their like potential mailing list where you're kind of on the list of people they might reach out to do spoilers and community stuff. I'll try and link that below. I think that's actually a really nice thing to do, but I got that link through my YouTube. So that's kind of cool. I did sign up for that. So hopefully we can hear something from FFG. That'd be pretty hype. I'd be very excited about that. That's mostly it. I still haven't played upcoming. They're technically out, right? Like I haven't played at all against Vision or She-Hulk. I think we're going to wait to do that on the channel, maybe sooner than later. I think Wonder Man and Hercules are probably February releases, but in Canada, that might mean it's an April release. Who knows? But that's the next big thing to look out for. Otherwise, we've just been grinding old content and having a really good time. That's mostly it. What's 3 o'clock? We streamed for how long? 4.5 hours. I think that snuck by me, so I'm definitely gonna have to call it here. Hey, Jason, how's it going? Thanks for dropping in. Hopefully you're well too. If you want to take a second to leave a like on the stream, it does help a heck of a lot. Leave a comment. I respond to as many comments as I can. Subscribe to the channel also. We're like very close to doing 1,000 subs on this channel, which would be awesome. At 1,000 subs, we'll probably do like a nice stream or a video or something in specific from that point on. But that's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. I can't believe we streamed for that long. That does make sense. It took us a bit to get here, but I'm glad we did. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll hopefully see you maybe sooner than next week. We'll be back next Sunday. If not, a video might be out sooner. Take care, y'all.